We sweat, we toil, we boil in our offices so that we can enjoy top-tier Age of Empires 4, and that one and all is what EGC is here to deliver. Welcome back to Masters Summers. We're about to kick off the main event. I'm, of course, KP. Joining me as always, the wonderful Crackety, who I'm not gonna lie, you already teased me with your AC that I wish was as good over here. I'm a little bit worried about how I'm gonna last because we've got a crazy day ahead of us. We open up with B versus Luciferon, Vortex versus CSO, 2 more series after that. And I don't know how you're feeling about the meta, Crackety, and what we've been seeing on some of these matchups, but I don't know, with some of these players, I think we could be in for a long, crazy day.
Man, absolutely. I mean, as you said, like things aren't just heating up outside, but also here. And Luciferon, he definitely knows how to handle the heat. He's going to be up against B, and B, you know, he's maybe not from the hottest country, but he certainly knows how to throw a wrench into the plans of his opponent time and time again. We're going to be starting off with Sunken. It's a very interesting map. You see it on ladder all the time at the moment as well. I think it has a fairly great dynamic with it as well. So you start off with relatively little gold early on. You have to expand outside, but there are like these lush corners with a lot of food. Definitely something for at least a Shuri, I want to say, to utilize. But we do have Lancaster here. And Lancaster, we kind of feel like they just like to sit back, get their manas up, mass up a lot of infantry, maybe a fast Imperial Age here or there, and suddenly they push hard. But you never know with B. There might be something fishy coming around here. Maybe we could see some Lords of Lancaster even.
Yeah, and you know, there's a thing about these two. I think these two are two aggressively aligned players, right? Luciferon loves to take his raiding approach. Someone I've been noticing in B is he's actually leaning quite hard on that idea of like dominance the first 15 minutes, right? Like I've been seeing that in KPMMs where he can either just roll them over or you get into those mid-late games and macro takes over and then all of a sudden, you know, the playing field is a little bit more even. By the way, did you ever notice that the Lancastrian flag looks like a Russian one in disguise?
Yeah, the colors are present. At the very least.
It's clear.
It got put in the washing machine.
I think someone just mixed their paint colors a bit too much, but it's actually interesting with Lancaster, right? Because I think we've seen more players pulling away from Lancaster Castle because it's not always necessary. This feels like one of those map shops where you probably do require it, though, right?
Yeah, early Spearman Rush could definitely get you there. And, you know, HRE, especially on a map like Sunken Lands, where you start off already with like relatively little gold, and all the other golds, they're kind of far outside of your base. You're gonna have to reach for it, and that's kind of an issue when you're locked inside your base and they're like spearmen at your front. Granted, the House of Lancaster, they can deal with Dark Age rushes, and we can kind of take a look here. We can see that B so far,
crazy.
like just general, that's a very, very healthy win rate here for B in the head-to-head series.
Yeah, he's been looking dominant. A lot of those wins, I think, coming more recently, if I'm not mistaken. But it's interesting to think about, like I mentioned with these two, I think they both like to take that kind of aggressive lean, but the difference is that I think Luciferon is more about the permutations, right? Like how I kind of iron out the creases in the plan and I execute. And I think the thing that can make that a little bit annoying is like when you're looking for clean execution, B is one of the worst opponents, right? Like I've heard it said countless times about this guy. What he just done there, there's clearly no way he planned that, right? Like B is the on-the-fly reactor of Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, that's 100% true. It's like sometimes you just see B come around with a very, very wild strategy that you've never seen before. And it's like, there's no way he practiced that. And then you ask him, like, yeah, it was just something that he just did. I was like, okay, well, you know, tournament, that's the place to try things out, I guess, for him. And yeah, that's how he gets off these wild, wacky games. That's why B is just known for these very creative strategies time and time again. And do have to take into account, though, Luciferon, like the last 2 head-to-heads that we saw there with B, those were pretty much right after he came back from sort of a hiatus. So KPMM there, I think, was week 21, so 9 weeks ago. Then the Elite Classic 3 as well. I think that was his first bigger tournament after his hiatus. So it's going to be definitely interesting to see just what kind of form Luciferon is in today, whether we're going to get that classic old Luciferon that we see from like the top 4, top 5 performances from a year or 2 back.
Yeah, and important to actually point out, compared to like last time with the group stage, this time it's going to be a double elimination bracket. Leading into the knockout bracket, which will be single elim. So you do get second chances here, but a little bit merciless in the opening rounds because the upper and lower bracket beginnings actually are BO3. So we're going to be culling people quite quickly in the early phases of this tournament.
Yeah, it is an interesting format, so definitely exciting ones. Personally, I don't mind best of threes. I think like these, especially beginning rounds, just getting through a lot of sets very quickly can be very interesting for players as well. Just like because it escalates very quickly. Of course, like you win one game, suddenly you're already on match point. There's a lot of pressure always to win the set in the end.
Yeah, well, it's a very different art compared to best of fives, right? I think it's the easier way to think about it. And obviously, we've got very different drafting formats. That's why we're now seeing things like H3 actually making it through, China still getting through, Lancaster, because now we've got the ban pick kind of nature, whereas before we had I believe it was double ban on each side, and then we picked, and then we banned again. So we have seen a bit more fluidity. And over time, HRE is kind of, I feel like, been a mixed bag, but Ruse has remained a focal point for bans.
Yeah, we're kind of in this fast Castle Age meta at the moment where just Ruse, they got such an oppressive Castle Age. They got some very, very strong units there as well. And it just synergizes so well with the civilization. And in a situation where deer are very important as well, just spawning in a deer every less than a minute, it's very, very strong. It looks like we're going to be jumping into our game one between B and Lucifron in just a couple of seconds here.
Should be an interesting one. I mean, crazy map pool as well. Like, looks like these boys want to take those raiding maps and exploit them to the maximum. And we kick off with Sunken Lands in game number 1 for the starting phase of EGC Masters Summer. B is going to be in the yellow on House Lancaster, and Lucifron up here in the red as the HRE. And he's already looking to rush forward with a Dark Age Rax opening.
Yeah, B running forward with the scout is going to find some sheep here, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find the barracks in time, as Lucifron did rush that one up here. The timing looks pretty good. Lucifron's about to find the gold here. Yeah, he is going to scout around perfectly, so he's going to see exactly where the gold is positioned. Can we take a quick look with the range of the TC as well? Just, is the gold...
Ooh.
Oh, he decides against it.
Wait,
I mean,
but that's like...
that would have been a pretty decent attacking point by Lucifron. He decides against it.
No, but this is because he suspected that Lancaster was going to go for the Dark Age Rush. So he didn't want to be inclined into that, which I think kind of makes sense, right? Like against Lancaster, if you play along Dark and they get to feudal anyway, you just kind of have all this wasted effort when they're going to go Lancaster Castle. And
I think not just that.
Is it the stone?
I think it's also because he saw how many villagers B already had on gold. Like B immediately put like 2 villagers over to stone, which means that at this point in time, even if you go with Dark Age Aggression, there's no real value because you're not going to be able to deny the age up to feudal age. And I mean, in the end, like House of Lancaster, they do have the short bows anyways. So it would have only been like a minimal delay. So I think it's good that Lucifron cancelled off here because the gameplay in general just wouldn't have been in his favor.
I think it's like an interesting matchup to think about as well, right? Because as HRE, you get that 40% buffer, but it's kind of capped. Whereas if you play like a long Dark Age and House Lancaster keeps eating sheep, that's a 20% buffer at all times flat, right? So like, there is a weird kind of convergence point deeper in the game. But also, like, the interesting part is Lucifron could have potentially found some value because look at the stone. Both stones spawned forward for B.
Yeah. That's just such a nice map situation to like go for like even HRE outpost rush, which is very, very achievable as well. Like in the current meta, you just get so many resources with the Prelate inspiration early on. There's not really a reason not to go for it in most situations. It's probably the most common strategy that we see at the moment used against civilizations like Byzantines, for example. But of course, always it's kind of dangerous with the House of Lancaster, with the short bows. There's just this added risk just because 5 villagers already going to be able to two-shot your villagers.
No, exactly. Like it's the reason that people learned very early on when they played Mongols, where you don't want to outpost rush the English. You're like, oh, I may have miscalculated the situation slightly. But there are still exposure points here, right? Like I think HR is an interesting one. I've seen a few players attempt this feudal all-in. It just always feels... Even like when you're winning, it feels like it's so expensive to do so against the Lancastrian defenses.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I think that, like, that's one of the main points that's actually getting nerfed with the next season as well, right? Like the bonus health with the upgrades, it's getting a nerf on the House of Lancaster Manors. So at least it's gonna make it easier. But the patch is not live yet. We are still gonna have to wait a week or so for the next season to hit. So until then, House of Lancaster, they can still be played very, very defensively.
And even then, I don't know about you, but I have a feeling even if that changes, we're just going to see a lot more of the Lords in play, which I kind of am excited for, a little bit fearful of. Because I've already seen players just start to accept that they need to build their manners near the TC. Not ideal, but if you're going for an aggro build anyway, it's extra economy and scaling.
Yeah. Lords of Lancaster are definitely, I want to say, like, very underutilized at the moment, but they can become very, very strong just in mass. Boosting up your HP pool by like an additional 20% is incredibly massive. I think the difficult part for most players at the moment is just knowing like how to balance just how many manners you go for when you still open up with the Abbey, just because you don't have like that bonus defense there as well.
No, agreed. And it's tricky because, like, in the heart of hearts, what you want to be able to do is scale Yeoman, but ever since the nerf to the cost, it's just so difficult to do in Feudal Age, even if you have a few manners. And we do at least have the Pro Scouts coming in for the HRE here. No surprise, as one of the deer stacks did spawn forward. I think B is currently trying to address that forward deer spawn, actually, by bringing it home to Papa.
Yeah, one of the things that you won't be able to do in the next patch as well, just deer luring. Do it while it lasts is all I can say to that. And yeah, Lucifron is also going to go for the Pro Scout. But he sees it and is going to be able to deny it and potentially even steal away those deer here nearby. But they are fairly close already to the Lancaster Castle. But yeah, Lucifron now has the ability to one-shot them with Pro Scout research. Gets them all down.
Interesting. I wonder if B just took notice of that. It's like, oh, Pro Scouts, right? It's almost like you kind of revealed the play to your opponent earlier by doing that. But B's already 3 manners in. You know, you don't really have a timing to contest easily, right? Like, your number one choice would be, what, Hobblars? Please, do you really want to be bothered with those?
Yeah, Hobblars, they just always feel so sad. If you don't have any unique upgrades on them, just in a 1-to-1 up against pretty much anything, like even using them up against villagers kind of feels like a joke at times just because they hit, and it's like, yeah, the villager could have done the same amount of damage to you as well.
I think the one place they might be interesting in Feudal is once we do get to the Lord's build, right? Because that 20% does bring them up to the HP pool roughly of like Horsemen. But now it's a pipe dream. I mean, the 20%, I'm curious to see how that plays. And I don't know about you, I'm kind of actually enthusiastic about us finally saying goodbye maybe to Lancaster Castle, just a little.
Yeah, it's always nice when both landmarks for Civilization and Feudal Age are viable. This one, though, looks like B, he's just going to be rushing it up to Castle Age now behind this. Now, I'm wondering if this is going to be a White Tower Age up, just because, you know, getting 3 free Earl Scouts immediately is very nice. Also, it's just having that keep immediately, it's very defensive, as we do see B also luring in the second deer pack. The only issue with White Tower here on this map is that there aren't really that many golds that you can really utilize it on, though I think B actually has a 4k gold vein, I think, in the back of his base.
Yeah. Oh, yep, there you go. Nice, slapped right up against the edge. I mean, King's College has to be tempting here, though, with a lot of things that HRE want to do when they age up. Yeah, because think about it, right? You're either men-at-armsing or you're going knights, and either one of those can be counterplayed by the King's College and the Collar of Esses tech to make your knights hit harder. And I think, like, anytime you've got the Lancaster Castle, the temptation is even higher, right? Because then you can also get the Demi-Lancers to make that play just so much better.
Yeah, especially when you get, like, the Demi-Lancers, they're very cheap to produce from the Wingard Palace once you get to it. So you get a very, very cheap and easy cavalry counter unit out there. The issue that I see typically is that this King's College kind of leaves you open for aggression as well. Just because now your base, it's fairly open. This is like one of the issue with the Lancaster Castle. It's not a keep. You can't garrison anything inside of it. Your base is full of buildings that can't be garrisoned into. And you're already at a point where you have 30 villagers. If you are in a situation where you're out on the map and your opponent gets like a couple of knights inside of your base, you will lose villagers.
No, I agreed. And I'm wondering actually if Lucifron is just going to now switch into knights himself or just stick spears. I mean, the interesting thought is, like, because you need to go after relics, you probably want to try and have a bit of mobility here. And I think that's also why we're seeing B summon the nobles so early. He's mustering them forward because 5 extra entities able to chase after prelates, that's an easy kill to be found.
And we do have a lot of red dots out on the map at the moment. Lucifron, he is busy gathering up of the deer from the corners of the map. But he does already have 7 spearmen at this point in time. 4 monks as well, 4 prelates.
Oh, the reed.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough for E to really find any prelate snipes here. I want to say he might find this one, but he's well defended if Lucifron notices. If he notices...
Yeah, he pulls him back now, but they're already committed, and they're going to get the kill. So one prelate goes down. And reminder, this is a high price that Lucifron has paid to do this. He went up to 4 prelates, meaning he sacrificed 3 villages of production to get this timing. But it's paying off elsewhere. We've got 3 relics on the way home, 6 Bambis as well. And B, he may have stopped one of these, but he's bogged down and distracted by the spearman, which means plenty more is on the way home for Lucifron.
Yeah, and I mean, at the moment, these Demi-Lancers, they're not really that, I want to say, scary at all. Like a Demi-Lancer, you don't mind that one. And if you like get enough spearmen in here, which Lucifron's obviously doing right now, he is still producing these spearmen very, very much actively. So, has to be very careful though. As you mentioned, the mobility right now is in favor of B. Charges are going to come in. One villager is...
Nice pin.
Oh!
It's going to make it 2. No way he gets away with that one. So well played. The deletion's just a little bit long, right? I mean, you have to hold the delete key for a while. And obviously, at first, that realization of what's actually happened. So great striking. And reminder, these are the weak knights. The big manly knights are also on their way from Lancaster that hit over doubly hard.
Yeah, not just that. At the moment, Lucifron, he doesn't have veterancy on his spearmen yet. The knights are starting to really bite here as well. Grant, they do get a prelate, and prelates at this point in time, that's something that Lucifron can stomach losing. He does have the Recknets, can always reproduce prelates from there. Won't have to bother his poor TC, which is already busy with trying to rebalance his economy now that he's 5 villagers behind, pretty much because of the early prelate play. We are now also getting veterancy in on the spearman, but Lucifron has to be so careful because he just keeps pumping out these knights right now. And if the spearmen get trapped and get, just taken down, it's going to be very, very hard for him to remass them in time before B's in his base.
Mm-hmm. And you can see, he's just trying to tease him out of position here, but Lucifron, the escort mission is real. Problem is, technically I think B could win this fight if he just charges in. It's obviously going to be very expensive, which is why he doesn't want to do it. But he knows it's getting too close to the base. So he goes in now. Wallow's going to come out. Nice body blocks there. He can't get in. One more string needed. He gets it just in the nick of time there. The knight breaks through. More spearmen arriving, though, so it's going to be a high price paid. And his own monk, the pathing is working against him. He cannot reach the relic. So despite the clutch denial of the Wallow, the relic is still in Lucifron's control.
And all of this was before veterancy came in on the spearmen. It is going to hit now, so these spearmen now will do a lot more damage than previously up against the knights, up against the Demi-Lancers here. He's gonna have to really start thinking about, okay, was this engagement worth it? Because the relic eventually is still gonna be going over to Lucifron now. He does still have his monk nearby. It looks like he wants to go for it yet again. Lucifron, he's gonna be able to bring this one home this time around.
And this is brutal. We have to remember this is Regnets, Relics, and Fast Imp indeed. 12 minutes he finds his way up. It's funny how sacrificing three villagers to get 3 prelates really doesn't matter when by 13 minutes you're going to be in Age 4 with 4 TC effective.
And this is not like one of the usual HRE positions as well, where once they go up with the Swabia, they're going to have to immediately go for a farm transition right after. No, Lucifron, he still has a lot of deer to work with. His base is also very well defended, double outpost with the sprinkled emplacement inside, and a relic there as well. So these outposts are going to do a lot of damage, even to armored units here.
I'm getting a little bit worried. We talked about at the start of the series, B, he definitely likes to try and play momentum off of that first 10-15 minutes. And despite his best efforts here, it feels like it hasn't quite done enough. And with only 8 knights, there's not a very clear dive point. Now, he's at least spamming into the madness to pad himself. But this is tricky. I don't feel like you can just sit back and do nothing, right? Not against Pastor Swabia scaling. Maybe B tries to rush Imperial himself but that feels a long way away with 500 food income.
It does. He is, however, at least trying to get the sacred sites behind this, so is going to be able to at least somewhat even out the gold income, even just a little bit. 280 gold per minute for him with 2 sacred sites and that 1 relic that he's gotten in. Compare that, though, to Lucifron, who currently should be sitting on 640 just passive gold income per minute at the moment, thanks to the Regnets, and now also is going to be getting in Devoutness, so his villagers are going to be extra boosted when the inspiration comes through, and even more prelates now getting put up. So, yeah, Lucifron, he's really going to make sure that all of his villagers are going to be inspired here. Though he currently, KP, the food income, he's got a lot of deer, but Not a lot coming through.
I guess they need to salt the deer first before we can eat it.
Seasoning is very important.
True. Also, back then they had to because they didn't have refrigerators. You know, that's why salt used to be so expensive and why it suddenly just dropped in price. Fridges. Fridges killed an industry.
Logistic improvements, probably, but yeah.
So, Yeoman coming in. B's going to be playing the Age a bit. I guess there's a timing here with Shia Levy. You surely have to find yourself towards Imp in like the next 2 minutes, right? Because like the eco lead is already with Lucifron. By the time you'd actually tech up, it's going to be what, 10, 15? Which with the Regnants is definitely better than the Manners.
Yeah, and there's at least he managed to get up to 8. Probably soon going to be 9 Manners in the span in between. Yeah, we are getting the next Levy in as well. So Shia Levy, that's going to be a lot more Yeoman coming in as well. So we'll at least be able to have something up against these Spearmen. Still doesn't feel like that great of a situation for him at the moment, I want to say. But yeah, I feel like he is going to, like, maybe just play, as you mentioned, the Age a little bit. Go with that, mostly just levied Archer Ball. But his game plan definitely has to be Imperial Age, just because Wingard, it saves you so many resources. But Lucifron, he's truly in an economic boom, and now is getting ready to mass some military force as well. We see a lot of archery ranges now getting dropped in. Yeah, pretty much every single economy upgrade behind that getting queued up as well.
Yeah, and you can see he's leaning a Distilled Arrow, which confirms it is going to be archers, not the hand cannons, which I like. I think hand cannons is a bit tricky here because Yeoman can actually just stay away from you at all times, right? Even when you've got the marching drills.
Yeah, and with Imperial Age, once you get the range upgrade for the archers in as well, your archers are going to move faster and they're going to have very, very similar range. So the Yeomen aren't going to be feeling all that impressive in that situation. Lucifron right now, he's bunkering up a lot of resources, though. Might be for upgrades, but I think sooner rather than later, he's going to have to invest into some actual military units now as well. As B is right in front of his base with 30 Yeomen, and Imperial Age not too far away from him as well.
Yeah, and looks like he's prepping for Men-at-Arms plus Archer. Interesting comp. Kind of makes sense, though, because you're probably expecting Lancaster to gravitate towards Spear Yeoman. It's kind of their default late-game comp.
Yeah, and you can always just mix in a couple of Spearmen with the Men-at-Arms as well, meaning that your opponent can't really just go for the mass Demi-Lancer idea with the Wingard Palace and just trade even against the Men-at-Arms, or even better.
Can't go for the mass Hobbler strat either. Yeah, that silences everything. So yeah, 5 archeries, 5 Raxes. I mean, his food income should be good enough to keep up with this as well. And this feels like I'm watching my own gameplay right now. Oh no, I forgot Blacksmiths. Just spam them in the back and just start clicking all the buttons quickly.
Single Yeoman is going to find some villagers in the gold out there. Lucifron, he's not inspiring the gold villagers at the moment, but that's just one of the difficult things, right? Like in the later stages of the game, having your prelates on all of your resources is quite difficult, and now we do see B following it up with his own Imperial Age play. Wingard Palace, but Lucifron at this point in time, almost 30 villagers ahead.
Oh, that's sick. B, okay, no, it's not sick anymore. He actually, it was a misclick, and I was kind of excited. He queued up Burgundian exports, or imports rather, which is an interesting tech. It allows you to get hand cannons in castle, which is redundant when you go in imp. But the other thing it would have done is given him a 25% discount, which would have been pretty crafty into like archer men-at-arms. But instead, it looks like he is going to stick to knights here and go and follow up the Demi-Lancers.
Yeah, Scootage now coming in as well. That's going to even out the gold income by quite a bit as well now. 1 Sacred Side, 1 Relic at the moment, that's 180 gold, but then you're going to go up by 360 gold per minute as well. He is going to be somewhat even then in the passive gold income department.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, like Lucifron definitely anticipated the potential for the spear spam, right? Which I think is by far the bread and butter of Lancaster going for the Wingard. It's the one that usually can make them look broken because you go from no army to like 60 in the matter of like 2 minutes. But now, because of that, it's obviously be read ahead. He thought that this was the answer, but it's kind of like that 1-step, 2-step. Lucifron kind of bait and switched here, right? He built 5 archers with 5 archery ranges and then completely stopped.
He's just keeping them ready at the moment. Whenever he needs them, he's got them immediately. Does he have he does have veterancy at the very least, I think, on the archery ranges. I don't think he
No,
researched.
he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't have a lead or anything like that.
No, he doesn't even have veterancy. They're feudal archers.
Oh. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so like
I
I imagine as the bait and switch. I mean, and this is rough. I kind of favor B for that detail, right? Because now if you try to go hand cannoneers, yeoman can just Gatling gun you down from afar, right? Like it's a bit tricky. It reminds me of like the longbow interaction with hand cannoneers, but the difference of yeoman is although they don't disintegrate you as quickly, they can stay away from you indefinitely.
Yeah, the man's arm count is getting quite high now at this point in time. We are getting some mass spearmen in now from B, so he's going to have a front line, but doesn't feel that good up against mass men-at-arms now. More knights coming in as well. It feels like at the moment, Lucifron, he just needs one army composition in order to beat what B has at the moment. Elite army tactics also coming in now. So yeah, the men-at-arms, they're fully upgraded, almost.
We do have Padded Jack on the way as well, which is going to be quite nice if you ever get caught with the Yeoman. Just makes you very tanky. And also, like, actually, Spearman can make a lot of sense here for B, right? It means that you don't have to worry about the heavy maces from men-at-arms, and your spears are going to be better at damage exchange, at least against enemy spears. And I think the reason why we always see Lancaster do this comp of, like, Spear Archer is because the minus armor enables Yeoman to actually be more heavily armored units.
Yeah, Lucifron, he's done a very, very quick farm transition now behind this as well, so food income looking very even to House of Lancaster, which also done a farm transition and has 9 manors behind this, and looks like Lucifron is now just kind of diving in. Honestly, KP, like, he could just start burning down some of the manors here. He's got all the Pierce armor, and B, he's missing out on a lot of the uni uptakes. No incendiary arrows at this point in time, no elite on the Yeoman, and he's only just now getting +3 Pierce damage in as well.
But we have got the Spear Blob coming in. Remember, the Garrison Command is going to give him a lot of meat to kind of front line this, and the arrow fire over time is going to add up. You're seeing the biggest issue for Lucifron. Like, while he has a lot of staying power, he also has a lot of AFK-ness. Look at that backline of men-at-arms. Half of the troops that are here aren't actually fighting, which is why B is holding for the moment, but it's only a matter of time if a second wave is coming in. And you look at that mini-map, and you can see it as clear as day. Lucifron has got a Congo line on its way to B's base.
Yeah, Elite has now come in, +3 Pierce armor damage in as well, but it still feels like you need incendiary arrows in order to really make these Yeomen pop up against the men-at-arms here. And yeah, they still take several volleys from all of these Yeomen in order to go down. And it's not even that you can really kite them forever, because the men-at-arms, they're still from HRE. They do have that movement speed advantage.
Now, Harsat Crackety, like, the funny thing here is Lucifron in a Congo line is actually more of a Congo line of death. It feels like the boys are coming out a bit too soon. And B, he's stabilized at 50 strong now. And keep in mind, he just done that pre-Yeoman Incendiary. If he reaches that threshold, Lucifron is going to need a dire switch. And you can see he's already rushing now into Horsemen.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to do so as well, though. Look at the food income that he has at the moment, more than almost tripling what B currently has to offer there in that regard. And that's just the power of the HRE economy here. All of these farms, all inspired up, devoutness in. All the economy upgrades has been researched as well. More economy upgrades coming in now as well. And yeah, I mean, B, he does have a lot more room, I want to say, for military, just because he has a lot more villagers, a lot less villagers at this point in time. But
does that feel like this? I was gonna say, does it feel like the trickle of troops approach from Lucifron? Like, it can work, but yeah, could it be a bit like safer to actually prep reserves like he's starting to do now? Because like when he originally done that dove, it was just like nothing in reserve, right? There was like a Congo line, but there was slight gaps. And now we have these shenanigans around the gold. Like, I think the concern is maybe Lucifron feels urgently required to rush to defend again, and then B just keeps scaling this Yeoman count.
Honestly, I'm not 100% too sure right now. I mean, I feel like Lucifron, he gained a lot of map control behind all of this, just due to him just, you know, flooding in a couple of men-at-arms now behind this. And he does have a very, very large depth ball of men-at-arms now at this point in time. And the thing is that it's going to be very, very tough for the Yeomen to take efficient trades and protect the economy at the same time, because they never want to really, like, face tank. They always have to kite, and the villagers, they're going to be left behind at the end of the day. So the men-at-arms, they can now just kind of, like, you know, annoy the Yeomen, keep them busy, and meanwhile, they're going to start hitting the economy.
And look what's happening as well to the military. The lead's about to be taken by Lucifron. The horsemen have started to litter in, but even before that, the men-at-arms are just carrying through. We still don't have Incendiary because the issue for B, he was fighting tooth and nail of that gold. He needed it to get the upgrade. It was his only option unless he wanted to run to the west side of the map. And now without that, it's a long wait until you have that tech up. And by the time you do, Lucifron is going to be fully leveled up with his horseman blob. They're going into Elite now, and I can imagine Biology is not far behind this.
Yeah, the issue is now the Yeomen are going to be back, but there's still just a flood of men-at-arms approaching from pretty much all sides. In front of the Yeomen, there's men-at-arms. Behind the Yeomen, there's men-at-arms. The horsemen now coming in as well.
Oh my god.
And he's struggling. I feel like the villager count hasn't really moved up for him in the last 5 minutes. He's just been constantly stuck at that 64 villager count. We are finally getting the Incendiary upgrade now. That's going to take a while for it to come through. B, he needs to really focus on keeping his Yeomen alive in the meantime.
Tricky to do now. You mentioned the fact that eventually you have to guard, right? Because your villagers are going to be exposed, and that's exactly what's happening on the flanks. Farms getting idled out here, which is going to put a stopper in B's ability to reblob quickly. And you're seeing just a lack of raw spearmen to kind of front line for him. The villagers have got barely anywhere to run. Even if they survive this, they haven't got anything to do right now.
Win condition. Lucifron goes up to 200 villagers, forgets about it, and doesn't have enough population to make military.
Meanwhile, B's win condition is, as long as I've got manners, it doesn't matter how low the villager count goes. Right? Right? I mean, is the Lancastrian way. If I got up to 150 yeomen, I don't care how many horsemen you build. We're not quite there yet, though, and the villagers, once again, are paying the price. There's another 10 down the drain. And I think at this stage, he's just going through the motions.
Yeah, the men-at-arms just don't even care about the Yeomen for the most part. It's always just about keeping a couple there, keep them running around, while the majority of the units, they're just trying to go after villager kills, and very effectively so. 28 villagers have been killed so far, and Lucifron, honestly, at this point in time, slowly but surely, he can start looking towards these manors where, sure, there's a landmark which boosts them up significantly, but it might just not even be enough against this large mass of very heavily armored units against the arrow fire here from B.
And once again, just on those farms, blocking him. I mean, B, it looks like it's being competitive with food, but you have to remember most of that is because of the manners. That's the only reason he really has an economy to speak of anymore. Any other Civ really would be dead at this stage. This is the only one that would sit here and go, oh, I've still got like, at 1.3k worth of gathering in my economy.
He can produce a unit here and there, but man, HRA at this point in time, like just looking at the economy, we're talking about like 7,500 resources per minute at the moment for Lucifron. Meanwhile, B, he's hovering at a third of that, roughly a third.
So the HRE nerfs were or are going to be justified.
5% is going to be huge.
I mean, in fairness, like if he's got, let's ignore the gold, like wood and food alone, right? It's 6,000 income, and let's say we take 5% off that. It is a decent haircut. That's 300 less resources a minute. That's 1.5 rams less in the late game Crackety per minute. Yeah. It's definitely gonna fix it.
This is rough now. This is one of the situations where it's like, you kind of need to attack the HRE when they're in Imperial Edge while being in cast stage yourself. Mm-hmm. And it's much more doable nowadays as well, since trebuchets have just become a lot stronger in that role. I feel like B, maybe he thought, okay, maybe with Wingard I can make units that can kind of like keep up. But now look at what Lucifron's doing. We're getting 5 mangonels and adjustable crossbars in queue.
And it's a good breed as well, because like if this drags out long enough and B just keeps lobbing spears and yeomen, that means he'll eventually be able to afford the gunpowder contingents, which means he'll have an answer to the men-at-arms, right? Be able to get the Vortequins. So that's like several minutes away, and that's why Lucifron continues the urgency and the switch over. And well, with 4 relic Regnates, you can definitely afford it. You can definitely justify it.
Yeah. These mangonels, they're gonna really, really pack a punch now. We're also getting the university upgrade behind it, so we'll also have some bonus HP on those mangonels. They're gonna be very tough to take down, and he doesn't really have any unit that can just run through and take a bite out of these mangonels. And theory, hill training, he could get up a lot of hobblers very, very quickly. And they do quite well with their charge ability as well, when it comes to taking down those mangonels. it's just the economy for it. Food's there, but gold access, definitely not.
Yeah, he's going kind of hammer. Lucifron queues up 6 more mangoes. So taking this to the extreme, I guess the idea is just to reveal them all at once, and then the overwhelming firepower is worth the risk of like getting counterplayed. Because obviously, B, he can't prep to counter what he can't see.
Sacred Side Victory now also approaching. Lucifron already reinforcing those outposts on the Sacred Sides with some upgrades as well, so he's going to get some cannon placements on them. And yeah, he's just constantly pop-capped 200 out of 200. First couple of mangonels are going to be out and are now going to get revealed to be. He's just going to notice that they do already have adjustable crossbars on him. He's going to start splitting up his, or rather spreading out his yeoman now.
Yeah, scaring him back. More mangoes coming means harder for you to dodge reliably. And this is only the first wave, mind you. Once a few more population spots actually free up, Lucifron has queued 10 mangoes in reserve. This is ridiculous.
Oh, man. And behind that, 25 more men-at-arms. The second you kill one more are going to be coming out. Lucifron, he's just glued at the maximum population count. As behind us, he's also raiding with horsemen.
Just delete 60 workers right now. Come on. Like, you'll immediately refill with military. This is ridiculous. He's still queuing up more reserve mangoes. 11. That's like, was it 6,000 plus resources? 6,600 resources he's stockpiled up in mango production.
The thing is, they're just never going to come out because they take 3 population spots, and B's just not going to be able to kill 3 units at the same time. And it's just going to be more horsemen and more men-at-arms.
This is ridiculous. You know, the funny thing is, like, this was needed for anyone sitting here going, oh man, it's one of those situations. Like, we have players, right? Players who don't like to call GG early. I don't really say B's one of those type of ones. I think he's willing to call it if there's not an obvious way out. But that's what Lancaster does. Lancaster always makes you feel like there's a way out of the inevitable. Maybe not this time.
At this point in time. This time around, just make no mistake, there's just such a big economy advantage now for Lucifron. We're getting more and more production buildings in. Yeah, I don't see a way. Now that the Yeoman mass has been flattened as well, we went from 50 now down to 22 Yeoman. And we talked about these guys have become so expensive that it's just not really feasible when it comes to remassing them time and time again, especially now that B has been pushed into this corner with very limited wood access soon as well.
Yeah, he'll have the infinite passive wood, but that only goes so far, and a reblob requires a lot more than you can have access to. Lucifron is up to 13 mangoes. Please, just delete 20 workers more.
He deleted 10.
No, let's delete another 20. I think you'll be okay, son. If you somehow get through that queue of 15 mangoes and the game isn't over, like, Kim's Kismet, right? It was destined.
Oh, man. Silk Bowstrings now coming in as well. A little bit more range on these Yeomen is going to help him for sure, but we know it. At this point, it's just not going to be enough. The first wave hasn't been defeated yet. Wave number 2 is already coming in behind all of this. Just more and more men-at-arms spearmen, while they do debuff the men-at-arms. It's just not enough to really make a dent here. Court Architects coming in, more reinforcements coming in on the outpost. So these sacred sites, they're going to be thoroughly locked down. No way in hell is we going to be able to recapture any of those.
Yeah, and Lucifron, he just role-played America solving their poverty issues. He's like, if we spent a little bit less on these giant weapons of mass destruction, maybe we could actually house a few more people. I say that. He went down to 3 extra mangoes in queue, and he's once again just, through instinct, started queuing them all again.
My mangonels didn't come out. Something must have gone wrong. Cancelled.
My button must be broken.
But GG comes in, and Lucifron, he's going to be able to take game number 1.
What a way to do it as well. HRE versus Lancaster. I gotta say, actually, this has been one of the most consistent matchups, delivering those hyper late, crazy game states. I've been seeing it a lot in Gorge. We're now seeing it here on Sunken lands. Like, these two civs, when they clash, I mean, it really shows you why HRE has remained a desirable ban and why Lancaster keeps rising in people's relevance as the weeks have been going on. Like, these two civs are, I think at this stage, like, easily top 5 on the rankings.
Yeah, I mean, both of these civilizations are the ones that you kind of feel like you can't leave them alone, because if you leave them alone, they're going to outboom you. Looks like HRE is the one that you definitely can't leave alone.
No, and it's a tricky one right now, right? Because like you don't want to let people get Roos either. And I think the interesting thing is, like, in a way, Lucifron got a very big edge on the draft from that perspective. Is that between them they drafted Carmel and Sunken lands. That is a Roos haven. It's a powerful civ on both this map and the next one. So for that reason, Lucifron then having the first pick, just cinching HRE, it just gives him a huge edge. And you can't underrate the value of those edges, especially when you're talking about best of threes.
Yeah, next one. I mean, China up against Zhuji on Carmel. KP, what are the chances of pro scouts here?
So I would guesstimate the chances of pro scouts is probably about 69%, and then you'd have to add on like another 32%, well, minusing 4% and then adding 400%.
And sum total is going to be 200%, because in this matchup, there's just no way that not both of these players are going to eventually go for that pro scout play. Honestly, Zhuji against China, I think, is quite interesting, because it's very much the same civilization, but different power points in the game. So Zhuji, they advance a little bit earlier. They have to make their imperial officials themselves, though, so the scaling is a little bit better for China. China gets a little bit more taxes. Zhuji gets a meditation garden. It's all a little bit of a give and take, but it means that Zhuji typically have a leg up when it comes to the kind of like timing points when they aggress. Yeah. Meanwhile, China, if they're able to survive, they're able to stabilize, they should, in theory, be able to mass more units consistently and just overall have the better economy in the end.
Yeah, and it's interesting on this map. When Carmel first came out, Shushi seemed to have the edge because of that timing around Lancers after the Pro Scouts and the spam, right? Very uncomfortable map, but I think players have gotten very good at defending on this map. And I've noticed recent weeks, China's kind of taking the lead on the win rate in this clash, at least in comp games. It seems to be that they move towards the spear crossbows earlier, understanding that with the amount of food you get in earlier for Pro Scouts, there's not as much urgency to move out.
All right. Just refresh the page. Let's see.
All right, there we go. Refresh, rejuvenate. Like, we were just checking that people's APM is high enough. I'm curious, how many times did each of you mash the F5?
I mean, you gotta pump those viewer numbers one way or the other, right?
Mm-hmm. Like, technically, if we crash and then we refresh, and we were at like 1,000 viewers, technically we're now at 2,000 viewers for like a second.
That's how it works.
Maths, baby. Peeked it out. But you know what? It's time to peek out. See if we can actually go a little bit further in this series. Game number 2, ready and on your screen. And it is one of the closest possible in competitive AoE4 to a mirror matchup. In the red, it's going to be Lucifron on the Shushi. And across the ways, it's going to be 3D Clans B as the Chinese cousin.
Man, KP, I gotta say, every time I see this with China and Zhuji, and both players are guilty of this, I get a little bit scared, because both players, they do decide to build their mill away from their TC. Lucifron a little bit further even than B, and this is the kind of situation where if you get caught out and your opponent just sees that mill out there, it is so much easier to raid than compared to if it just was right next to the main TC.
I'm disappointed. I was really hoping you were going to point out how great that location looked for a Barbican drop.
You can. The issue is that with Pro Scouts, you take the dead animal and you put it somewhere else.
Damn it. Okay, so what you're saying is we need the Barbican to have like an inhibit mode where it stops people picking up things near it.
I wonder if you garrison a scout with Pro Scouts, I think it still carries the deer.
Wait, if you garrison what? A Pro Scout with Pro Scouts?
Yeah, a scout with who's carrying a deer with Pro Scout.
You
should still be carrying the deer. So you could, in theory, like in Lucifron space, you could village hop the scouts over in case of a Barbican drop and hop them out on the other side, still carrying the carcass.
Oh, I see what you mean now. For a moment, I genuinely thought you were recommending that the game added the ability to stack units on top of each other, like children trying to like hop on each other's shoulders and fight in the playground. I would have totally been for that as well. I also I gotta say, I know what Pro Scouts needs to actually make it much more engaging. We should have the ability to abduct the other Pro Scouters. So when they pick up a deer, you pick up them and then run that back to your base.
Oh, it's like these trucks that are so big they carry more trucks. But looking at the game right now, something that definitely we do have to note here is that B, he's been a lot more lucky when it came to the sheep situation here. He's getting a lot more sheep back to his base, and that means that Lucifron, he's gonna really have to give it his all when it comes to the Pro Scout timing here. Because if he doesn't manage to get it, oh, that's a great meditation garden though. That's a nice one.
You know what? Like, the outrage. I can't believe you'd suggest that the sheep rotation was luck, crackety. All right, the meditation garden spawn is luck, but the sheep game is pure skill, as everyone knows.
Everybody knows. There's never been a situation where sheep were RNG in the game, and everybody's ever complained about sheep RNG clearly just hasn't done their scout practice.
Yep. Like, you need to just, when you're in a game, you just need to use, they added, like, ever since they added voice to the game, I don't know why people don't do this. It's like echolocation. You just need to, like, bar into the microphone and then wait and listen for the responses. If you don't get any responses, it's because you aren't banging loud enough. Especially test this in team games, and eventually you'll be a master of sheep.
I wish we had voice channels with our enemy team as well.
Oh, God,
just
yes.
being in there and soundboarding the sheep sound all the time.
That's something I always am envious of with, when Battle Royales have the like, proximity chat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, usually, like, as a streamer, I shouldn't like that because a lot of the things being said would get me banned on the website by the people I kill. But, it's like, it's sort of fun and enjoyable to see.
It's such a nice feature in theory. All right, but now both players have gone up to feudal age. We do see B slightly pulling ahead now with the villagers, but that's just due to having the Imperial Academy and being able to produce Imperial officials out of that, on top of just not needing to idle out your town center. This one, though, is going to get a little bit of additional economy from his meditation garden, so it's a little bit of a give-and-take situation there. He's going to be getting a good amount of gold. Double gold veins means that he's getting 50 gold per minute there, plus 36 food per minute from the berries there. So overall, very, very good resources here for him. Definitely the ones that he will want to have as well. And should be very soon queue up the... There we go. Pro Scouts is going to queue up now. What's B doing? Because he is not gathering wood.
This is a fast castle build.
It appears to be. It's a little bit of a gold-heavy one.
Yep. Very gold-heavy one when you consider, like... Actually, no, he's only sticking 2 taxmen, right? So he was worried about being attacked? Because, like...
He's just going to try for an even faster castle age, and...
Okay, but then what? Right? Like, because you... Well, like, if you think about what you do in castle, a lot of the options require a lot of gold, right?
Now, the thing is, you're up against Juji, so they're not going to have a Barbican, so you're only going to be up against one hand cannon placement. In theory, you still don't want to go knight, so you might just want to spam palace guards very quickly.
Interesting. PG spam here, not something I like. Shushi we see it a lot from, right? I feel like China actually very rarely goes for the PG spam in castle these days.
Yeah, it's just now that everybody's going for like the fast castle, I feel like it's just a very, very explored strategy at this point in time. It makes it very difficult, but there we go. Yeah, Imperial Palace is coming up now. Now B needs to pull a lot of villagers over to wood as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get a barracks up in time. The issue as well is that he didn't make villages. He started off with houses, so he doesn't have a lot of excess population space. The thing is, if you open up with a village, you're going to get 40 population space, which means that even if you go for like fast castle age, you don't immediately need a house or anything like that.
Yeah. Whereas it feels like what he's doing here is going hyper aggressive, right? Like the idea being is that, I only need villages if I'm being dove. So definitely feels like B is trying to really lean into that early mid-game transition. If, however, Lucifron survives that bout, I start to become a little bit concerned because, as you mentioned, like there's just no garrison slots. Like at this stage, half of B's economy would have nowhere to hide from a raid.
Yeah, Lucifron, though, he is going to go into Spearman, so I hope that B realizes what must be happening and doesn't go for a stable, but rather a barracks. The timing, though, might be closing in fairly soon. He doesn't have a production building out yet, and yeah, we do see Lucifron Going for an out. Never mind, he does cancel the outpost. Goes for the outpost instead on his mill because he does realize, yeah, that's a little bit of a fairly easy target there. Oh, it's a stable. Oh man.
Oh. Okay, so I mean, you can stop the pro scouts, sort of, but like this. This is quite the sacrifice. How many sheep does B have?
Enough. Maybe
enough to survive 4 minutes, or like, oh, okay, no, that's pretty good. He's sitting at 21 sheep, which is pretty impressive when you consider that obviously he began this game by not going pro scouts. Like you mentioned, the rotation was good. I just didn't think it ended up being that good.
It was just that good, but yeah, we do have the night play out now, which is already completely discounted by the spearman out on the field from Lucifron. And now the entire time it just doesn't matter anymore. Lucifron, he's soon going to be able to hit Castle Age as well.
Yeah, and you've wasted effort here, right? Like, you can try to transition to unit type, but you've already spent 150 wood, and now you have to go across the lumber camp. Like, it's this weird kind of shift. So I imagine, like, maybe we could treat this as sort of a bait, maybe? Like, what? Just open lances, expect more spears, and then switch PG?
Getting an archer range next. That's going to be another, like, difficult unit composition switch, and now there we go. Castle Age is coming in.
So is this archers then? I mean, there's no reason to build crossbows, right? So he's going archer lancers.
You can't really go crossbows with the amount of wood that he is on. He's on a fixed income at the moment.
And yeah, it makes sense as well because, like, although he's got the sheep, like, you won't have that longevity to go for the more food-heavy things. But I could see this kind of working in a weird way, right? It's like if your opponent goes spear crossbow, then you can just, like, zerg archers. Kind of interesting that B didn't begin with this, though. Obviously, wanted the shock and awe, but when you think about the way that China dominates with archer play, it's normally off the back of the feudal presence.
Now the issue as well is the scaling right now. It's not really going inside of B's favor. He doesn't have Song Dynasty yet, and there hasn't been really any economy damage. And Lucifron, like the entire, I want to say, benefit that you get as the economy with the Chinese is kind of just completely offset by Lucifron having deer access. Though he did manage to actually kill 2 units here, 2 villagers. Did go down.
Good start. As well, he's got plenty more lances where that came from. I wonder if B's going to be moving towards Monk soon as well, considering the map control he has.
We are starting to see more and more archers coming out. Lucifron, though, now also starting to pump out his own lancers behind this. He's doing a great job of just keeping Lucifron's army on the move the entire time and just opening up more and more positions for him to raid.
Yeah, you can see on the backside, actually, B is hugging the edge of the map, trying to blend in with our map trim. So he's circling like a shark, but unfortunately for him, Lucifron hit the jackpot on this spawn with that tree line. Just look how well defended it is. It spawned into itself.
And he does also have that outpost, so might have still even been able to spot out these lancers. And now, yeah, the spearmen are gonna reconvene in the base. He's gonna be able to find a couple of scout kills there.
We'll scare them off. I mean, still a decent amount of food, though. Like, what, 7 deer, I think, underneath this? He's going to start trying to harass and idle out, but against this many spears, B has to wait for the reinforcements. Now, another thing to keep in mind is, like, B, if he has any raids coming towards him, it's going to be almost impossible for Lucifron to sneak in unnoticed. That's the whole point in this Imperial Palace build. But it does mean if we get into that tug-of-war deep state of the game, where it's infantry comps, you're sorely going to miss the nest of bees. And, yep, pro scouts at 10 almost 11 minutes.
Yeah, and it makes so much sense now, right? Because Lucifron, he's been very much focused on his own deer. Pretty much all the deer on the side of B are still there.
It's crafty. And, you know, it forces Lucifron into a hunkered down state, right? We talked about how Shushi likes to open this matchup up. It is by massing the lancers, having the edge. Instead, he's had to be reluctant. He's built 21 plus spears because of this pressure from B.
So now he's finding himself in a pretty weird army composition. In theory, just making lances now could beat out pretty much anything that B has, but B wouldn't need a lot of time, just thanks to his supervision, to remass into some crossbows as well.
Yeah, I wonder, are we going to be getting the monastery? There it is. It's coming in now on the backside, so we'll be looking towards the relics. It just makes sense because he still has map control. And he needs to be fast about it because the window is quickly closing here with the Lancer production rate about to exceed B's.
Yeah, 5 lances now in queue. And I mean, in the end, like, who do you prefer in a French on French mirror? Is it the one that makes knights and spearmen, or the one that makes knights and archers? Typically, it tends to be the one that makes the knights and the spearmen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we talked about in the in the pregame, right? Is like usually China tries to make it about the static comp. It's very weird and polarizing to see the shoe on the other foot here. And there's a lot of belief that Shushi should be the one that wants to be mass lancers because of things like the extra attack speed. Now, you know, we're both on the same bench, right? We believe that attack speed is not really worth the 20% it appears because of the way that melee fights work. But it's still usually enough to give Shushi just that slight edge in what seems like a close to as you can get mirror.
Yeah, as long as the fight goes on for a little bit, it does start to really pull ahead there for Zhuji. And, I mean, the question is this going to be a fight that's going to really last? Potentially. But we do now have B just getting in more and more of these pro scouts. And he is the only one currently out on the map gathering up the relics. And, yeah, I mean, with the scaling factor coming as well, B being able to do good damage in between with some raids means that Lucifron's actually the one that really has to do something very, very soon here now.
And the gold's a little bit worrisome. Remember, this is the thing with Carmel. You only get those small gold veins, so you move out your base quick. And usually this is where China has a bit more of an edge, right? Is they have a lot more passive gold income because of the double taxation and the fact they build the extra taxmen early. And on top of that now, because they're going to have the relic edge.
Yeah. At least Lucifron did manage to get like half a relic in with that meditation garden, so 50 gold per minute definitely coming in clutch here. B now also adding in his own spearman. Tri-composition is going to be very hard for Lucifron to switch into at the moment. He's got a ton of food floating, but not a lot of wood income. So, and even if like he can only make Shuganu, he can't make archers.
Yeah, and you know, there's in this matchup, it feels a little bit cursed, right, because of the Nesta Beast threat, right? Yes, both do have vulnerability. Archers died in STBs as well, but the Chuganu just feels so impossible to dodge with against that threat. And well, the big threat is also approaching beyond that. This map,
we do have another raid coming in.
Not just that, the raid's coming in, but while he's doing this, there's a simultaneous move by B out into the center of the map, anticipating that Lucifron will have to react to that raid.
Looks like he doesn't want to go for it immediately, though. And yeah, he does get spotted out by a scout there, out on the pro scout.
Yeah, he goes
so that
safe.
at least buys Lucifron some time to remove his military inside of his base.
Interesting. I mean, B, you know, normally when you go for the big 8K, you're thinking about a keep drop. Too early for that, right? But he could have actually went for a Barbican. Lancers! Oh, my.
Go down.
Fortunate it wasn't a lot more than that, actually. I think I ended up... Wait, was that more? 5? That looked like 5 dead horses, actually. There's quite a lot there.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, in the woodline, actually, there are a couple more dead bodies there. No, it's
4.
Wait,
4.
is it 3,
yeah,
4?
It's 4.
Looks like 4. 4 horses. Sometimes it's actually difficult as they decompose to tell apart which one's the horse, which one's the rider.
Yeah, we need to do a tournament where we have the bodies never disappear mod on. And if we get to the hyper late game, the winner is whoever has the better PC, really, because the other person's going to crash.
At some point, you just start deleting units in order to make your opponent's PC crash.
No, that was a strategy back in the olden days, the golden era of RTS's Crackety. I still remember playing Red Alert 2 and using people's flat cannons against them to crash their PCs. Which...
Oh, more raids coming in.
In fairness, by the way...
some villagers.
Yeah, tickles them down, walks out the other side. And by the way, the crashing strat wasn't great. I guess you could call it a draw, because I did crash as well.
You win, but at what cost?
Yes, I'm just that guy that detonates the nuke while I'm still in the room. Hello.
Looks like Lucifron's now going to go aggression as well. B already has almost 30 spearmen. That happened in like a blink of an eye.
That's crazy. And now the archers, I mean, they should be able to trade out against spears quite well here. But you also have defender's advantage. Lancers just not finding those easy targets, but they do have the raw meat to them that should allow them to sustain for quite a while here.
Is he able to power through?
It's spinning fast. B, where the hell are the rest of the troops here? He's not moving the archers away. No, they're just standing still. Lancers are going to arrive, but there's still spearmen in tow to hold that. So archers are just going to target fire the remaining spears down. So it's going to be a wipe at the chessboard on both sides. And can you guess what they're going to build next? The exact same things.
Yeah, more of the same. We're getting more spearmen, more archers in. Lucifron behind the stone managed to at least get a little bit of some wood income going here. So in theory, has the option of going for, well, not granaries, since he's not Song Dynasty yet, but he could make a farm switch or even switch into Jugunu. Yeah, I think farm switch probably more needed here at this point in time, as he didn't have as many sheep as Deer had. More raids coming in on both sides now.
Oh, B's not paying attention. Yeah, he pulls back because the front side's being poked out as well. So Lucifron, he's getting into that comfortable phase. Like, we haven't really been able to see it so far. Lucifron looks best when he's a raiding party. And finally he's able to start doing that.
The archers, he's finally finding the archer kills.
Mm-hmm. He's cleaning up the few spearmen that are just trickling out one by one. I mean, this is the value point. When that big fight began, you have to remember, one lancer to one spears, it's not actually that great for the spearmen, especially when you have your own spears muddied in to just clash. So Lucifron just showing you exactly why Shushi love the lancers so much.
This has been a ginormous back and forth so many times here now in this game. At the beginning, it kind of felt like B was throwing it. Then it felt like he somehow outclassed Lucifron with the gameplay, with the game plan, and now Lucifron just able to take the better trades with the Knights against a theoretical counter with the Mass Spearman from B.
Yeah, and remember that this is while B has 5 relics as well. Like, economically, he should be far ahead, but now he is just getting completely disintegrated. Lucifron, a strike on the flank, intercepts the pro scouts and finds the ball. He's still raiding in the tree line. He's poking at the front side. He is in full Raiders Raider mode.
We do have behind all of this the switch up now into Jugunu. Still more raids coming in from Lucifron up against B. He's kind of throwing away the Knights at this point in time, but he is still getting good economic damage in while he is preparing the counter unit. Yeah, he's got to, oh my god, he's got to pull the villager. He's got to pull the ships now.
He's not even pulling away is the crazier part. The Lancers, they are just standing their ground in this. It's hard to see amongst all the deer carcasses, but there's plenty of red belonging to Lucifron, and it is leading to a substantial lead. He's now up by 8 villagers. He still has control of the central gold, but now he's switching into repeater crossbowmen. Can he make this tricky switch work? With the forward archer ranges, you got to be feeling inspired, but he does need to remember to get that veterancy sorted ASAP.
And all of a sudden, the pace of the game has just increased by a ton. And now we're actually getting to the point where B, once again, is starting to produce lances here. Lucifron now mass pumping out those Jugunu. Can he get enough out in time, though, is the question. And he's not veterancy yet. He is lacking the gold for it, but he is on the large gold vein in the middle. That also means that this is contested territory now.
It just feels like it's going to be a tug-of-war over this. I mean, the benefactor is Lucifron, who's actually actively gathering gold here. And the crazy thing is, despite that bloodbath, the ridiculousness of it, it is just a case of, like, we're looking at a 6 villager difference. It's not crazy.
Yeah, but 10 relics, 5 relics, they do kind of make up for just about 10 villagers here. This front still doesn't have veterancy in on those Jugunu. Not able to really pack a punch now. Archers in mass are definitely able to do a good amount of damage up against the Knights, but Jugunu in mass without the upgrades, not so much on the other side.
Now you got to be wondering, as they switches more and more into range on both sides, Nestabes could come on the menu. If China had gone for the clock tower build, it'd be an obvious and easy play, but without it, you do tend to feel a little bit squishy, especially with both sides still spamming lances.
Yeah, we are at least now getting the veterancy in. Lucifron also supervising that with the Imperial official there at the front side. And with Mount Lu Academy, chances that he is getting that one in at lightning speed. So we'll at least get the upgrade in very quickly. It's going to be in time for the next fight. Doesn't have +2 pierce damage in yet, though. So that's another upgrade that he's going to be lacking for the time being.
Yeah, kind of crazy to think that he's struggling to get through into the gold tax when he has the 8k in his purview. But it just shows the difference that all this passive gold is making for B. It's pretty ludicrous at this stage. You're getting, what, 600 passive gold a minute? Well, more than that with tax.
Has the sacred side control, so that's going to be even more passive gold income. At the moment, he's starting to go onto all of these exposed economies, onto both boards from Lucifron, which he is on. I don't think there are any outposts there.
No, he's going to hit the south one first. He's moving to the north now while this clash is going on, which means it's less likely that Lucifron is even going to notice he's being struck at. Does get in the outpost in time. And B, at this point, kind of just wants to brute force it just to keep distractions going. He's going to raid on the north side now. There are outposts in place, so that's going to minimize the losses, but extra villagers means extra to be exhausted. And it's coming at a cost in the center here. Lucifron is getting plowed through and cut down. B will lock us in place for a game number 3.
Man, what a masterclass coming out here from both players. Such an APM heavy game. And I mean, in the end, it really looked very much back and forth time and time again here in this one. And we're actually so back and forth that the scores at the moment, well, not scores, but like the economy graphs at the moment are mixed up. It was not Lucifer with the 5 relics. That was B in the end. And yeah, it was just, to be fair, China and Shuji, they're very difficult to separate here in this one. There we go. This is it's amazing just how great the food advantage was for B, considering he didn't open up with Pro Scouts. That was absolutely insane how that game scaled.
I think what this was a wake-up call to how Pro Scouts, yes, it's strong, but it isn't the world. Or at least, it doesn't have to be rushed straight away for it to be the world to you. I love the fact that he leveraged that variable sheep to just get a timing that otherwise wouldn't be there. And, we've seen how effective China can be with this in different ways, like the Archer Mass Rush into delayed Pro Scouts, this time the Fast Castle into delayed Pro Scouts. It just shows you that sometimes letting your opponent go first into Deer can actually sign their death warrant. And although it wasn't immediately apparent here, you have to remember what happened because of those details. Like you said, B still got all of his Deer. On top of that, he managed to secure 5 relics, which really did make the difference in this game after Lucifron entered Raider mode.
Yeah, I feel like if Lucifron knew what B's game plan here was, he could have just hunkered down instead of just going up with like 5 scouts. He could have maybe went to 10, maybe even 14 scouts for the Pro Scout play. In that situation, you're able to actually deny your opponent effectively the Deer. But if you only go for 5, it's not really feasible, especially on a map that has just so many Deer to take not just your own, but also those from your enemy.
I think it's something like 58 Deer on Carmel. So there's no such thing as too many scouts for a Pro Scout player there. But this is going to be fireworks. I love this matchup. Ottomans versus Malians. A little bit of a classic about a year or so ago. I think when Prairie was being competitive in particular, and then fell off the radar, mainly because Ottomans weren't being picked. But now we get to see Ottos on one of the signature players with this Civ.
Yeah, and I feel like Ottoman, they can feel very, very much underestimated, especially in this matchup. It leads to some very aggressive and active games, and we're just going to be jumping right into it. This is going to be match point now between B and Lucifron. 1-1 each in a best of 3, so these are very active sets. And here we go. Game number 3. We got the Malians in for Lucifron up against the Ottomans from B. And are we going to see? There it is. Immediate Dark Age aggression as we love it. Barracks coming in. Spearman getting queued up. No hesitation.
Oh, yes. You've got to milk it while it lasts, folks, because in the very soon future, we will see the end to the Deer Shoves. A big part of why Ottomans feels good for this Rax Rush, but against Malians as well, you can go after that gold. Let's see what they can do. Lucifron, of course, with the Malians B, just has been a staple this Ottomans, actually. Like, it's interesting. The start of the year, B really carved out a name for himself in our weeklies with, like, Japanese. The pick was synonymous with him. But in more recent times, it has been the Ottomans. And it's been such good time to become known as an Ottoman main with the arrival of these point of interest type maps. But also, even on the classics, the Dark Age Deer Shove meta.
Yeah, B went for a very aggressive scouting pattern here as well, went behind his opponent's base, and he is able to guesstimate where the gold location is based on the information that he's gotten there. He sees the gold wasn't in the back, wasn't in the side, and now it has to be in the front side. But look at that, Lucifron.
Oh,
you
yes.
called it sometimes before as well. Like, we do have this player. I think it was Puppy Paw that probably did it first. I want to say at the very least, opening up here with the mill after building an outpost in order to defend the pit mine.
I caught Poppy Paw practicing this months ago on the ladder. He'd done it against Louis MT. He was using HRE in that particular game. So the idea is you rush the outpost, but building an outpost is terrible here, right? Like, you don't want to idle 2 villages here forever. You don't need to. You just club that sheep, you build a mill that's fine to be there because you'll eventually build cattle and walk them elsewhere anyway. And it just denies any value for your opponent. And there we go. Mill is going to be coming in now. Now, this isn't the end of everything for B. It's not GG and cry tears and tell daddy that you need him to beat up the other guy's dad. You now just walk home and you get Pro Scouts for free.
Exactly. And the thing as well is that you only need 2 spearmen per deer pack. If you got the NPM for it, you can start shoving in both deer packs at the same time with 4 spearmen.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit shocked I saw B walking east because I've watched this guy successfully in a tournament series deer shove the enemy's deer across to his base.
Yeah, I mean, that can happen. It's very frustrating when it does, but it can happen.
The most ridiculous one is when he done it on Regions, a map that spawns the deer almost in your base, actually. It's so close. He'll play it safe this time. I think, is he scanning around the back now, so he'll see the second deer? Like, with the scout, I mean, if he feels like he's done everything he needs to on the map in terms of scouting, he's going to have 5 entities to deer shove with. And with that tree line, it's pretty easy peasy, right? You could leave, like, 3 here, and then use 2 on the southern deer, and just push them towards the trees.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to shove in the first deer pack here. Lucifron is going to be wary of this, though. I'm not sure if he scouted this, so might not see the deer move in the fog of war. Twin Minaret Madras now also coming in for B. Manza Quarry, same age-up timing here, even though B was the one that invested into 4 spearmen. Lucifron only investing into an outpost.
I mean, in fairness, right, he had the pit mine as well. So there is kind of a staggered investment. You can even see it in the housing. So that's why it kind of like maybe seems crazy at first when you think, oh, wow, he built 4 spears at the same time. But it's because Marlians like to pad their economy. Now, it looks like the deer are starting to get a little bit lamed. He almost ends up losing the scout, though. That's the tricky part. This is why at least 3 spearmen is a really good way of sealing the deal, right? Because like at that point, you can keep deer shoving with 2 and chasing with 1. In this case, with 4, I'm surprised Lucifron got any deer kills without dying.
Yeah, he's doing a good job there. B also trying his best in order to deny the scout from actively killing off any of these deer. Lucifron is going to go for it again, but the scout is very weak. You have to be so careful also not to run even close to TCS. At this point in time, even the default arrow shot can do significant damage to you, but looks like Lucifron, yeah, he's trying it, but he's got to realize at this point in time that B's onto him.
Yeah, so he'll let it go back in. I think it was 4 deer in the end, right? So, like, not too bad. B gets some value out of it. A minimum Madrasa is going to give him that extra food extension. I really like that we're moving back towards Madrasa, actually. I think we had a bit of time where people were locked into Trade Network, and the issue with Trade Network is I think it made you a bit more linear, whereas the food was substantially more valuable, whether you were being greedy or playing the age.
Look at that. Pro Scout now coming in from Lucifron immediately. So we are going to get some professional warrior scouts coming in here.
I wonder, B. Could this just be... Would you FC here as Ottomans?
FC makes a lot of sense in most situations for the Ottomans, I want to say. Mainly because like immediately skipping a feudal age, probably the weakest point in the game for you, is already like a very, very big incentive. And then you're just going to be able to scale into the things that actually help you out. Just getting in the relics, which is going to be very important for the Ottomans, as their main unit that they want to have in fights, Janissary, is going to cost a lot of gold. So getting relics in there, definitely one of the main priorities. Also scaling with military schools, and of course the biggest win condition in the game for the Ottomans, the Imperial Age, and just pumping out all those free units nonstop. The question is, can you really afford to do that up against the Malians? Because you can kind of like allow them to go for the cattle boom. Though it looks like Lucifron, typically when you go for pro scouts, you're not going to be looking for a Falani, but rather a Farimba type play.
Yeah, and I like this. B, he started to queue up Sipahi. There is an interesting dive point in mind here. Actually, like, I believe we had this matchup just recently in the midweek musters between, I think it's B and Anatand. And similar map where pro scouts felt really good. And he just played like mass Sipahi plus Archer Flood into just greedy Malians, right? In theory, you're saying like it's nice because if you play for Castle Beyond, you just get strong Ottomans. We have to remember just how good the Spy are, and not just that, just how good this particular Ottoman player is at leveraging the Imam play.
Yeah, Imam just that infinite potential with the healing, right? And he is actually going to pull them all the way across the map now. He's going to put them into a potentially dicey spot, does at least have his own scout out there, so we'll know what the army composition from Lucifron is going to be like. And yeah, I mean, Sipahi and now archers from his side. B, at this point in time, he's got the full army composition.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised. I thought B might just take the castle play when I saw the deer spawn, because, you know, they are fairly close to the base, right? But I guess the counter logic for B is, oh, if I just put my whole army here, you don't get pro scouts.
We do have the warrior scouts, so also resting a little bit. This isn't just your normal scout. This one's like a light horseman at this point in time. So villagers, they're going to have to really be careful. And they can't even really fight back, Typically, if it's only like a single horseman, you can sometimes just pull the villagers and attack with the villagers. But the horsemen, the warrior scouts, they regenerate health very, very quickly. So whenever villagers start hitting them, they're just going to run away, heal back up to full, and then re-engage.
And you might be wondering, why does this particular scout do a lot more damage than the other scout? Well, you see, a standard scout attacks you with a spoon. But a warrior scout, what he does is he duct tapes together 7 spoons and attacks you with it. Now, your next question, Crackety, is going to be, why do they do bonus damage against each other? That's very simple. There's peanut butter on the spoon, and it's a well-known fact in Age of Empires 4 that all scouts have a peanut allergy.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those scenes, right? Like, you call that a knife, this is a knife, and then you smear peanut butter on it.
But yeah, when you go to war, you just like smear the peanut butter underneath your eyes, like kind of like Vietnam camouflage type moment with the grease
damage.
So
get
supply
the milk
count
products in against lactose tolerance.
Is that the natural Malian defense? They don't just eat the cow, or they just like chuck the milk at their opponents.
Just throw the milk, man. It's gonna work. Man, the Sapahi moss right now, it's growing significantly. He doesn't have any military skills. He's still on the 50 base stone that he has.
Yeah, which I found weird originally, but like maybe the idea was... It feels like it was maybe a bait and switch. I don't know. He's moved over now in the mining camp, right? Like, yeah, I thought he had that early and then just bailed on it. But the interesting thing is, like, the Sapahi is the intrinsically valuable player here, especially early on, because obviously your opponent wants to lean javelins with a lightly Thruma build. Yes, he can build Donzos, but if he fails to ever kill one of these guys, the imams fix the damage, right? So there is kind of this back and forth teeter-totter where you just keep the Donzo count low by weirdly enough attacking them with the unit they're meant to counter. But this is even better. He finds the javelins and the archers overextended, dives in freely. And reminder, the Sapahi, they do have more HP than standard horsemen. A little bit of an overextension, but he actually hangs around, thinks it's worthwhile to stand his ground, and he might be right there. The chase continues, and Lucifron gets put back in the base.
Those difficult villagers are pulled. The javelin throws right now, they're not really hitting any of the archers. Yeah, the front line from Lucifron's completely eviscerated now.
It's going to get worse soon. B, he's at the point where meta just makes too much sense, right? Because the next step, you need to start diving underneath the TC. And he's already got undermesh, and he's exploiting one of the atypical things we see with Malian players. Malians is not a civ that typically rushes blacksmith timings. So you've got this huge indiscrepancy in DPS exchange by range units.
And Mass is just scaling up here. B about to hit the next Vizier point as well. And if he goes for the additional sheep, he's going to be able to remain in feudal age for a long time without needing to switch into a farm transition. Yeah, I do just hear the sheep bells ringing. So it looks like he went for the additional sheep income there. He's going to have a ton of food now accessible inside of his base.
And this is the thing, right? Like, B, I'm pretty sure that was a sheep point he pulled. Just gives so much longevity to the Ottomans. And yeah, it's crazy, actually, when you think about the fact that Ottomans are about to receive quite a significant buff alongside a nerf, right? They're not going to be able to deer shove when the new patch hits, but we'll finally see them actually have deeper options in the Vizier Council. A Vizier Council that in the current meta has been serving them phenomenally well since players have gotten better at leveraging those early imams.
Honestly, KP, I'm a little bit scared of the Akinji Vizier point because getting them in Castle Age, 3 Akinji in Castle Age are actually enough to one-shot villagers.
Oh boy, don't get me started on that, man. Like, I saw that change, I was like, this may be a little bit busted. And also extensive fortifications, by the way. All of a sudden, I think 2TC meta against, like, French is going to be pretty good.
Lucifron, at least, he managed to get a pretty decent army size going now. So will at least have a significant army in order to defend. He was also able to keep the pit mine here alive for a significant time as well, so definitely has paid off for itself. B now, though, is going to rally Sapai over, is going to start torching that one down. Means the Sapai are a little bit out of position, though, potentially, and Lucifron is going to use this timing now in order to regain access over his deer.
Yeah, and this is the tricky part when you want that extra pit mine, right? You're just spreading so wide between playing Pro Scouts and this, and the Imam's down. We are pretty deep in the age. I think we're at the point where it's annoying to lose them, but I could foresee B just choosing Castle now. Like, he's scaled a really impressive comp 16 Sipahi, going to be 20 plus soon.
Yeah, the army count is still in his favor. Losing out on the healing, though, especially in these fights, can hurt him potentially. But yeah, with the army mass, he can still definitely take these fights. The Donzos, though, are going to find him in a difficult spot here. Not enough to one-shot the spy there, though.
He's just trying to pull them out. It's quite interesting. Like, we always talk about Lucifron as being the raider, right? It's his signature identity. But like, B's looking to do that to him. He just wants to pull these jabs a bit far out and then dive in with the Sipahi flood. Now, we do have the drummer boy involved in the equation as well, which means that if that dive does hit, if the army isn't at home when he goes in, it's never going to leave, right? I've seen this play, and I know you have as well. Like, it's crazy what 15 Sipahi can do underneath a TC in Feudal Age.
Yeah, basically turns all of these Sipahi into knights, and now we are getting that Mehmet Imperial Armory. And Lucifron, he's floating a lot of wood, but doesn't look like we are going to get like a large cattle boom coming in anytime soon. He does have one of them out at the moment. As the scouts finally are able to pick up some deer, but the spy already on their return path.
Well, whatever Lucifron wants to do is going to have to get a move on because this is coming in fast. Remember Imperial Armory 14? Let's keep in mind that, with the current map controls it lays, B has a very fluid opening into the mosque, admittedly without those imams for free relic pickups. But it's not like Lucifron's going to be leaving the base anytime soon. Instead, B is going to be heading inside it. Dives underneath the TC. Gonzos are going to be in position to react, so it's just going to be a ride by. Doesn't want to hang around too long here. Might end up getting a bit expensive, actually. A few of them do get pinned, but he keeps the pressure up. Age up is complete, and now an immediate reaction. Lucifron triggers the Farimba.
I gotta say, I didn't expect the follow-up to come in that quickly behind Lucifron, though. Has to be careful. There's still more raids coming in from B. Archer fire, though, on the barracks to alert him in time here, so is going to be able to react just in time. There we go. Javelin throwers in the right position, and now the Sipahi and the Javelin throwers, they're far apart from each other. B, he's just
Archers
not
are
finding
diving.
the right angle to attack.
He's going after the workers on the Farimba. He's going to idle out. He's delaying the timing, and he's got veterancy on the way for sets of Sipahi and Archers. Now, this trade-out is getting a bit weird, right? It's just Archers versus Javs, so he's going to have to leave now. He's going to get a burst to maybe attack again, but the problem here is your window's really small because veterancy comes in ridiculously fast for the Malians.
Exactly, so this timing benefit that B has gotten with this earlier age up is almost insignificant here with the age up coming in. Manza Javelins now also in, is going to be able to run away in time, and now, most importantly, he has the movement speed to, in theory, catch up to the Archers.
Lucifron, I wonder, is he going to try to venture out of the base quickly? Because he has to have a feeling that based on map control, it would make a lot of sense for B to be playing the map, i.e. Relics. And we can see with God Vision, it's already on the way. First Monk is out and marching out for the good stuff.
Does expand now onto another pit mine. And it looks like we are just going to get that classic Manza Javelin thrower play in here now from Lucifron, as we are seeing more and more of those. Doesn't really have the option at this point in time to scale into the capital, at least not immediately. That's probably going to come in later down the line. And look at that. All those military skills came up behind all of this as well.
Yep. And this is, you mentioned like the ranches is interesting detail because typically the ranches value in this type of build order is Sofa Flood. But you don't really want to do that against Ottomans, so it kind of leaves you in a weird position. I almost want to say you kind of feel grateful you don't have to focus on Sofa, because right now, Lucifron just needs Blob and go. It's actually wild and very rare that you see a Farimba play, where for the first 2 minutes of that play, the Malian player hasn't even left the base.
Lucifron, though, he does finally have this little bit of breathing room where he is able to just hunker down in his economy, finally start savoring those pro scout. And we do see with the income right now, he does have a significant income lead and is going to find the fight here now in the middle. And the javelin throwers, they're absolutely decimating not just the archers, but also the Sipahi at the front side.
Yeah, B, he just kind of tried to brute force that in an unusual way. And I mean, if he waited a little bit longer until it was like 2 or 3 springles, I could see the logic because the Donzos just melt quick enough. This felt like a little bit over-ambitious. I mean, for that, B did keep him contained in the center while he continues to bring relics home. But now Lucifron, sensing the weakness, charges straight for the enemy base. B needs to buy time here. He's going to turn around for the initial exchange, but has lost another springled. Sipahi, they're going to force the fight. Yeah, he brute forces it. Meta Aura is going to help out a lot here. And the Javelins now stand their ground. Remember, they're going to be slow to attack the Archers, so the Archers should be able to kill the Donzos quick enough. And the Sipahi can then just ride on through with the Fortitude. Lucifron has to retreat.
Has to retreat indeed, and Spy, they're so great at just catching up and taking down all of these units. Just the attack speed as well. They don't suffer from the melee brain syndrome that so
And the
many
melee.
GG's gets called.
Beautifully done as well. He does it in great fashion. He was behind at the start of this series, and what a way to clutch up from game 2 to this outstanding game number 3, where once again B makes a statement about his early game Ottoman presence. Incredible.
Man. What a game there. And looking at the food gatherer, just so much idle time caused here by B. Actually just being able to overtake Lucifron in the food department here. Not really something that you would expect from the Ottomans up against the Malians. And just that large military value lead there with the Sipahi, the dives time and time again, keeping Lucifron on the back foot there as well.
Yeah, I think the other interesting thing here, like I was just thinking about in the last fight, right? Like we saw just how quick those Sipahi were attacking. We have to remember when the DLC dropped, there was a change to make horseman animations a bit cleaner, a bit more fluid. And I think we see how that benefits Sipahi even more because of the Fortitude buffer. If you're a micro-focused player, like, did you see how swiftly B was just moving? Like, stab, move, stab, move. He got so many extra attacks in there that ruined a Javelin comp that has quite often not cared about mass horsemen against it because of how good they are at kiting.
Yeah, Horsemen are like one of these units where actually like moving in between attacks just for the repositioning value just helps you out a ton when it comes to sticking onto your opponent, sticking onto those targets. And yeah, I mean, animation canceling is dead, but repositioning still very much important in between attacks.
Absolutely. And you know what? We found the Spaniards so entertaining that we have to do more of them. We're going to have a quick look at the bracket to see how things are lining up, because while Lucifron was entertaining, we have someone who can match that level of entertainment. And his opponent is going to be the Chinese version of his brother, because we can see based on the bracket, Marine Lord already being MSN, it means that B and Marine Lord will face off in upper bracket round number 2. But our attention is going to be drawn down to Vortex versus CSO. Vortex just trying to reestablish himself as that dominant force in Age of Empires 4, while CSO is quickly becoming the standout star of 2025. We're going to find out which one is going to be more dominant after a short break.
See you in a bit.
An exhilarating series to kick us off. And oh my god, will you look at that? We are going to be interviewing a fake bee in the dark. No, we're baiting you guys. We're not going to be doing interviews just yet. We are going to be focusing on what is ahead of us, which is going to be another absolute banger of a series. Crackety, the HRE has made it through again. But he who shall not be named was also not banned. Ruse are coming to play.
You know, you can ban Ruse, you can ban HRE, but you cannot ban both. And this one, it's a little bit of a trade-off that we're seeing here, as Vortex is going to be able to secure the Ruse and CSO going to be able to snag the HRE. And we've seen CSO with the HRE time and time again. And, you know, he's been making a very, very solid impression with them, I gotta say, like when it comes to the overall gameplay style as well. It's very active, but still doesn't shy away from utilizing their great strengths in Imperial Age as well. Vortex with the Ruse, I mean, that's a classic. That's an L Sensei move, and it might be an L Sensei build order that we are going to be getting out from him here. I'm saying mass Cav Archers, mass Spearmen, and just a big ball of units that is going to like hit your opponent at a great timing.
You know what's crazy? You mentioned L Classics for Vortex, but 2 of his L Classics got picked by CSO. English and Mongols. Mongols was even banned so that CSO could guarantee it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, right? Like, wait, there's no English ban.
No, there's no English ban, but there was the Mongol ban, right? So, like, the Mongols is an interesting one. The English, I just think of it as a signature pick back in the good old Vortex days. But I think the Mongol idea comes from Excavation. We'll have to see if we get deep enough in the set for that. But Excavation has a very unique mechanic with all the points of interest where you gather stone. And something that the Team Elephant boys realized is it's very good at essentially giving you 2 TC functionality as Mongols.
Yeah, but not just that, though. Vortex is always going to be happy with his pick there as well, as he does have access to the House of Lancaster. And House of Lancaster and Excavation with all of that free stone, which they are going to want for the manors, definitely feels great there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one on both sides. Outside that, like, Chinese Marlies wouldn't make much sense there. English, French. So, like, I think it's just going to be probably China/Mali flex and then English/French flex for Phrygian. English has been coming out a few times on Phrygian, surprisingly enough. But we kick off here in Gorge's Gorge. It's going to be in the blue, Vortex on the Ruse for game number 1, going up against what feels like the Chinese version of his brother, CSO, a master raider and a lover of knights from Team Elephant, is going to kick us off in the red with the HRE.
All right, let's see. Probably shouldn't be seeing any Dark Age aggression here this time around from the HRE. Typically against Ruse, they don't even go onto gold for the first 20 minutes in the game anyways, KP, so why even bother going for Dark Age aggression in this one? Sensible choice here, not going for that this time around.
I can burn his hunting cabins, right? It's not like he's just going to pull a village and repair it and I'm just going to rip my hair. Actually, no, you could have burned these. They're pretty far out.
Yeah, actually, this time around, definitely very far out. You couldn't even sneak a villager in there in order to try and repair without that one getting picked off there on both sides even. So, yeah, Vortex, I guess he kind of... It's a gamble, but looks like a one that's going to pay off here.
Yeah, it's expectations, right? You already hit it on the nail at the start. It's like, oh, what's the point of the Spearman rush against this Civ? The weird part is the Spearman could have been useful, though, right? Beyond just attacking the main base, the idea of denying pro scouts that you just know in your heart of hearts Ruse want to do.
Yeah, this one, though, CSO, he's got a great deer spawn behind his base. That's going to be very difficult for Vortex to really gain access to. Vortex has all the deer on his side, which could definitely be a point of contention there from CSO. He could just go out, move out there, and try and make it difficult for Vortex to get access to those. Interestingly enough, I feel like the second deer pack here from Vortex, it got shoved in a little bit closer towards the space due to the way that the gold mine spawns. So the second deer pack from Vortex is actually relatively close by comparison to what we usually see on Gorge.
Yeah, and if this is aggro, then HRE, of course, can block you out quite nicely there, but we haven't seen any aggression so far. It's just going to be the Rust of the Age, and we should be looking at what? Standard Arkin coming in. Usually feels really good on Gorge because of the location of the tree line, but no. We're going mine work, and we are going to be seeing aggression.
Yeah, Minework Palace coming in here, so +2 damage on both the Spearman and the Horseman. And later on, Castle Age, +2 armor on your knight. Definitely not going to complain about that one.
I mean, we have to be realistic about expectations here, Crackety. We're watching a CSO game. So we know the real reason why he's building that mine work. It's for the knights. It's always for the knights.
In theory, right? Like CSO, typically he builds a stable, and then all of his keyboard buttons except the W key just breaks down, and he's only going to be able to spam knights from there on out.
Oh, no. It's actually a lot more cinematic than that. I've heard from Team Elephant they have to keep buying him new keyboards because what happens is like he loads into a game of Age of Empires 4, he builds a stable, and then all the other keys just pop out of his keyboard across the room. So he has to. Yeah, like it just happens. It's almost like he's just exuding too much pressure and the keyboard can't handle it, except for the W key, because as we know, the W key is the win key.
Question is if CSO is going to win with that one this time around. Minework Palace is going to go up. He's going to need a couple of additional prelates, though, in order to keep all of his villagers inspired throughout all of this. But looks like we do have an early mill coming in, so he's going to not just try and deny his opponent's pro scout, but also going to go for his own.
Interesting here. You know, like HRE was kind of seen as more of like an anti-pro scouting civ. And not that they wouldn't pro scouts, but the idea is that you would open up with some sort of aggression, right? Like, for example, spin beginning because of the movement speed. But we're just not getting any of that. The interesting thing about this play, though, is like it could lead to a Burgrave type shenanigan. I'm just expecting that to not be the case, though, because of how good horse archers are at kiting.
Yeah, horse archers, they make it look very easy when they just run away from the horsemen. It's all about the numbers game. Critical mass, at some point, you just start one-shotting those horsemen. Early on, the horsemen still like do significant damage to them, though, and it looks like CSO actually going to be able to hit that Pro Scout button first here. Vortex did also get that in courtesy of that Golden Gate, being able to trade out a couple of tickets there. And both players now just going to try and pump out a couple of additional scouts there. I think in the end, we should be seeing a relatively even split, I want to say. Oh, Vortex even going for the early archer range here, but that's going to get immediately discounted by CSO already having a stable out.
Yeah, I can kind of see where Vortex has come from, right? I feel like most H3 players would go spear/archer here to try and like deny the ruse. Archers 100%. In particular. But yeah, just classic CSO, loving his ponies a bit too much. But he has at least got time to reveal the play is the idea here, right? The tricky part is you don't really expect a Roost player to send his scouts across the enemy side right now because Pro Scouts is just 25 seconds out.
Yeah, it's just something where you want to have the scouts already at the same point. And even though CSO killed a couple of the deer out here, Vortex is still going to take the time because there's not a lot to micro into right now. To learn these deer even further just means that the first couple of deer are going to arrive inside of a space a little bit quicker. And yeah, it looks like Vortex is actually going to be the first one to move onto his opponent's side and try and snag some of his opponent's deer. But CSO, yeah, he's going to be in a decent enough position to try and deny that.
Interesting. Rack's coming down as well. Huh. I mean, he may not have seen the archer range, right? That's the expectation. Is like when you both do pro scouts, you're both essentially playing a blind game until the first units are actually revealed in a fight.
It looks like Vortex is going to be the first one to steal a deer from his opponent. From the second deer pack out there. Yeah, it's going to be the first one to be taken away.
You ever feel like we watch these games where one player pro scouts or none of them pro scouts? It's very fascinating. And then you get back to both of them pro scouting. You're like, okay, so if anyone needs to, I don't know, go cook some food, microwave a pizza. I don't know how your microwave is that big, but yeah, go do it now. You've got time.
Oh, man. In Vortex, he does have the scout advantage right now. 6 scouts still going to take 2 trips in order to fully deplete one of these deer camps. But since he always has like one of them out on the opponent's deer camp, it doesn't really matter that much.
Could he just, do you just try to stop your, I guess you have to age up, right? Like I was about to say, maybe you just try to stop Bruce aging up, but then I remembered that's the most comical and trivial idea in Age of Empires 4 right now. Like this civ always ages up, even when you starve them.
At this point in time, yeah, both players just going to try and hit that castle age behind this. Yeah, looks like Vortex is going to be the one to click that one in first. CSO already having 2 prelates out, though, means that he does have a little bit of a timing advantage here, potentially.
And oh, look, that landmark that no matter how low you think the gold count is going to be, it's always higher. High Trade House now on the way in. And I can already see the 116 written on the screen.
I mean, we do have a little High Trade House nerf coming in, but it is a very, very little one. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, just because of the way the scaling works there. And looks like... Oh, no. Vortex, he picked up another deer. We do have the first unit of the game going down.
The exhilarating Pro Scouts war continues. Oh, boy. Regnit's Cathedral coming in. Okay, Scary Thought. With the upcoming changes to deer shoving, are we just going to get more Pro Scouting?
Maybe. I hope we're getting back to a meta at some point in time where players move out onto the deer again, where you actually have something to raid. It's a difficult one, though. I think like the civs that are already pro scouting are just going to continue to pro scout.
Yeah, we are seeing some deviations to like by map designs to fix that, right? Like the new Frisian Marshes we've actually got in EGC Masters Summer has less deer. The old Frisian had 28 and the new one has 20. So there has been like design choices being made by developers of maps to try and alleviate the desire pro scouting, which I like to see. It feels like long term is not the perfect solution, but it makes sense in the meantime. I'm still cheering for new food types.
Yeah, I would definitely be appreciated at this point in time. We do have the first couple of cav archers coming out, and most importantly, Prelate has been spot out on the map there from CSO, so these cav archers are going to move out now, try and snipe that Prelate before he's able to make his way back with that relic. Horsemen are nearby, but they are currently focused on different objectives. So we do see the Horseman now starting to connect, but looks like that Prelate is going to go down. Isn't going to be the only Prelate out on the map, though, from CSO. He does have another relic on its way back home. Vortex, though, the Warrior Monks, they are quite a bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tricky part, right? Because he chooses greed first. He doesn't have the horseman to shut down the horse archer. As you said, like, small counts, horseman, great. But if the archer count is allowed to blob, you're going to feel quite irrelevant. And the other thing you have to remember is these are just feudal horsemen. There's no intent to upgrade them. CSO is going for that good old-fashioned barded armor build with the knights.
Yeah, first knight is in now. Warrior Monk does want to he just wants to talk. He just wants to talk. He just wants to talk. Okay,
bro, like, whoa. All right, you talk like that at the dinner table, and we're going to have to call the police. What do you mean, Mom? I can definitely swing a spear around in the living room. Woo!
I've practiced for this. Okay, Willow coming in. Knight's going to have to fall back. We do see the Horseman taking significant damage there. Able to pick off the first Cav Archer now as well. I'm not sure if this this Warrior Monk is going to make its way back, but this one definitely is. Like, the Horseman's just going to tickle him.
Just ignore them. Just ignore them. Just ignore them. This is the thing about Warrior Monks. They still feel just absurdly tanky. I mean, I don't know. It's a weird unit, right? Because I think if you nerf their health, then you can't actually use them for their really interesting role, which is as a damage booster, right? By meleeing. 190 HP at the start of Castle just always feels absurdly big, though.
Yeah. And I mean, the unit is significantly more expensive without the Abbey, right? So it's definitely an investment, but one that definitely pays off here in this one, as Vortex looks to be getting the lion's share of the relics here. 3-2 relics, and I mean, CSO with 2 relics, 320 compared to 240, but then you also have the gold from the High Trade House.
Which is going to be that.
Yeah, Bruce is going to be not just ahead, but eclipsing because of the deer generation as well.
No, we don't care about the scam Golden Gate. We want the free money. Oh, there you go. 132, so another 1.5 relics. But it's more than that when you consider the bounty system and how you just drop gold off when you get the food. Like, it's ridiculous how much passive gold Bruce is capable of.
Yeah. And now, sure, CSO, he does have the knights with +2 armor. Vortex, he's going to have knights and cav archers with +25 HP. And at that point in time, it starts getting a little bit tricky here for CSO, at least once these units come in. At the moment, they haven't come in yet, so there's still a pretty solid timing here for CSO to do some damage, but damage is also going to be something that Vortex is going to be looking for.
Yeah, Vortex, he just needs to rally troops together. The horse archer's moving in on that tree line. Good reaction coming out. And with micro, you know, Vortex should come out ahead here. It's just obviously it's a lot more micro focused for him, whereas CSO's units just need to A-click.
Yeah.
Also, Sacred Site's now been locked in, so Vortex just trying to stack up the gold. You know, with this much gold, we could easily see him. There we go, Knight switch up on the way in, so he's going to mirror the Knight play. Meanwhile, CSO is prepping for a switch into Archers. The dive does come in underneath the primary TC in the meantime. That's going to ride past the other side. These guys are ridiculously tanky. They're lasting a long time on this assault.
Vortex now getting the own Knights in. I mean, the Cav Archers, they do significantly less damage to these Knights, just courtesy of that additional +2 armor. It's still insane, though, just how much more... just how much damage baseline the Cav Archers do, so they still are able to penetrate quite easily through that. But at the moment, these split-up masses means that there isn't that critical mass that we usually talk about that's needed to take efficient trades there.
Yeah, it's just taking way too long. And like I said, it's a lot more micro. And we know Vortex, he has the capability. He's definitely an APM master. His years of experience in RTS has proved that. But it's still, the idea is like, if you're spending all this extra time just starter stepping, what is CSO doing that time, right? He can focus more on the macro side of things, the transition that comes next, whereas Vortex won't have as much time to cycle through his production buildings, move his villagers to optimal locations, build new lumber camps. Like, these are small details that can add up, even more so when you're against one of the most tempo-aggressive economies in Age of Empires with the HRE.
We do have to dive in here. Boy's Fortitude not quite in yet, and we do have a little split off there. Knight is going to try and find some villager kills here. Looks like Textiles is in play, though, so Vortex isn't going to lose too many villagers. One of those Knights feels like he's done a little bit of a Michael Jackson impression there for a little bit, was just running on the spot.
They're passing the batons and getting a few kills. And the Knights, I mean, it looked like Vortex was holding this really well. The Knights actually held on for a very long time, 1-1. But the problem here is just the tankiness, the raw tankiness of what CSO has. And the pump is never ending. Look at the mini-map. You just got more cav riding across. And the front line is thin. Like, this is the thing. Vortex, he has a good count of horse archers, but he has hemorrhaged some worker kills. So it's going to be 4 down on the eco count. And on top of that, you know, we've got to remember that although HRE did not get the Archon, they can pump out prelates to essentially get the Archon globally.
Yeah, exactly. Now also some Sacred Threads are going to get picked off here by CSO. Vortex, though, he did get Boy's Fortitude in, and we did see significantly just how much less damage these Cav Archers suddenly take from a hit from these Knights. And yeah, CSO, he recognized that and was now tempted to pull back for the time being. Is also starting to get a couple more Archers out, but yeah, like, look at the Archers. You need a lot more. You need like 12, 13, 14 to start significantly like doing damage up, maybe even like 16, 17 archers in order to one-shot a Cav Archer there.
Yeah, like, well, CSO, I mean, you know, if we cut the Knight production, no. But CSO, like, you need to count the Archer. If you just deplete the Knight count, no. Like, this is pretty much the response you get from him. We know CSO lives or dies by the ponies. It's been a consistent staple of his gameplay throughout his career as a pro. He's like, they're so good when I play team games, so they're going to be even better when I play 1v1s.
Definitely plays into his style of gameplay. It does notice that scout up there, just spying on those villagers. One of those pigeons with the 5G chip inside, just being like, hey, word to my base, they're here.
Sorry, I had to like rebuffer my connection to the hub. So we've got the Knight scoring up again. But the Boy's Fortitude is a big deal. Now that's going to be the extra armor as well as the damage. And this is where you'll clearly see Vortex start to take the lead in the fights.
Yeah, Saint's Blessing coming in as well on those Cav Archers. They already have a good base damage, but buffing that up even more means that CSO, he's going to really have to do something different now, I want to say. I think it's not just about the quality of units at this point in time. He also needs the mass. He's trying to get in some crossbows, but honestly, KP, I think maybe some horsemen at this point in time. He does have the Owl Spike in theory, or at least potential to get the Owl Spike. So we'll have at least a little bit of a bonus on them in order to trade more effectively up against the Cav Archers there. A little Knight-on-Knight engagement there.
Yeah, worth it the way Vortex played that, though. If he got 3 worker kills in total, and remember, there's also Prelate there healing the entire time. He still just didn't care, so a worthwhile exchange. CSO, you know, he does still have a slight worker lead here, but Vortex is now in a position to do something about that. He starts to march in. Outposts are going to get garrisoned. He's posturing aggressively, but the thing that's missing here, the Warrior Monk hasn't stabbed, so no extra armor. means Vortex doesn't want to fight yet.
And CSO, he's still very much active when it comes to producing units. Vortex, he stopped queuing up Cav Archers at the moment. It's just Knights coming out from him. He's going to be able to utilize the wood for an eventual farm switch here as well.
It looks like he bailed on the gold.
Retreating. Yeah.
Which, for a guy who likes spamming Knights, is an interesting strategy.
Definitely not going to be able to just keep spamming up on 2 relics at the moment. Does have 2 sacred sites on top of that, but is making crossbows as well. Crossbows are now going to be able to do a significant amount of damage to the knights as well. No longer will those weak knights get away in these engagements.
He's not actually sending in the Warrior Monk for the blessing here, which is a lot of damage removed from the equation. There we go. Gets that one strike. I think should look a little bit better here, but maybe a little bit too late. The knight count getting low, so the crossbow transition has worked. Vortex, he's still not pivoting into something like Horseman that could start to make a lot of sense here. I think the barded armor is scaring him off of the idea.
Yeah, the remass now into Cav Archers, wants to get some more out. He realized that he's not quite yet at that critical amount that he needs to significantly do damage here, but the knight count is actually starting to thin out significantly now as well.
Yeah, because the difference here is one's running full cav, the other is running hybrid. So, like, CSO can't really trickle the troops out quick enough. He gets erased by the HA. He's got a few knights left over, but now you just enter kite mode until you get some more melee boys. So, great fight for Vortex, especially when you consider, like, the cost efficiency here, right? Is like, you know, CSO's leaned very hard on knights, while Vortex has relied on these horse archers that are a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, behind this though, Vortex, he lost all of his knights, right? So there was still significant damage done on both sides, and destruction value is actually neck and neck between these two, which is kind of crazy at this point in time. You would think that one would take a significant lead, but no, that's not happening here so far at all.
It's impressive that Horse Archers are remaining competitive, right? Because I feel like this is a comp that it's all about that tempo. It tends to fall off as the armies blob up, but that's what's impressive is it's remained resilient because the army counts aren't getting out of control. We're not seeing 70, 80, 90 units anytime soon.
Yeah. And now it's happening what you said earlier, KP. CSO, he pulled off of the gold, and now he's struggling when it comes to the gold access.
He's queued up Horsemen. It's actually happening, and I mean, it's a cool idea, but my concern is Vortex, yes, you wipe the knights, but like he's building more of them. So he'll have a front line to block the Horsemen.
Still have a great amount of knights as well, though, as long as he's able to keep those alive. And
nice to use the Warrior Monk.
The Warrior Monk is going to go down.
Yeah, intentionally done so he could get another flurry of attacks out with bonus damage. So it is going to like pay off a little bit in terms of the trade of the one kill. Also got the distance for him to be able to turn and burn. We have got CSO once again overextending. This happened last time. This was the point, the area of the map where Vortex took a resounding lead at the tail end of the fight. It just feels like CSO is trying to sacrifice a lot to build space for this transition. But what's the worth of it if it costs you the entire Knight Battalion?
And there's still more and more raids going on. Looks like Vortex was able to find a couple more worker kills behind all of this as well. I feel like there might have also been a little bit of downtime, though, on Vortex's TC, as the military count is still even between the two.
Definitely seems like there's gaps, and it comes back to the idea that Horse Archers requires a lot more attendance. You know, you had to babysit them in the fights. And the Horsemen, they have been revealed early. I don't think this is the count that CSO was looking for when he was going to ambush him. The veterancy is coming in soon, though, but it's next to a tree line. The issue with this is it's very hard to actually reach around the back. Now, the surprising part is Vortex is still reluctant to charge into this. He's trying to pull away from this small group of crossbows to make it a better trade. And it's just that natural layering with Horse Archers, right? You want to keep staggering so you can keep the distance and just not lose out on the worst attack speed.
Yeah, Vortex at this point in time, though, he does have the significant mass advantage.
This is getting ridiculous.
So many Cav Archers, and is this a significant mass advantage now, where he's able to do just so much damage to these knights.
He's going to roll them.
And there they go. They're all done.
You know you're screwed when he doesn't move away with the Horse Archers anymore, and he doesn't wait around. GG gets called. Vortex reminds us that CSO may be a rising star, but Vortex is a micromaster in these Cav battles and has been for years.
And exactly, and looking at the total resource gathered here as well, Vortex with the ruse. I mean, you would think that CSO, with 40% faster gathering with the HRE, would pull ahead in this one, but no. The ruse, they're just non-stop gathering of those deer, high trade house whatsoever, and I mean, with the bounty as well, they're getting up to 15% faster gathering there on the food, and I mean, pays off a lot.
So you're suggesting there might be a reason why people are banning ruse more than HRE?
I think people might be onto something here. I mean,
Yeah.
just looking at those fights time and time again, this big ball of Cav archers here, it just absolutely demolishes anything that it gets its hand onto. It doesn't really matter if you do get the +2 armor on top of it. It just means that your opponent's going to need a couple more in order to be able to one-shot. At the end, you'll still get kited.
Yeah, I think that the Saint's Blessings are also very interesting. And you saw like Vortex kept trying to use it elegantly, where it was just like a one-off buffer where you're essentially like hitting delete on one unit to buff a lot of your others. Because you have to remember that Saint's Blessing, you get the +1/+1. So you get an armor and you get damage. You get the +2, in fact. So what's happening there is you're actually mitigating the barding altogether for the Knights of the HRE. But then you're also getting a little bit more tankiness yourself. So a very interesting dynamic there. And, you just see why this has just remained a staple pick for Roost against many different matchups. It's just crazy how efficient you're able to be between Pro Scouts, the passive deer spawn to keep the Knight spam going, and the fact that at the back line, these Horse Archers, a lot of it is coming from wood, which you're never running out of.
A very, very efficient unit there. You're also getting the 20% bonus wood there, right? And just not costing gold means that you can spend all the gold on upgrades instead. And granted, Vortex didn't get that many upgrades in this game, but he could have. But it's also the reason of you don't need horticulture because you're on deer anyways. Survival techniques is going to be more than enough there for you. Next game though, it's going to be on Excavation, as you mentioned, KP. We are going to be seeing the Mongols coming in here from CSO. On the other side, House of Lancaster. So both of these civilizations most definitely going to be able to make use of that bonus stone from those excavation sites.
Yeah, big shout out to Avale for this map. We featured it for the very first time in competitive gameplay in Midweek Muster a few months back, actually, I think it was now. Crazy how fast time flies. And I remember the time I was like, hey, if you can just tweak these things, I'm going to slap it in a tournament straight away. Within 24 hours, made the changes. And it's interesting because it's a map I think maybe a year or two from now, we'll look at it as being a bit gimmicky when we figured out better use of the point of interest. But the thing that Avali noticed, and I noticed, is people don't really have many areas to experiment with the Forgotten Ruins, the ones that generate stone. So this map is very unique in that fast castling civs in the middle of a fast castling meta are actually crippled because there's no relics. You have to excavate them, hence the name. You have to dig them up. So all of a sudden you have different strategies. There's definitely a few lead ones that make sense. So Abbasids comes to mind, House of Lancaster, Mongols. These are all civs that actually do a lot with stone early on and desire it. Whereas other ones, like English, French, Malians, they're going to look at this map and go, why have I been picked here?
Just gotta wait a little bit longer until we see the HRE outpost creep forward TC into outposts. That's a strategy that
you want the
implemented.
You want the outpost rush Forgotten
TC.
Ruins? Oh,
you do the forward town center in order to have the emergency repair on the front side then with the HRE. That's a staple play.
I think that's like rookie stuff, Crackedy. I think you need to be picking Roost, Kremlin dropping their base, and then you've now got all the stone you need to afford all the wooden fortress emplacements.
Could do.
So that does mean Frisian, when it comes down to it, is going to be classic English French versus either China or Malians. Old Frisian, I would give this draft to Vortex to win if we go 3 games. But New Frisian has been intriguing. There's a surprising difference in the move to the trade post in the center, and also the fishing being further away. So we could have a very competitive series. And I'm already predicting if we do go map 3, CSO is going to go French because English don't have knights until age 3.
Yeah, and CSO does like some knights, but next one, it's going to be Excavation. Vortex already, though, on match point, as we are only playing best of 3s here right now. And we're jumping in to our game number 2 now on Excavation. And look at that spawn here. CSO in the color red with the Mongols does have a beautiful Uvu right next to his TC. And what more could you ask on a map like this, KP?
Oh, yes. This is step 1 in the chef's kiss of this strategy. CSO has picked Mongols on a map where you can generate 60 stone per minute, times that by 4 around your base, plus the Uvu, which is 70 going up to 100. Now, the reason that's important is to build extra villages is going to cost you, I believe, 124 stone per doubleville production. So if you capture all these Forgotten Ruins, you almost have 100% uptime on double production. It is crazy. You can basically have a 2 TC build by 6 minutes without having to invest in the TC.
Yeah, it's free! Exclamation mark. Well,
Wink.
Not just exclamation mark, but also a little star there in between, because you are idling out a villager for the stone that you're getting it right.
You are, but it's like double the efficiency of a standard villager, right? Which is why it's seen as like desirable.
Yeah.
And I think like the other thing is for Mongols is even more highly desirable because you get a lot of flex in what you can do with your stone. On the other side, Vortex, this player's going to make a lot of sense for him as well. Rack's beginning, not because he's worried the Mongols are going to harass him, it's because you're very efficient at getting these early spears out and you can use them to capture the Forgotten Ruins, which is then going to generate the stone you'd require to go into the mana build. So yeah, like these have been the two standout picks. We noticed it when Excavation was first introduced. Bastards was also kind of like on the cuff as like a free TC, 4 TC booming civ. But these were by far the standout too.
Honestly, KP, I don't think necessarily the win condition is going to be on the double villager production here for Mongols. I think you could probably do a lot more early aggression with double military production as well in this particular matchup, I want to say, especially.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, right? Like, can you actually get enough leverage out of Stone Gathering to get a push on into Lancaster before they mana up? With this type of spawn, it's backward spawning gold. Like, it might be a little bit tricky, but not impossible. And Vortex has suckered CSO into a spear on spears. So, like, I think step one, I kind of favor Lancaster's position here, just because this is playing direct blocker to the efficient timing of Forgotten Ruins.
Yeah, CSO, he did manage to get a couple of spears outside of the space, so he's going to start capturing up these first Forgotten Ruins. And Vortex, he invested heavily into the spearmen. But he's also now going to fall back and try and invest into his own Forgotten Ruins. No move out onto the gold mine yet from him, but that should also happen soon as he will want to prep for his own age up.
Yeah, and sometimes what we do see out of Lancaster is they'll actually move the villager to the south side, Forgotten Ruins, and build the racks and house there. A little bit like an Enlightened Horizon, because you can almost capture the thing just with a villager alone. The reason he didn't do it here is it's Mongols. It is a backward spawning racks placement, so you're unlikely to get harassed there, but you don't really want to give Mongols free opportunities to burn buildings. So just a little bit safer for that reason. And he even ends up potting the villager inside the ford, Forgotten Ruins, because of the nature of this back and forth spear spam.
Yeah, it means that the villager is in theory like kind of stuck there, at least for the time being. You could in theory get him out, but by the time that you want to get him out, it's probably already surrounded.
So, like, interesting thing here, though, if this turns into a full spear spam and they fight over that Forgotten Ruins, CSO's at a disadvantage. There's something very interesting about English and Lancaster with these Forgotten Ruins. Their villagers can attack while inside. So, keep an eye out for that. If we do end up seeing a fight over it, I wonder if Vortex is aware. I think the way it works is you have to, like, you click an enemy to attack, and then you shift-click into the Forgotten Ruins. And then from then on, your guy will just keep attacking people who come in range.
Might also be able to hotkey him while he's outside, and then use attack command with the hotkey while he's inside.
Yeah, you might be right on that. Like, so we have another map called Receding that has these central Forgotten Ruins, and I noticed it in a game where like a Mongol player tried to aggro, and I was like, wait a second, what's that tiny little line coming out from the Forgotten Ruins? And it turned out he had turned a Forgotten Ruins into a mini outpost.
And the Vortex is going to be the first one to age up. CSO has invested into a similar amount of spearmen behind all of this. Did manage to make some use of the dial production there as well. CSO, though, it looks like he hasn't put any... Or has he? Has he put a villager inside of these?
He's put one. Yet? Yeah, he's definitely put one because of the income. Remember, like, you only get 70 stones in
exactly,
H1.
It's more than an Uvu.
Yeah. But he's moving the second one out now, right? So this is where he'll start to just skim in double production if he chooses, which is an interesting way of trying to keep up with the mana spam of Lancaster.
Definitely going to be necessary. Vortex behind this already just passively gathered up the stone needed for at least one mana, but he hasn't moved out onto any of the additional Forgotten Runes yet, so isn't able to really put a lot more speed into that. You typically have like 2 Forgotten Ruins in order to keep up with your normal stone income with 4 villagers.
And this is problematic when you just can't actually gather them. So you have to run away. Spears are coming in though, so villager will be saving time, but the difference is the timing on this. The hardened status, the tech up, it means CSO actually has to forfeit the Forgotten Ruins. Now, Vortex didn't fully decap because he now knows there's no way his opponent wants to come back to that, right? Like, you wouldn't stick a villager in the middle of all those hardened spearmen. He's already pulled back from both, so the passive stone strat... Actually, wait, no, he hasn't pulled back. A bold move.
Yeah, villager's still there. He's going to pull back now.
There we go. Yeah, he was just trying to min-max the stone he got, and it has paid off. Like, he's sitting at 400 stone passive. but now very weak in these fights. And the problem is what Vortex is doing behind this. This is an FC build.
Yeah, very quick, fast Castle Age build here, potentially from Vortex. And I mean, in theory, though, I want to say like CSO has the tools necessary in order to play up against this. And you mentioned earlier as well, KP, he's not going to be able to get any relics in for a good amount of time.
No. Yeah, this is just raw about the value of the Elsgard, right? Typically, that's what we see here. Like, if you're truly fast casting in Lancaster, I'm trying to think if there's really a build that makes sense for King's College, and I'm coming up dry. I think the Elsgard timing has proven to be one of the most bullish builds in Age of Empires 4 currently. And Spear Spread is going to come out. It's going to turn into a micro battle. Vortex, in people's minds, should be favored here, and he's definitely proving it with the way he's expressing his micro. Just getting brilliant trades. Not a single boy going down. Finally, one of the blue spears does fall. The price has been heavy. CSO's just getting swarmed by all the injured spearmen on the north side. So he's going to be able to clean up. And behind this, he's only, what, half a minute away from triggering the age up.
Yeah, Archer's coming in now, though. Means also that Vortex isn't going to be able to capture up any more of these Forgotten Ruins, though, at least for a good amount of time. And Vortex, he's incentivized into this Earthguard play, as he says, because he already has that Dark Age barracks going for him. So we'll definitely be able to just pump out immediate Earthguard as a follow-up. He spawns with 3 for free, and then just is able to continue building. And there we go, White Tower is coming in now. And these Earthguards, they move a lot quicker on normal movement arms, 1.25 tiles per second movement speed compared to 1.12. So they're able to keep up with villagers running away as well. Though CSO does have the Deer Stones, and now Wheelbarrow coming in as well. So his villagers, they're going to be Speedy Gonzalez as well.
Yeah, these guys are like pretty nuts. And the Kesha response is interesting. They can be an answer, but you need enough to commit, because the dagger throws will hit you first, right? And it's 17 damage per strike into a cavalry unit that's basically weaker on HP and stats than a normal knight. So this is the thing that's been very polarizing. You'd think crossbows are the answer as well. Surprisingly not. I think for crossbow spam, like, you need to have a lot of patience. There are certain civs that can handle this Elsgard timing, like China. Maybe Mongols could be one of them with double production, but to do that, CSO still has to find a way to age up first. He's far off.
We are getting the Keshiks in. At least we'll have the support of the double production there to help him out there. CSO does notice this. Is going to get the Falcon in, so he will know exactly which landmark it will be. Is going to lose the scout for it, though. Not that the Khan really makes a big difference here, as he does have armored units now running towards his base.
And running is appropriate here. You'd think a man with that much heavy armor on would be slow. But I'm pretty sure, like, I think they actually are carrying Mjolnirs there, and it is simply the God's weapon that is accelerating them through the map. Like 1.25 movement speed on a unit that hits harder because of the White Tower and also has a ranged attack.
Yeah, you can tell, like, those Keshiks, they gotta respect it, right? And CSO, he's in a very, very difficult position now, I want to say, and it is very tough to, like you got to find your way out of Feudal Age at some point in time, or you have to really commit hard and take decent enough engagements, because if you don't, eventually you might just get overrun. One benefit that he has, though, is that Vortex doesn't have a single manor yet, and look at that. Looks like the fight so far. It's going well.
He needs to target these down. There we go. Gets one. But 1-to-1 exchange, I mean, it's expensive for CSO, but considering it's an age behind, that's not bad. This is all about critical mass. Like, for Lancaster, so the Keshiks have, what, 145 HP? I think they have, like, 3 armor. And you do 17 damage per strike. So you're looking at, like, once you're about 10-ish or 11 Elsgard, you'll be able to one-hit these Keshiks. That's when CSO needs to be concerned.
Yeah. There we go. Another spear throw comes out.
Great micro.
Keshiks get sniped.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as well. Like, you'd think, hey, you know, this isn't too bad. I mean, it's like, it's a dagger throw, but it has a cooldown, right? 15 seconds. It feels like it's going to take you that long to gap close.
Yeah, Vortex, he's also doing a great job with the scout there of just trying to body block for the charges. Once again, dagger throw comes in. CSO, he's trying to go for a surround with the Keshiks. He's going to run past the scout.
Gets around.
Charge blocker this time around.
Yep, gets in hard. And remember, in melee mode, they do actually contest quite well anyway. On top of that, he has the undermesh just in case Steel Arrow is going to be coming through. But we can see CSO is fully fixated on using the Keshiks. And make no mistake about it, folks. Not just in the Dark Age, but now Feudal versus Castle, this continues to be an absolute battle of micro. one that CSO's winning.
He's going to have to run back. He's got a lot more of these Earls got out, but they were all just trickling over. Didn't have the great mass there that he needed, and you mentioned it, KP, you just, like, the significant amount, the critical mass, it is relatively low for the Earls Guards to start one-shotting these Keshiks, but now Step Redoubt is going to be coming in here for CSO.
Yeah, and Step Readout, the Gorge Agitation, the fact that he's also now on 3 Forgotten Runes. He's about to garrison that 3rd one, right? So the Stone Gen is going to be phenomenal for him. Vortex is forced to actually switch off of Earl's Guard onto Crossbowman. So CSO has succeeded in doing where many people fail. He's forced the Lancaster to do something other than just spam Earl's Guard.
Yeah, Vortex, he's now rebalanced his economy a lot more onto wood, so will be able to make use of the stone that he gathered up passively so far, by potentially going into a couple of manors. But he's going to have to really be cautious here with what he's going to be going next, what his next game plan is going to be, because now CSO, he's going to be able to grab veterancy upgrades, and he's already got a decent amount of units out that scale really nicely in Castle Age.
Now, something that is a little bit weird about this map for Mongols is you kind of don't ever want to excavate the relics, which sounds super counterintuitive. Like, other civs will eventually do it. Like Lancaster, they want the stone, but eventually they don't need stone anymore. But for Mongols, there's an interesting thing, and honestly, I think it might have been an oversight by the devs, but with the point of interest, if you keep ungarrisoning, the stone, like, it never digs up a relic. It resets the timer. Meanwhile, we have actually got a clash on the front side, and the Keshiks have already been upgraded. But they are outnumbered right now, and the crossbows are getting great shots in. Switches them over to a full HP Keshik. Is going to be enough to start clearing that heavy cav line, but both of them are exhausting themselves on this push.
Yeah, the issue here was Vortex. He did a great engagement move there by making CSO charge into the stone mine, meaning that a lot of the knights, they were just busy moving around the stone outcropping and not actually attacking for the good 5-6 seconds opening of this fight.
Played out well. And, well, you know what I said about, like, you don't want to exhaust the Forgotten Runes? CSO just started queuing up a monk. Huh. And the I guess all protection for the Forgotten Runes. What? Well, that's an interesting way to capture a Forgotten Runes. I don't think I've seen someone try it that way before.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you can do, for sure. Stable's gonna have to get re-garrisoned now. CSO, he needs a lot more crossbows, but it's kind of difficult for him to get the mass in at the moment.
It's so hard.
Able to double produce.
He's also missing... He's missing the Khan Hunter, which at least gives you a bit better of a chance. Yeah, like, this is the awkward thing, right? Like, you'd think crossbows count as Earl's Guard, but it really doesn't. It's quite depressing. You're slower than Earl's Guard. They have 1.5 more tower range than you, and they actually hit as hard as you do. Like, a crossbowman is what? I think it's 11 plus 8, and the Earl's Guard hit for 17 on a dagger throw.
Yeah, it's...
it's plus 10, yeah. It's a sad existence.
Quite mathing.
No, especially when you consider Earl's Guard have a lot more health as well. So even if you were in range, percentage-wise of damage done to health, you're not winning. Definitely one of the most polarizing units. And we do have a lot of wood now from Vortex, which indicates we're probably looking at mana level 2 unlock. So it's just going to keep scaling eco now. But this monk play from CSO, I don't know what it was for anymore. Like, he built a single monk. Maybe it was to steal Vortex's relic. If it was to get his own, it's way too early. Like, if we check the Forgotten Runes, I'm pretty sure he still has like 2 or 3 minutes on a lot of those.
Yeah. Behind this, Vortex is now also scaling into his own manors.
Wait, what? the monk is standing there, and he literally just refreshed it. Or he just walked out to it the first time. Either way, this is like a catastrophic transition.
It's gonna take a while.
Yeah. And CSO, is he trying to... I'm trying to figure out what he's doing with his macro right now. He's floating almost 1,500 gold.
I mean, it's all the gold that you're just getting in passively, well, not really passively, but actively from the Step Redoubt. It's just such a strong landmark in the regards of gold generation.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting more units queued up now, more crossbows, more Keshiks. But the army count from Vortex, it's looking very, very dangerous at this point in time.
So
he's up though a little bit, and Vortex, he's going all the way to 9 manors.
He is. And then, like, you just rush Imperial Age, which is the bread and butter of Lancaster, right? And it's funny because both these civs like rushing in when they can. Interesting thought for you about the Elsguard from Lancaster, though. You know, crossbows struggles to actually like deal with it fast. So does Springles, actually. You'd think Springles would do pretty well until you realize that it only takes 11 Elsguard to insta-kill a Springles.
Oh, man.
It's just like,
Great
this unit mathematically is wild, because like you're never going to rush it. Oh, hold on a sec.
Great, though.
Nice hit. Catches the Stone Gatherers on the front side. But the thing is, this is a... I don't know, does Vortex really even need to gather the stone on the front side? Could he have just like chill-pilled this and taken the stone passively?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. It's just that he had better things to do for his villagers. Looks like he does still have a good couple of them garrison in, though. And he did want to rush in. Like, he got both the mana upgrades right after each other. So he definitely want to get, like, to the maximum amount very, very quickly. And we're seeing more and more of these coming. Yeah, these should be the last two, actually, that he needs. So he'll be fully kitted out with manners and just a tiny little bit there.
He's going to levy. Look at what he's prepping.
Yeah, we are going to see the Mass Yeoman coming in now. CSO hasn't lost any villagers yet, which is great for him. And right now, the army count is even. Right now. Take a snapshot and look again in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this is a good timing because of what CSO wants to do. Like, he stopped piling stone, right? He wanted to transition into, I think, mass emplacements and just imp. Because he had, like, 500 stone. What did he just spend that on, actually? Like, was that improved forestry? No way is that expensive.
Improved forestry? Nah.
No, there must be... Yeah, so 75 stone there.
It is.
But he had 530. I think... Has he started to double produce villages? He must have. TC. It's the only thing that would make sense.
Can't be, right? Because the TC is very far away from the Ubu.
Oh, you're right. Like,
it's actually getting the prayer tent upgrade in.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because the weird thing is, like, if it was Spring on placements, we would see it queued, right? And whatever it is, he just got the stone back again. So he cancelled something. And he's getting ready for him. On the other side, though, Vortex is getting ready for a push. He's got Billman Spears coming.
Oh, man.
The Yeoman count is already good enough to annihilate. I don't think CSO survives this.
This looked like Vortex might be going for an imp himself, but no, suddenly just spams out more and more units. And this is a large army mass now. CSO, I don't think he... Yeah, I mean, he sees the army now. The question is, can he pivot around? Can he make enough units? Because the second he ages up, he's going to get all in. There we go. We're just seeing mass outposts coming up inside of his base now. Every single one of those has to get a sprinkle placement ASAP.
The problem is the blob of spears and Elsguard, right? That's the torch power you need to kill. And, you know, this is the thing that's crazy about Lancaster. Like, CSO was right to think that this was an imp play, but Lancaster are so quick at readjusting their economy because of the Lancaster Castle and the ability to muster troops. He got an extra 16 yeomen like that, and you have no time to react to it. It's ridiculous just how quickly you get this up. It's almost like having a Burgrave effect as a side effect of a tier 2 landmark.
There we go. Outpost getting targeted now. CSO, he's going to have a little bit of a window here to potentially take down some of these melee units now. But yeah, the Airmen, they're immediately going for the crossbows, and suddenly you don't have a backline anymore. Spring placements still need a little bit more time to come in.
They're finally going to be there.
Now. Second one, there we go. But is it enough? The entire army's gone.
And then, so the melee count is low, but yes, you've lost everything. This is the thing. You killed a lot of melee, but now the yeomen just dominate you. They may not be able to kill you outright, but they can suffocate you on the economy. Dive past, chases onto the workers. He gives it up. He throws in the towel, and Vortex will make it an annihilating 2-0. And what a way to do it with Lancaster. It just shows you how dominant and volatile this Civ can be with its transitions.
Looking at that military value lead there, at one point, Vortex, he was massing up resources, just having them there in the bank, and then at one point he was like, okay, now we go, and he just pumped out so many units so quickly. And CSO, who was thinking about going for Imperial Age, just got caught in the transition and just wasn't able to recover there now.
No, fantastically well played. I mean, this is the thing we've been seeing time and time again. It's just that pivot into the yeoman. It just catches so many people off guard. If it's not that, it actually comes earlier. You get caught off guard a lot of the time, actually, by the demi-lancers, right? And you know, the one that I'll say doesn't really come out is obviously like the tier 3 one, right? We very rarely see that being that impactful. But it's the the presence that it gives you from no presence at all, if that makes sense, right? Like another way to think about this is like, especially with a Demi-Lancer play, it's like you're getting a mass knight play without even spending on stables. With the yeoman, you have to invest in it, but it means that if you're delayed going into veterancy, where most civs would have to wait an extra 2 minutes, you already have the army.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such the flood of units out immediately. It's one of the reasons why the levying has to be so expensive, just because it scales with the manors, right? Like if you made it just cheaper and have like fewer units coming out, it wouldn't make such a big difference here. I'm not sure if this is going to be the upcoming series though.
Are we getting teased? I'm hearing rumors about a different set. So I think the idea here is going to be to check in on game 3 of Anatan versus Kiliadi. That should be an interesting one, going all the way to 3 games. I'm kind of excited to see that one as well, because Kiliadi, he's not really been subtle about like letting people know about this. He was on holiday, right? Like he, so he hasn't actually been able to like, prep as much. He's come back into it. This is his first tournament upon return. But I believe we are actually going to be having an interview with Vortex about his performance here.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we're confirming it, but I believe we are going to have the Spaniard coming through. So, meantime, talking about the Anatan Kiliadi, going all the way to 3 games. And what an interesting way it'll be to close out. China versus Rus on Gorge is like, oh god, that is a matchup that is screaming be an hour long.
It could very well be, but Anatan Kiliadi, they could make an hour long, but yeah, as you said, looks like we are going to have an interview with Vortex coming up now.
Yeah, let's hop into it. Hey, Vortex, congrats, mate, on the 2-0. I mean, first of all, like, give yourself a big flex here, because I know we were talking the other day, and you weren't sure if you've had enough practice for this, but something must have hit, right, based on this series we just saw.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, thank you. I haven't been getting as much practice as I used to, but I have practice, right? And I think I'm really good at preparing series, even if I don't practice too hard. And yeah, I think everything went my way, so it was a nice series.
I mean, it must be a nice way to flex as well. I think that game 1 in particular, we always talk about CSO and how he loves his cavalry play. Really feels like he tries to make it about micro, and I think it'd be fair to say CSO has surprised a lot of people with how well he executes these cavalry compositions. How do you approach dealing with a player like that?
I wouldn't say it's pure micro. It's just basically trying to be annoying everywhere, raiding. He's also really good at defending. Like, I'm not sure how good his scouting was, but it felt like he was always prepared for my raid. So he's probably really good at, like, dividing army and and not abusing the select all army hotkey like I do sometimes. So the thing is, I think my style is really good against that, because most of the time I'm the aggressor, so I think he doesn't have enough space to like get all the raids that he wants. So, and also the matchups, I think, were helpful. Like, I think when you're playing Rus HRE, for example, I think you are always going to have the upper hand attacking. So I think overall, good maps, like drafting is important against him. And then my style also helps.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing you brought up, is like, your style and also his focus on raiding. The way I've described CSO recently is almost like a Chinese Lucifron. Does that track in your eyes, and does that maybe make it a bit advantageous that you're already very familiar with that playstyle?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think Lucifron is more about that. He has better build orders. I think he's more accurate with everything. But then I also think CSOH is like super active with raids. I think that's his strongest point, I feel like. And Lucifron lately, he's more chill. He's not like me anymore. So, I mean, I guess it helps. Yeah, they're kind of similar in some way. But honestly, I think CSOH maybe is more similar to me than he is to Lucifron right now, I would say.
That's interesting. I think the early days I said he was like you, and then it felt like he was becoming more like Lucifron. But speaking of you, playstyle-wise, I think at the start of the year, we heard from Beastie about how like you scrim with him a lot, and it almost felt like you rubbed off on each other, where you became a little bit more chill in your timings. Do you feel like you're gravitating back towards a very aggressive line of Age of Empires 4?
Maybe. I mean, it's sometimes when I'm like, when I'm a bit burnt out from like practicing, or actually from not practicing, I don't know. When I feel weird, I tend to have this thing where I'm super aggressive, and then when I'm feeling confident, I think I'm more chill and I'm more comfortable going into the late game. right now I don't know which version I am. I only played CSOH, and I know playing aggressive against him is good. But we will see going farther. I think I'm a more complete player now than I was like 1 year ago for sure, or even 6 months ago. So that's something that I've improved a lot.
I'd agree. I think maybe actually taking a break, going to different RTSs gives you a different perspective, right? Now, speaking of familiar perspective, final thing to ask you. Next set, don't want to write it off already. It's still going on. It's between Beastie and Voldemort. Beastie seems likely there. How do you feel about your chances up against your former scrim partner?
It's always really hard because it's so weird to play against Beastie because he practices some things on his stream, or you see him playing certain strategies, and then in tournaments it's like completely different. I think he's really good at decision making and strategy, and he doesn't really have to practice a lot in order to make the right decisions or use the right strategies. And that's always scary because you watch his stream and you analyze his gameplay, and then you face something completely different. So it's always scary, and obviously he's very good. He's accurate at everything, so it's hard for sure. But I think it's also best of 3, which is you can beat anyone in best of 3, I think.
All right. Well, we'll have to see how you do with that. Good luck with that series, mate. We've got to move on the broadcast, but I'm looking forward to seeing how the results go there.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful to hear from the Spaniard. Love the insights as well, kind of his take on CSO. But Crackety, I don't think we have much time to kind of like digest that interview, as the show must go on. And next up, we've got a deciding game between Anatan and Kiliadi. Anatan, who I think most people would say has been more clearly on the rise. Kiliadi, who last year it seemed like it was going to be his breakout year, but old man needed a nap. Is he finally back to be the dominant force? We're going to find out as we hop into game number 3. A little bit of fast forward here, as we want to get live for the decider.
Exactly. Kiliadi up against Anton here. China versus Rus, one of the more classic matchups here as well. All the OG civilizations meeting up here now on Gorge. And, yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not... Like, this is one of those matchups where I say, okay, Rus has significant timing advantage for the first couple of minutes, for like the first half of the game. But the longer it goes, the better it starts becoming for the Chinese.
It's interesting, right? Like the way we've been seeing China play recently actually is a lot of no pro scout builds. Anatan in particular, he's always been historically a big lover of this archer spam build. But I've been noticing very frequently he avoids pro scouts until after he's done damage. And I believe that's exactly what we're seeing here, as he's looking to deny the strongest play on the opening for the Rus.
Yeah, immediate Spearman and Archer play here at the moment. Pro Scouts now coming in though, so these first Scouts should be at least able to retrieve a couple of these deer. Anton though, yeah, he's gonna have to go for the other deer. Kiliadi's gonna have to drop off something. Actually loses one of the Scouts there.
Nicely done as well, because like Anatan done this as an insurance policy against like the night timing, right? Because we have seen Rus haven't answered this as meant to be knights plus archers, but already feels like it's gonna be staggered and delayed. So diving does cost him a little bit. But he has suffocated the deer play. The good news for Kiliadi is it is a wide spawn, deer north and south. If it had been both on the same side, he'd be in quite the sticky predicament already.
Yeah, I'm wondering at the moment if maybe Kiliadi needs to utilize some of his Golden Gate tickets here instead of going for the fast age-up play to instead just pump out more of these archers. And we are getting the triple archery range opening here now from the Rus. And the Rus, actually, funnily enough, they're able to keep up with the Chinese early economy here. As similar to them, they're able to generate 20% bonus resource, at least on wood, out of thin air.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Like, we talk about Rus. Oh my god, they get 20% wood. Yeah, China gets 20% everything, and because the Imperial Academy, they have enough taxmen to actually achieve that. And there's that timing. Look what Anatan's now doing. 7, soon to be 8, make it 9 scouts coming. It's just ridiculous how good he is at doing this type of build. And the crazy thing is it's very efficient the way you get to it because of all the taxation he generates off of this archer spam.
Surely, KP, surely he misclicked, and these are meant to be horsemen.
Oh, yeah, but what if they're not meant to be horsemen, but it was intentional, and now these are simply to absorb the arrow shots of the Rus?
It could work out.
He's just scratching his brain. He's like, I thought I picked Marlians at the start of the series. Whoops.
He might have to, like, face an issue soon, though. It's that Kiliadi now has significantly more archers than he does, and we're actually starting to see some aggression coming out from Kiliadi here in this one as he's starting to push across Anton, now switching into some horsemen behind this. But Actually, there's such a significant mass of archers coming out from Kiljadi's side. Like, you're gonna need, like, 2 horsemen isn't gonna cut it. You're gonna need, like, at least 6, 7.
Yeah, and you're kind of offering up Kiljadi his favorite type of game and all in there. So it's going to be interesting to see how Antan's able to contest that. But like with the amount of Pro Scout food coming back, Horseman spam is very realistic here. While Kiljadi is still getting idled out and blocked on that north side there, like currently he has less runway with food.
Kiljadi now also adding in some knights behind this. So where my deer? Where'd my deer go? Oh, there he is.
How'd he get over here?
The last remnants of the deer here from Kiljadi's side.
You know what I want? I want to create a mod where even after deer have been like killed, they just randomly start exploring the map. Just like bodies dragging themselves around. I just really want to make Pro Scouts' lives hell, you know?
Oh man. Okay,
I guess
we do have a couple of these horsemen engaging. Oh, army reconvening though.
Oh, look at the position from Anatan, though. Yeah, Kiljadi, he thought about reinforcing the fight. Maybe a little bit of hesitation here. Then again, Undermesh. Yeah, Undermesh isn't far away. First Knight is also arriving. I thought Kiljadi would be a little bit further behind, but props to him. I think usually China just has a huge edge due to blacksmith timings. But Kiljadi has mirrored it. However, Anatan is prepping an age up behind this.
He is, and Kiljadi is very far from his own age up. The question is, can Anatan mass up enough units after? He does have a significant amount of gold left in the bank here. So even if Kiljadi now is able to deny the gold, Anatan will be able to at least pump out like 5, 6 knights with the tax support there as well.
Yeah. And the Imperial Palace is kind of interesting. Like, you'd think maybe a Nesta Bees would be great here against Ruse, but I think he's just trying to respect the Knight's Horse Archer potential. Imperial Palace is going to make it almost impossible to sneak up on Anatan.
Now Kiljadi does arrive in the base, but the H-up is about to hit, and with it, I mean, Anatan can also just upgrade the archers, right? And even then, if he doesn't have the same amount of archers, his archers are going to trade much better.
Spimman's still up to some shenanigans. That's at least going to be put to bed. And now the interesting thing here, right, is like for Rus, once they get castle, they're going to have the extra food gradually trickling in off of the high trade house. In the meantime, China, if you 50-50 split the deer, is better off due to that 20% extra. So, like, there is a risk that Kiljadi...
not a 50-50 split.
No, it wasn't. And that's why I'm being generous a different way, right? Had it been, you'd have to come out sooner. Now, you're definitely going to have to go out for those ball plays, which gives Anatan a clear goal.
Yeah, Anatan, he is now rushing out there with his massive archers. Kiljadi only has a couple more. Now also Lance is coming in as this Anatan now finds his way back onto his gold.
They're already upgraded. Like, it's crackety hold me, this Civ. Why do they research everything so fast? Why are Chinese people so good at reading?
You know, they read from top to bottom.
Isn't that how everyone reads?
Yeah, but the lines go from... No, left to right and then top to bottom. Like, right?
Oh, you mean they do top to bottom, then left to right, and we do left to right and top to bottom.
Exactly.
So the more, like, it clearly is like something subconscious in the mind that makes them more efficient. We've explained it. Like, you know, China's allowed to be OP with supervision. I thought it was more just a case of, like, if that taxman sees you, like, slouching and taking coffee breaks, they beat you with a stick.
Do have a little trade out coming in here, though. Knights only on Kiljadi's side. There isn't +2 in yet for Anatan, so trades could be worse at this point in time. I mean, the archers, the critical mass is still there. The one-shots are coming in. That's the important part. So trade out here is good for Kiljadi. Knights arriving now as well, though, from Anatan. And it's still going to take a good while here for Kiljadi to get his own upgrades in.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like, that Lance is going to take ages to kill because there's a priority on the Undermesh too, so even once you have the veterans, it's going to be rough. But this is the thing, it looked a bit shaky at first. Anatan, even with the ranged armor too, there was just too many archers, but now it's going to be beneficial to start diving. Forces the idle time, that's going to slow down extra production for Kiljadi, but he will be able to hold on courtesy of the strength of that wooden fortress. However, behind this, Anatan, it turns out they're not just good at reading, they're also good at snatching all the national treasures. They've got relics being rushed home.
I mean, you are going to need, like, a fancy cup for your tea collection set, right? So these scholars, they're, yeah, gotta get collecting, man.
And Civ, like, I don't know, like, can we just agree? Is there anything that they're bad at now? losing? I guess they're bad at losing.
They're bad at farm transitioning. I want to say like that's their main weakness, but don't need a farm transition when you get every single deer on the map.
He's still got a boar in the corner if he really needs it.
He does.
Speaking of boars, Kilyadi, oh my god, tell me you really, really are scared of your food point without saying it. Double Wooden Fortress.
I love what Anaton did there earlier. You know, on the right-hand side with the deer, he didn't actually gather all of them up. Instead, he just took them, dropped them somewhere else with just a single scout. So when the scouts from Kiljani arrived, they didn't find anything left over there. And he just assumed they've all been taken already.
Dirty son of a gun. It reminds me of like the early days when people used weird graphic settings and you could just basically shove the deer into stealth forest and then just kill them and they could never see them. Sadly, nowadays, people just set everything to low. It doesn't work anymore. Archers are going to dive in. Turns out there's too many workers here for the Wooden Fortress. And the Lancers fording, they're going to buy a lot of good faith for the trade here. Anatand will be able to snipe down a lot of these archers. Continues the idle time, and behind this, like, we're looking at a 5-relic game at this rate. I think he's already got a monk just to the left side here, about to pick up another relic. And while that happens, he destroys the archer bulk. There's nothing left of them.
Yeah, Kiljani had to take down the knights, but there's just still one knight remaining, and now suddenly the archer count, he's fallen behind. A lot of idle time, villagers inside of the outposts here, just kind of stuck, not really doing anything. Knight now coming in from him as well, but I mean, that's still an early knight without +2 pierce armor. And yeah, it looks like Kiljani, he might be able to hold this position now. Sprinkler placement also coming in, but without any military left, Anaton, he can feel free to start raiding the base.
He's got 390 food income. Sorry, 360. Look, this is not good enough to compete. Anatan is just going to flood knights. He's even got military academy now on the way. And, oh, Kilyadi, a farm transition now required just as the Lancers are riding in freely with 0 units left to contest them.
Kiljani just bought a lot of stone, needs more outpost emplacements inside of his base, but honestly, KP, at this point in time, the Knights, they're gonna be more than enough in order to start idling out the economy completely. Archer's running in as well, and Anton, I believe he knows that at this point in time, Kiljani just does not have the space to put all of his villagers away.
Look, the Seek Shelter, where are they going? They're running all the way to the west because of the Seek Shelter format for the Wooden Fortress, so more of them die. But fear not, Crackety. This game still has 20 minutes in it. I've seen Kilyadi try to come back from worse. Okay. We get the GG. Sometimes you have to goad them into it, right? A little bit of a rough one there, though. I mean, in some ways to be expected. I think like Anatan is playing a little bit better than Kilyadi currently. But on top of that, just I know quickly in my eyes has made China like his signature civ. He's ridiculous with his archer timings.
I think in general, Anaton at this point in time, he's become, together with B, I mean, we saw it with B up against Lucifer as well, they are very methodical when it comes to dismantling the normal pro scout play from these civilizations.
Yeah, and you know, I think China is actually one of the best civs at like blocking the pro scout timing now. With the nerfs, it just became sufficient to allow this archer flood, and that archer flood just always looks so good because of the taxation that transitions you into your own pro scouts. So phenomenally well executed. Means that Anatan is going to be proceeding through after beating Kilyadi. That's going to match him up against either Puppy Paw or Baltin.
Yeah, next up on the starting block, it's going to be Numidan up against Demu. Oh, that's KP. If there are any sets today that are going to go past, I want to say, 3 hours long, even though it's only best of 3, this could be the one. This could be the one.
So you might be right. I will say this. I'm pretty sure last time I watched these two compete in the midweek muster, if I remember correctly, it was a 3-0 for Numidan. So Numu is, in some ways, a bit of a dark horse. I would actually be very careful and very respectful of what this guy has been able to achieve.
How long
in
were those sets?
More recent weeks. It was actually only about an hour long.
Oh, really? Okay. Was Demu sick?
Maybe this was KPM 26, so it was like 3 weeks ago. Sorry, it was 3-1. It was 3-1, but it was pretty fast. But you know what? We're going to go do a fast break. When we return, we'll be into Numidan Dimu. Sorry, guys, we need our breaks. It's been, it was just such a long set, and I just, I need to go and make a coffee. Be right back.
See you in a bit.
Take a snapshot of yourself at the start of the series. Take another photo at the end. You'll notice a lot more grey hairs. That's how much time is going to pass. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for Numidan versus Dimmu, a matchup that has the potential to be longer than the rest of the day combined. And, wow.
It could very well be a long one. Looking at the Rus as well, man. I mean, Rus versus Byzantines. I feel like this game isn't going to be over within the first 10 minutes.
No. So, there is a way... And Numidan is actually very good at this. I praised Numidan at the start of the year because he became quite the Byzantine main. He had these really good aggressive timings. This is, of course, pre-change assistance. But in this matchup, there is an interesting detail around like a Kira Siphon timing that was unraveling a lot of Rus fast castle builds. So there's a chance. But yeah, we're probably here for 2 hours.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, looking at the other civilizations here and there as well. So we're getting Delhi in. For Dimmu, I don't think we're actually going to see Delhi, mainly because on Enlightened Horizon he also has access to Knights Templar. I think Knights Templar are. Weirdly enough, if you consider that, at least when it comes to like the pilgrim pattern, it's very straightforward. There's only one line to walk. But just in general, like Knights Templar, I feel like they synergize quite nicely with the Dark Age Spearman opening, and then into like Mass Archers, having early Knights there as well. They work quite nicely on Enlightened Horizon. Numidan having Ottomans, I think that's most likely going to be the matchup that we'll see there. And then on Frisian Marshes, honestly, I think China most likely for Dimmu. I would be very surprised to see Delhi there. And then Numidan, I think both Japan and Mali can work. I'm more tending towards Mali, though. I just don't see Numidan play Japan that often.
We've been seeing a lot more Malians on this new version of Frisian Marshes, I've noticed. Kind of curious, like, why do you think that is exactly? Is it because the fish is further away, so like having a safe food economy?
Fewer sheep, I believe. Like a lot fewer sheep on the newer version. So cow boom actually makes a significant difference there when it comes to the food income.
They did also move the fishing further away, right? So like, it makes this idea of staying at home and eating infinite food even more powerful. Well, like, that's the weird part about Dimmu's draft. Like, it's crazy, but hear me out. What if it was Knights Templar and Frisian instead?
I don't like it. I don't like it on Frisian. I think it doesn't really synergize too well with the map overall. I think maybe if you go for like a 2TC play and play very, very delayed onto Pilgrims, it could work. But then it's also like, why not just play other civilizations? Like, I would honestly in that situation prefer Abbasid over Knights Templar if you're just going to go 2TC.
Do you think that, like, and you know, we'll get back to it in a sec. Apparently we're going to have a look at the state of things, by the way, because we have carved up the upper side of the bracket. Marine Lord versus B, Anatan versus Puppy Paw, Beastie versus Vortex, and Louis MT versus Wham will be happening tomorrow. Interesting detail about that Louis MT Numidan set, by the way. That was tight. That was close at 2-1. It was also long. There was an hour-plus game in that best of 3 between them. I believe they were by far the longest opening series of the day.
Makes sense. I mean, at least we had a couple of filler games in between there. Anata and Kiljadi came in clutch there as well as a game to cast. And yeah, looking at the losers bracket, MSN versus Lucifron, Hanatant and Boltune. Valdemar has to go up against CSO. And then, yeah, that's where we're at right now. Numidan up against Dimmu.
I wonder if Valdemar got some insights. He was actually scrimming just the other day up against Louis MT. And as we know, historically, Louis and CSO, it's like a brain trust that goes back and forth. They bounce off of each other. So maybe he took some insights from those practice sessions. Valdemar's very humble. Like, he's honest in his approach and his like power level at the moment. And I remember when he was streaming the games, he's like, these are insanely valuable to me.
Wait a second. What? Something doesn't quite compute here. Why does it say Anatan versus Boltune?
Wait a second.
Shouldn't there be a certain other person in there?
No.
We're going to take a look at that.
Anatan, what are you doing in chat? You got another series to play. Yeah, of course Kiljadi bribed us. He's finished. They've got loads of money. Oh, dear. Disqualified for cheating. There you go. He picked China. I mean, that's the closest you can get legally to cheating. But anyway, the thing I was going to say is, like, does that hit hard to your core as a Chinese main in the past? So, interesting thought, though, before we focus on the game one. I wonder if there's a world in which, you said Ottomans for Enlightened Horizon.
Yeah.
Does Japan feel even better against Knights Templar?
Both work. I personally would prefer Ottomans just because of the longevity of Ottomans in Enlightened Horizon. I think when you're up, like just looking at the draft, I think Ottomans are a lot better up against Knights Templar than Japan. Not to say that you can't use Japan, but I think Ottomans just synergize a lot better because Knights Templar are kind of like a little bit slow, I want to say, in the mid game.
Okay.
And that typically buys enough time for Ottomans to kind of get past their transition phase, right? Like you're able to get the military schools out, you're able to potentially go for like an Imperial Age timing then as well, just skip Castle Age altogether. And Ottoman Imperial Age, it's just KP, the army composition. Janissaries and Sapai. Does any civilization really have like the means to deal with that correctly? I don't think so.
Especially on a map like Enlightened Horizon, because of that short route between the bases, right? Like if we get into Great Bombard territory, you're like, well, there's no flanking me. You'd have to go all the way around the back of my base and past these cliffs. Like it's crazy for that detail, as are some civs like Atria Burgrave Rush. But you know what? It's time to kick it off. A series that could deliver the longest best of 3 in the entirety of EGC Masters Summer. It is going to be Numidan up against Dumu. Numidan kicking up in the green as the Byzantines, and Dumu tilting all of your inner instincts of color synergies as he takes the purple away from the Biz and applies it to the Rus.
All right, here we go. And looking at Numidan space immediately, everything is forward, but he's up against a civilization that has signed away all their rights of early aggression. I mean, like they don't exist in Dark Age, right? Like,
don't you mean you've signed what was it, a 10-minute no attack pact? Is the RTS classic?
No units before Castle Age.
Yeah, like what is aggro? Why would I do? Oh, you mean aggressively attack the deer? Of course.
Violence against animals doesn't count in Age of Empires.
And that is why we will never receive any funding from Peter.
Yeah, I mean, fair.
It's fine, though.
I wasn't counting on it. I wasn't counting on it before.
Honestly, I don't think I mind. Something like an instinct in me tells me that the Hunting Association probably has more marketing budget to spend, so we should just be like appeasing to them.
Chances might be, yeah.
All we need is we just need a civ that has guns for their scouts, and they'll be sold. They'll be dropping 50k on a tournament. So things that are interesting here, though, in this matchup, Byzantines used to have a really good aggressive timing into the fast castle build. I'm curious to see if Numidan's still going to try it here, because with the system changes, it is fair to say that Byzantines has become more greedy than aggro.
I want to say, this is one of those situations where your opponent goes pro scouts and you don't care as the Byzantines, right? It's like, sure, you go and get your venison in, that's fine. I'm on my olive oil diet here, my Mediterranean diet, and I'm going to be all right. And yeah, we are just going to get that cistern scaling in. And honestly, KP, I feel like if we're not going to see much aggression coming in from the Rus within the first 10 minutes, Numidan should be able to reach Castle Age as well.
Yeah.
And with 5 cisterns and the Golden Horn Tower, it is, honestly, I want to say, very, very much possible that the Byzantines are just going to be able to outmass the Rus, and even with the bonus deer income.
So what you're saying is we need to add a pro-foragers tech where you can pick up berry bushes and pull them
and run away
back.
with them.
Yeah. So someone in the chat's going to be like, KP, that sounds stupid. So you think that picking up a food source and moving it sounds a bit dented? It's interesting when you kind of poise it like that as well, right? Especially when you consider that the deer gathering rate for most civs is better than the berry gathering rate anyway.
That's true. It's a little bit of a give and take. I mean, you got Delhi as well, right? And then suddenly it doesn't quite... They just like berries differently. They like berries on a whole nother level.
Yeah. Other people are like, oh yeah, when I'm a few drinks in, I like to switch to the cranberry. And then Byzantine players woo! woo-woos. Cranberry from start to finish the night. Like, you live or die by berry access with this Civ. And, it's also, when I say I've been seeing them play more eco, more defensive, you really notice it with the focus on olive groves. I feel like even since Season 9, where we were deep in Pro Scouts, Byzantines have become more obsessed with just getting those groves online.
Numadan, he tried to harass the deer a little bit, but suddenly there's 3 boys with a dagger each, and they're like, nah. You get out of here, man. You get out of here. These are my deer.
I'm walking here. So I'm harassing here.
Oh, man.
So second berries, by the way, actually for Numadan are really nice. Yeah, and he's already moving towards it with assistance.
This is actually amazing spawn here for him. Those double wood lines, like that's the easiest wall off in the world. Imagine if there were deer in the corner. Like he could also deny the pro scouts with it as well. Nicely wallable areas, as being pointed out by Vodka. Also has a backup gold, which is important because like that could have been a weak point in the mid game. Numadan got double gold forward. Yeah, Numadan, he's definitely gonna play for this here. And something as well to keep in mind is that sure, Ruse, they get faster moving warrior monks in Castle Age. That's actually so insane, KP. With the Cistern boost influencing the Grand Winery, you can make a monk within 15 seconds on Cistern level 5. 15 seconds upon hitting Castle Age, those monks are coming out.
Let me blow your mind further, Crackety. Okay? We've already seen, like, China wait until Castle Age to go Pro Scouts. Byzantines with level 5 Cistern. You can get Pro Scouts in, I think, it's 24 seconds. No one would ever expect it.
Quickly. It's fairly quick, but yeah, nobody would expect it for good reason.
Okay, hear me out. Don't deer eat berries?
Occasionally.
So, like, if I kill a deer and then I'm harvesting it, am I not going to find some berries in there? I feel like there should be some olive oil in it for the Byzantines, you know?
Do you want to eat the digested or the pre-digested berries? I think Byzantines, granted, the Greek, they were kind of like down-to-earth people. They were up for a lot of experimental things, but I think they like their berries organic, pre-digested.
I mean, the weird part is that the berries still remain delicious, despite the fact they've squeezed all the olive oil out of it.
Oh, God.
Right? Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, also, why are you getting olive oil out of berries? I'm pretty sure you get olive oil out of olives.
Yeah. Yeah.
Immersion has been broken.
Immersion is absolutely broken at this point in time. Unplayable game. Developers, get on it.
So this is how you know that the Byzantines are scammers. They're like feudal, they're ancient scammers, right? Because they convinced everyone they're selling them olive oil when really they're selling them berry juice.
Yes, it adds up. Adds up.
As does the system count. Going up to level 4 soon. He has to put it all the way out. Like, this is... Okay, will he be able to gather these? Yes, he goes for it straight away. Any other Civ? Probably a bad idea to do this, right, Crackety? But against Ruse, you've got like an extra 2 minutes.
Yeah, Numadan, and he is actually going for this very early on aggressive timing, right at a point in time, though, where Demu's already on his way now to age up. He's got a ton, KP, and I mean a ton of resource underneath his TC. But Numadan, he's already researching siege engineering.
Oh, yes. The Kira siphon timing. Makes sense with the javelins as well. Gives them that tempo to move across. Guarantees the first horse archers won't want to fight. And also, wow. Added benefit. You could actually went for the hunting cabin, but I guess he just needs everyone building this Kira siphon. Now, Crackety, I have seen games end fast because of what I'm seeing on the screen right here. On one side, a flamethrower. On the other side, an outpost that you shouldn't be so fixated on repairing.
Yeah. Oh, Demu, he's going into archer ranges. I'm not sure if he's seen the javelin thrower play here.
Really?
This could be very, very difficult now.
Can we check vision? Because I think the javelin should have been seen there.
Definitely. I honestly, at this point in time, you're going to need men-at-arms. You're going to need men-at-arms as the front line, but we're seeing another archer range coming up here. Demu, he's going to run out of wood, though, inside of space.
Oh, he actually moves forward. He blocks it. That was sick. Numadan got in so early that Demu couldn't actually even think to garrison. He's going to try now, but this is the scary part. If you try to repair that wooden fortress... Flamethrowers have a habit of not being prejudiced against buildings or people. So it's probably for the best that Dumu just lets this burn.
Yeah, the flamethrower doesn't judge.
No, it murders everyone equally. I mean, even these houses you need to be a little bit careful with. Love this as well. It's going to be a pop lock. And also keep in mind, Dumu, he can't access wood.
Yeah, where can he move out to wood? He's going to need to like move all the way to the other side of the map now, the other side of space at the very least. Yeah, pop lock now actually 100% in. Might actually have to. Oh no, it's just going to run onto it.
Wait, what? He's just going to catch the one. No, if he goes to the house right now. Yeah, here we go. Oh, Dumu. Dumu. Oh, no, the bun!
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Look at the
so
damage!
just went down. It's crazy.
Das Flammenwerger is strong, yeah? I mean, this is the thing. The burn, it overlaps. And weirdly enough, sometimes the damage targeted on the house actually impacts the workers. Always on these smaller buildings. Sick read and Numadon, he shuffles out the other side. The Curious Siphon is still alive, by the way. Scouts are trying to address that.
Scouts, they do bonus damage to Siege at the very least, so he is going to be able to break that Curious Siphon wide open very, very quickly here with these Scouts now. 5-6 villagers down already, though. Demu, he does have a good amount of food income now safely inside of his base, but Numadon, he stretched himself far and wide, and without any aggression coming out from Demu early on, he can just vacuum up all of these resources on the outer sides of his base.
Now Numadon has a lot of javelins. They're just not here. I think, was he holding them in reserve? Judging by the minimap, yes. Yeah, look at this. He had a bunch of them actually waiting at home. It's a little bit surprising. I guess he was just a bit too focused on the micro that dive. Which means that the timing for renewed aggression isn't really there. I think he's just going to have to accept this is going to Castle Age.
But Numadon, actually, is he going to go? He's going to try and go for round 2 behind the transition, though, from the looks of it. A lot more units coming in here now.
It's the tree lines. Like this is actually a terrible spawn for Dimmer when you think about it. Jav's going to catch one. We'll get a second. Great micro. Actually target the right one.
3.
Finds a forward. He's up to 9 worker kills now.
That's crazy at this point in the game. And the javelin throws, they deal so well with the Cav archers.
Nothing to one-hit kill, and obviously the Limitane is something you have to respect and kite away from. So Numadon willing to take those exchanges right now, just obviously burning a Limitane, but if you're on average burning one Limitane to get one Horse Archer kill, that is a beneficial trade, even more mind-boggling when you consider he's an age behind.
Behind this, at the very least, Demu was able to vacuum up every single deer on the map. But still, you gotta ask yourself the question, is this going to be enough? Because now Curious Siphon number 2 is on its way. And yeah, it looks like the Pro Scouts aren't even actually going to be able to return here.
No, Limitane denying them out. We have to keep an eye on that incoming Curious Siphon because the Wooden Fortress is the focal point, right? Like, will Dumu try and defend it? Last time, him actually not being able to reach a repair was kind of beneficial. This time, relying on defending it could get him killed. And he burns the hunting cabin! Kills more workers!
Is he going to get it before Wheelbarrow finishes as well? It looks like it. He's going to burn it before.
That's disgusting.
3, 2, 1. It's
just about.
It finished.
Okay, so that's important because he's going to need to shuffle away quick enough here. Celebration's in as Dimmu is not quite dead yet. But if he tries to repair it, and there it is, he comes out the wrong side. He's going to run back in. He realizes the mistake early. But this is getting out of control. He's teching up. He's got military lead. He has resounding economy lead. And he continues to pressure.
Oh, man. Demu, yeah. He's just kind of like floating right now at this point in time, right? Like, finally, we do see the switch up into Men-at-Arms coming in. But now Numadon with his own Castle Age follow-up time, and 12 villagers dead for Demu. This just does not feel like it's remotely something that you could call a good position here for Demu.
I mean, that depends whether, like, you know, good position is subjective, right? Like, if you like being bent over a barrel and spanked, then it's a good position for him because that's exactly how it must feel right now. Demu's even starting to lose out the Men-at-Arms because the Javelins have already been vetted up, courtesy of the system being maxed out, meaning they deal with a trickle of Men-at-Arms easy peasy.
trickle of man-at-arm, that's all it's gonna be as well, because Demu, he was starved on wood for such a long time, he can't have the resource for like a lot of these barracks, right? Also, he got the blacksmith in, but Numedan, he's immediately circling around to that. Siphon still following up.
Find more workers.
Also, yeah, he's gonna find the workers here.
They didn't even run away. They actually went for the drop-off and hung around. So Dimu, another -1. Might actually be -2. Oof, just about dodges it. The deers, so many of them are spawned already. He's just going to be able to actually shove them away from an efficient location. I mean, he has at least got pro scouts to fix that. But Dimu, I mean, right now, it just feels like the fixes for him are duct tape solutions. They're not reliable forever. The Siphon is begging for someone to walk nearby. This time it'll be men-at-arms. We'll dive by, jumping on the Kiro. In the meantime, the villagers look at the count. Strikes down another 3.
Oh, man, this is so tough now. But Demu, he is at least able to push Numedan outside of his space. The issue is that behind this, there's just going to be more and more and more of these javelin throws now coming in. And Demu, he doesn't have a second TC or anything like that. He was able to pick up 2 relics, but this doesn't really even out the difference at the moment, as Numedan does still have like the significant lead when it comes to both the army count and the just overall food scaling capabilities in the game, or just general resource scaling capabilities.
And he has Varangian coming in. And the other thing is also because of the systems, this blacksmith timing. Just look at it, Numedan. He's got +2/+2, right? Overwhelming edge for the Jav trades now. He's going to look to start denying out the relics because Dimu, praise to him, has been able to actually get those bad boys back. The concern is Numedan, like, you know, now we're seeing this growth transition come in. Now we're talking about the level 5 system buff because now at 50 workers, it's like having an extra, what, 10, 12 villages in your economy with that buff.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? 16 villagers behind, and behind, on top of that, like an additional like 12, 13 villagers just from that Golden Horn Tower. It is absolutely brutal. Demu, he is finally starting to find the right army composition. The issue is just being able to keep up production here. He needs to find some insanely valuable raids with these Cav Archers soon, but for the time being, he's just chasing after Numedan's army.
He's just hunting out for it, but I mean, do you really want this fight right now? The Varangian count is decent. Javelin count isn't crazy, though, so it looks like Numedan is going to show some respect. He's going to back up. He's got a second wave on the way, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if Dimu's forced to retreat soon.
Especially once those camels come in as well. The debuff on the Cav Archers significantly reduced their damage potential then as well.
Jav's just pushing back against his horse archers, and the melee flood superior for Numedan. Dimu's going to have to retreat. Now, the good news is the horse archers are fast enough to run away. The bad news is these more even exchanges are not good enough. Is he hanging around? Well, hold on a sec, the men-at-arms are attacking the Javs, but like the count feels way too high here.
We're now also seeing the crossbows come in, but so far the majority of the army composition from Demu is just getting completely counted out by these javelin throws. He needs to find raids, but at this point in time, Numedan, he's actually done. He's done with the outer resources.
And this is the frustrating part as well, is like, you know, you've built horse archers just to try and fight directly, right? Like the whole value point where horse archers get ridiculous for Roos is you get an age up, you get them at such an early point when your opponent doesn't have walls. He's on those exposed resources, like you said, and you're able to raid. You make it about that instead of direct fights. Numedan has given little room for it to turn into a raiding game. He's relentless on these approaches.
Warrior Monk at the bottom side does get found out as well. So Demu at the moment not able to get in that 4th relic. 3 relics at least. It's a little bit of passive gold income. And looking at the income overall, it does look good for Demu. He is leading significantly when it comes to the income, but that's just a snapshot due to the pro scouted deer here so far in the game. Numedan eventually should be pulling ahead very quickly thanks to the Cistern, but a couple of these javelin throws are getting caught. But that's the main army.
Yeah, and the debuff's going to be there, so horse archers take a little bit longer to actually kill anything. Good target fire. He knows he needs to get rid of that threat. So that enables the horse archers again, but this Jav count just looks too high. And I mean, the crossbows as well. Numedan beaten to the punchline. This is the elegance of Byzantines, or shall I say the brutal nature of it. That production speed allowed him to transition much more abruptly than Demu was capable of.
Yeah, plan behind all of this? Just having every single time, like it feels like Demu, he's got a lot more income, right? Like he should be pumping out a lot more units, but the oil is making the difference. These javelin throwers just being like the heart of Numidan's army, and they're free. They're absolutely free.
That's the thing. Like the oil really makes the war machine roll along smoothly. I think is the easy way to put it. It's ridiculous how much this creeps up on you. You know, I've always highlighted this about Byzantines. Like if you actually think of every civ in the super duper hyper late game, right? Like 4 hours into a game, there aren't many civs that can thrive. Like you'd probably say Ottomans, and the other one is Byzantines, because at the end of the day, they're getting an infinite resource on olive oil, and that infinite resource can be used to build multiple different units, whereas most civs need 2 types. They need food and wood or food and gold, right? It's crazy when you think about them in that vacuum detail of like they are getting premium versions of units through this additional tacked on infinite resource.
Yeah. Demu's now starting to switch into horsemen. Boyar's Fortitude has come in behind all of this for him as well. So these horsemen are going to be quite strong. Numidan, though, he has also started remassing into the Limitani count. And you see some Cav archers coming in here. Could potentially snipe that Scholar that's moving back now with the relic here from Numidan. But is going to reveal a potential raiding attempt there.
Dimi just moved out the stone. Is this 2TC or is this just going to be a keep drop?
He's going to need it.
I think he's a keep drop.
Eventually, he's going to need the second TC.
Yeah, but like if you go second TC instead of a castle here, you die, right? Like this army size is getting ridiculous.
At the same time, if you don't go second TC, you'll die 5 to 10 minutes later.
Hey, but I get to live more of my life, Crackety. Dying slowly to this.
Javelin throws just diving. So much
There's
fierce armor on them. And look at the base of Numidan behind us. He is groving. He is olive groving hard behind all of this.
Yeah, the strategy is looking groovy right now for him. And the thing as well... very groovy. And the thing as well, he's got this horseman switch coming in. But he's out of deer, right? Like, he's eating berries. He must have ran out of the Pro Scout play now. Which means the horseman switch, you know, this is like a 1. And if it isn't a hit, you're done.
Yeah. He's going to be able to pick off some of the reinforcement crossbows here, though. Javelin throws immediately coming back, though, means that these Cav archers are going to have to run away. Monastery also being under attack now. Ooh, that's pretty much all the gold right now that Demu is getting, together with the bounty from the hunting cabins.
You can take my relics, but you won't take my high trade house. You know, a little bit of a thought. Like, if a Kuro Siphon burns a high trade house, should the deer around it not actually have extra food to them?
Pre-processed food. You know, it hurts you and it helps you at the same time.
Yeah, you know, like you're cooking it.
Coming in.
Well, this looks pretty cooked. The camels.
Though.
He needs to snipe it fast. The crossbows aren't great at dealing with that. It's taking ages. Horsemen are wrapping around the back, though. Limitani go pull back. A small group of them left over. Should be enough to contest this. And Numidan just brute forcing his way through the front door.
It's just so many units, KP, and so many more Limitani now coming in as well from the base. It's just a continuous stream of green that you see on the minimap from Numidan space.
In waves! Look at that! It's just like, okay, maybe I can hold it. 10 more jabs turn up, and you know there's no way back. It turns out that Demu was toast upon castle arrival.
What a crazy opening here. Game number 1. It wasn't one of those dreadfully long games, I want to say. So Numidan might be sparing our souls here, so to say, early on in this one, as able to win this one with a very aggressive Byzantine play here from him.
And I want to give like Numu a bit of praise. Like we memed and teased a bit about like, oh, this will be the longest series we'll see. Numidan does try to end games fast. I don't know if you noticed as well. He does go very aggressive with quite a few matchups, this being one of them. It's just he happens to end up, unfortunately, in a lot of very, very long games if it doesn't close out. But this, like, I think this would, out of all the matchups we could have had today, this is the one I looked at as like, okay, like Numu, he'll either like grind this down quickly or it'll be GG. The rest of the games, Crackety, we could be here for quite a long time.
Yeah, it depends, right? Like what the next matchup is going to be. And it's
we're going to be here a long time.
We're actually seeing Japan. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, both can work. But yeah, Japan up against China on Frisian Marshes. Yeah, that one can last a while.
Now, I'm having a flashback to a Beastie Numedan game. I believe it was either Japan versus China. I think it's actually China versus French. And it was an infamous one because Beastie eventually just GG'd. I believe he said, I can't be asked to play the rest of this. It was like 55 minutes in, and Numedan had not left the corner of China. Now, granted, that was a different edition of Frisian, one that was a little bit more campy. So maybe China can't play as defensive this time around, but it is fair to say that Frisian remains a fairly defensive map, right? Like most of the times, the best strategy is to just border patrol them after locking them in the corner.
It is a rough one. Like in general, just these civilizations that can like very, very nicely utilize map control when they get it, because you do kind of like the resources that you do want to go on spawn relatively far away from your opponent. So not just from you in this one in Frisian Marshes, but also from your opponent. Meaning that in theory, like especially with China, like you get a Barbican up on these shoreline fish, for example, you suddenly, like with an Imperial official, you got a drop-off point there with the Barbican. You have very, very strong food gathering there very quickly as well. And in general, we just see China more and more as a potentially also like just timing-based civilization rather than just a straight-up booming one. But in the hands of Demo, I think chances are that we might just be seeing a more typical style of China being utilized here today.
Benny Boy does like his macro. And Numedan, I'm curious to see if he'll try to leverage the Yuumi. I think Yuumi have really leveled up, right? Ever since the discount, in conjunction with the Dark Age racks openings, we've been seeing Yuumi floods take over with high-level Japan.
Yeah, they do look really good. Like it's just so nice to have this unit that you can absolutely just zerg out like there's no tomorrow. But Demu does have the option of going for, like, if he goes for Song Dynasty, Zhuge-Nu just absolutely, like, they're a lot slower, so you can't really choose the fights that you want to take. But when a fight gets taken, the Zhuge-Nu tend to completely wipe the floor with the Yuumi archers, because they have so much less health as well. It means that you can just line formation with the Zhuge-Nu and absolutely shred the Yuumi archers.
Well, we're going to see who's shredding who. If it's going to be a 2-0 annihilation, or if we're going to be able to go a little bit deeper. By the way, something happening elsewhere in the bracket that's quite interesting. Voldemar versus CSO. Voldemar has come out of game one with a win. So CSO, despite his domination, maybe that scrim against Louis gave Voldemar a little bit of insight to start taking the lead against a very challenging opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Valdemar in general is also just a pretty solid player, I want to say. So, I mean, he qualified for a reason, right? And it is the losers bracket. So players are going to be probably like a lot more even in skill down there, I want to say, than especially like at the beginning. Down there, because
in
after
the Peasant League.
You're getting mix and match with like highest seed versus lowest seed, right? So probably more challenging to win a game up there. Meanwhile, when you're in the losers bracket, you're gonna find yourself matched with an opponent that is probably gonna be a lot closer to you in skill.
I think also to Vortex's point in his interview earlier, right? Like CSO does try to just keep coming at you, kind of overwhelming you, right? But you know, you can be phenomenal at that, but that can offer up more mistakes both ways when you're trying to raid at 2-3 different locations. If you just look away, those valuable knights that we know CSO loves in almost every matchup could find themselves in a spear line, all of a sudden ending up as a shish kebab for the evening. But this is going to be an interesting matchup if we get that game free, by the way. It does almost guarantee Ottomans versus Knights Templar. I say almost because I have seen one or two Marlian picks on Enlightened Horizon. It's weird, but sometimes in a good way, because it turns out having a ranged attack in a Dark Age fight can be good on a map where you want to play Dark Age.
It's very nice, especially when like both players are just posturing around the wolves, right? And you're able to get the shots every now and then against like your opponent's spearmen. Helps you significantly just like win those spearman fights that you're gonna need to win. At the same time, though, Donzos, they're so wood expensive. They're so wood expensive. It's just not really something that you can find yourself just massing continuously. You're gonna fall behind in like one or the other area there. You're gonna need to have more villagers on wood for that matter as well. Like you can go for it. I think it's a weird strategy, right? But because you're typically more interested in getting a pit mine up and having that passive gold income. but you only need one of those wolf camps in order to be able to age up.
And just a reminder, by the way, folks, if Dimu does fall victim here on day number 1, it will not be the end of the road for him. There is a knockout bracket as well. That will happen next week, and that would be best of 5. So this whole idea of anyone can beat anyone on BO3, don't feel like your favorite, whether it's MSN, Lucifron, Kilyadi, Baltine, Voldemar, CSO, Nimodon, or Dimu is out. This is a very, in some ways, forgiving format, I guess, Crackety. Usually double elim is one thing, but this is technically triple elim.
It is, yeah. So you got double elimination, and then you get another double elimination.
But we didn't call it triple elim because I don't know. We have elimination gauntlet, and then we have the knockout bracket. I guess knockout's a bit clearer on when you're gone. But yes, to simplify, if anyone is like, wait, what? It's triple elimination into single elimination.
Many chances to be had.
Yeah, many opportunities to screw up early, but if you screw up later, oh buddy, you're gone. So yeah, a bit merciless actually in some ways.
That's fine. Screw up twice.
That's kind of scary though, right? Because if you think about it, there's this whole logic behind being strong early in tournaments is disingenuous. You know what I mean? Where if you reveal your strategies, I can now have time to adapt. I've seen it in so many esports scenes. So the viciousness of that, it means I don't want to say you throw your opening sets, but holding some strats back isn't as punished as it would be in other formats.
Yeah, 100%. And something to keep in mind as well, during these best of 3s, is because you don't play as many games, means you do have the ability to hold a couple more strategies back.
Mm-hmm. That's true. And, obviously we have to remember that the drafting format going to be a little bit different. More picks on the table when we go into BO5 territory also. Then, oh god, don't get me started when we get to the semifinals with BO7s, because little insight for people, the drafting format was changed. We used to have redrafts. Now the way it works is that after a certain game, so in best of 7 after game 6, I believe it's after game 6, you can reuse a civ you lose with, which has a wild dynamic at the end of drafts where, that loss with Roos against China in the opening, all of a sudden doesn't feel like you've been GG'd in the draft, because your opponent has to approach the later phase remembering that Roos could come back in again.
Yeah.
Everyone's just squiggling on the board, following the line. So it's wait, so the ban and the pick and then the ban. They're still sitting here on the triple elim detail. We've got a lot of different things actually going on with Masters Summer.
100%. We are going to be looking to go into our game number 2 now any moment soon. Just going to be a little bit longer as we do have some kinks to work out in the back. I want to quickly take your brain, because just looking at Japan, they feel like they sometimes have such an insanely good food economy. China, though, obviously, just being one of those civilizations that can absolutely match that if they do get to the big granary transitions. Recently, though, we've never really, or rather rarely, seen China get to that point, just because they tend to be played so much more tempo-oriented with their normal gameplay. And yeah, we can see in the head-to-head count, that first game there, definitely a big win for Numedan, as his serious count so far, Demu is winning the majority of them.
Yeah, but you can see the gaps, right? KPMM 17, I think, was, I want to say, start of this year, and then KPMM 10 was last year, right? So, there's very big gaps. Numedan is a bit of an interesting one, right? He hasn't been reliably consistent in presence in the game. But when he does come back and he starts to commit, we always talk about him as a serious competitor. He's a lad with a lot of talent. But for whatever reason, probably because he can't just afford to make this his full-time gig currently, we don't really see him able to crack, I want to say that top 8, right? I think if we saw Numedan make top 8, we'd be quite shocked this tournament.
I like how Numedan just posts for the picture like it's his ID photo. You're not allowed to smile. You're not allowed to wear glasses.
Don't show them any weaknesses.
No emotions. He's just staring straight into your soul in that one.
Dude, I think it's something about Scandinavians, because Kilyadi does that too, right? It took a few attempts before we forced the gimmicky, not gimmicky, the childish smiles on the other side of him,
He did his best. He honestly like did his best to like portray like the whole cold persona, right?
He's one of those people that, like, if you just manage to make him crack a smile, like, it's like you almost just have a scoring system in your head that just goes up one. You know what I mean? Where it's like, haha, got him. Like, you get me to smile, no one cares, right? But Kiliadi is almost like you can imagine the MMA fights, like, stare down for a camera thing, and then someone just boops him on the nose, and he just starts giggling. You're like, done it, unraveled him. Oh,
I like
dear.
how Demu's profile picture on Steam is just Kiljadi in the hotel next to him, waking up in bed smiling. And every time I see Demu come online, I'm like, oh my god, there he is again.
They got up to some weird things in King of the North. That's very clear, right? Because like we some of us went off the evening, but apparently the party just continued in one of their rooms. Voldemar, Kiliadi, and Demu.
It's the best bromance in the scene.
It is. There was a night of brotherly bonding going on there, deep into the night, in fact.
Yeah, Kiljadi and Demu, that's the bromance from the north, the royal couple of the north.
And then they have their adopted child in Voldemar.
Oh yeah, but you know he's Danish, and you know the other Scandinavian countries they like to not play so nicely with them.
Well, I when I said adopted, it doesn't mean they want him, right? Like, I mean, you know.
Oh, that's me.
I mean, I was gonna go for like the Cinderella angle of right, like.
Not the child they wanted, but the child they had.
But in the end, Voldemar will get that glass slipper, okay? So he'll get his comeuppance, don't you worry.
Oh, man. Hoping we're gonna get into game number 2 sometime soon because the jokes are escalating.
No. I'm fine. This is the you know how I feel, Crackety. Like I say at the end of each cast, I'm like, our best commentary comes past the 5-hour mark. It's just like with Winston, when the fatigue starts to set in and the unhingedness begins, that's when we really hit the peak casting. Oh dear. I think they're having an issue with the map because Frisian, obviously there's a previous version of Frisian, and if you don't delete the old version, then Age of Empires 4 has a heart attack because they're called the same thing.
Yeah. Age of Empires 4 and mods, it doesn't like them, and the mods also don't like Age of Empires 4 at the same time, so it's a little bit of a hate-hate relationship. Truly, it's a miracle that it does work most of the time. Courtesy of the mod creators.
Yeah, the mod creators, shout out to them. They go above and beyond. Like Caillou, for example, done Frisian Marshes. If you actually, guys, if you're in game, go like search Caillou, Cavallu's name, and just see how many maps he's made in the last year. It's crazy. But you know what? It's time to hop into this map. We go into game number 2. A little bit of fast forward to catch up to live as Numenor is looking to catch Demu off guard and make it a 2-0. Demu has got a powerful pick here for the second game, though, in this best of 3. It's going to be the Chinese.
Look at this here. I like that demo. He immediately sent a lot of villagers over to gold. So even though Numenor sent a spearman forward to his base, it doesn't really impact Demu at all at this point in the game. Now, the question is, what's the follow-up going to be? And we do see the archer range coming in, so Demu should be able to secure himself a potential pro scout play if he so desires, seeing village come in as well. So right now, Demu, he is fairly happy with his play. But yeah, just mass archers at the moment. Numenor, he's trying to fast castle behind this.
Yeah, and I mean, with the placement here, like 1 outpost is nice, but 2 is golden. He didn't get it up in time here, so a little bit rough, actually. He's going to be able to go for gold on the north side, but he has to walk back to that forge, so there's going to be harassment points, and I think Demu is going to lean into this. We're going to see more archers on the way, and it's rough because Numenor, he's only half the way towards what he needs for a tech up. If this is meant to be Mounted Samurai, he cannot afford idle time on gold.
However, at the same time, Demu, he is slowing down on his aggression as he is actually going to go for the Pro Scout play now behind this. And the thing is as well that these aren't longbowmen. So this 1 outpost, in theory, is going to be completely enough for Numenor to have secured his own gold income here. And now we're also going to be seeing some horsemen coming out from Numenor. He's not really going to play the Archer, but this 1 horseman is going to be enough to completely clear the Archer count now.
Yeah, and it's a crafty read because obviously Demu doesn't want to overly invest when he's going pro scout so early. Spearman, they're even going to find a beneficial fight. Yeah, it turns out, and I feel like this as well, Crackety. You know, like you can argue about whether I could beat Demu in an alleyway 1-on-1, but if I bring 2 friends, we'd still lose, probably, maybe. But it'd be close.
He's a tall guy,
but the fight would be close, right?
They call Demu the Watchtower.
They do, which is why him and Kiliadi make the perfect couple. They're like a double grandfather clock.
Archers do get completely cleaned up, and Numenon behind this. I mean, he is gonna really like get the age up in very, very early, and Demu decides to start playing the age a little bit more. Spearman now coming in and more archers. It's gonna like really delay him in the age up though.
Now, the interesting part is actually that we haven't seen any fishing, but I guess this is just, like, that's what you have to do when it's Pro Scouts, right? Like, if it wasn't a Pro Scout Civ, you'd probably see Japan out on the ponds just because of how beneficial that play has historically been. We are instead just going to get the Castle Rush. Another big thing we've been seeing, ever since the Dark Age racks began, we no longer see ninjas ever.
Ooh, a little ball pull there as well. Numedan leaving Demu with a gift behind.
Demu, he's going to try to prep for the age up himself. I mean, I like that he's actually stopping off for more spearmen, right? Like, do you really want to try to rush Lancers against Mount Samurai? Probably not.
Yeah,
These deer.
no, against the...
Is that a
current
guard
army
ball?
not so...
Wait,
so
say again?
much. Against the current army composition, like the knights don't really matter that much, but yeah, this boar is just very, very annoying for Demu here at the moment. Just completely stops him from moving forward, but he is going to be able to go for his own HR play now behind this. But Numedan will get a slight tempo lead here early on. Question is, what's he going to make? Yeah, we do see the Mounted Samurai coming in still. It's just the best unit to make, right? Like, even if your opponent already has to counter out, just... It makes so much sense to go for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Yumi are just phenomenal here. This is the thing. This has been the standout unit. Like, you know, for a long time, we've been focused on Mount Samurai OP. Sure, they're still really good, but Yumi, that 10% discount, it's incredible how much it changed. And it's just a great clearer to spear crossbow in general. Like, even if you're just doing Yumi versus Archer, like, the efficiency has finally been realized with this Civ.
And the Archer range is hidden far behind his base as well. So not something that Demu really knows at all is going to be coming his way. Once again, like, idle time here and there is getting forced, but Numedan, he's already got his Uma Bannerman out now as well, and he is sneaking his way towards the base of Demu now. Is Demu sending his reinforcements forward, or is he going to keep them inside of his base is the question. Looks like he is trickling them forward.
Now, here's another rough part. He just tacked up with Imperial Palace. A map like this, knowing you're against Mass Yumi, Clock Tower feels like it could have been a pretty useful option, right?
At the same time, like with the big stealth forest in the middle, there is great value in the Imperial Palace, and especially like with the Mounted Samurai play right now, like it's all gonna be about raids. If Demu can get to like Song Dynasty now behind this, like play a little bit on the relic game, is able to deny the first relic here, play a little bit onto the relic game. If you're able to get 2 relics, you're gonna be in a great spot. If you can get Song Dynasty behind that, scaling wise, you should be feeling ahead.
Fair point. And we do have the veterans on the way, so we'll be able to deal with the Mount Samurai. It's going to make it more tanky against Yumi. Yumi, by the way, haven't been upgraded yet. Numedan should slowly be approaching the second Yorishiro, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at a TC drop here. It just makes a lot of sense against China, because you kind of feel like you need to start building a slight lead, especially if you're worried your opponent might go Song.
Crossbows now also coming in from Demu. A little bit of everything here, just being thrown into the mix, but he does already have a pretty decent army size.
Yeah, Nimu. I wonder if the Yorishiro drop towards the archer range would have made more sense on this map. It's very hard to get into the enemy base on Frisian Marshes. So, like, Mounted Samurai, they're very strong still, sure, but compared to, like, a Dry Arabia, you do feel like a lot of your options are removed.
Numedan, he's just spamming out the Yumis at the moment. Eventually, he's gonna have to like go into different units. Because like right now, Demu, he's massing the knights and crossbows just because like Yumis, they don't actually trade that well up against crossbow. Like it's interesting, right? Like crossbows trade like 1-to-1. It is straight up engagement up against the archers. Actually, a little bit better than that. Up against the Yumi, they're going to do much better, at least until Numedan's able to get to the next level on his TC and at least get a Yumi Bannerman out. But that's still going to be a bit, like, quite a few minutes until then.
The idea is the flood point, though, right? Like, you should be able to have a lot more Yumi, in theory, anyway. I wouldn't mind the idea of like Numu just playing, this could sound a bit budgeted, but Yumi Horseman could be surprisingly effective here. Then again, like Dimu, because of this littering of everything, like the Palace Guard might be a bit too problematic. I guess you could go Onimusha, and the cool thing about Onimusha is like it's very easy to avoid the crossbows in the fights.
Looks like Numidan is going to be able to sneak Relic in the middle there. Also able to secure the one in the back now, able to take that scout down. Demo hasn't... Okay, never mind. Demo does have a monk out by now.
And you can
Here's
rush
damage
them
level
out.
2 also coming in.
Yeah, so he's being pretty lean about this. Usually you see he's trying to be a bit greedy, like 2-3, just rushed out straight away, but he's giving a lot of respect to the Mad Samurai, the potential presence. The other interesting thing about Dumu going Knights alongside this, he's just keeping the threat real to stop Numidan rushing out into those fishing spots. Because if one player goes towards infantry only, it opens the other to play wide with economy.
So far, we still don't have Song Dynasty in yet for Demu. Can we check Numidan's base, see where he put the next Yorishiro in? Because at one point, he might just put... Yeah, he hasn't put inside the TC yet. Honestly, I really like the idea of just putting it inside, like the second one inside of the TC, because that immediately grants you like Song Dynasty baseline from your TC, and the scaling there is great. The issue is that once you put in your main TC, you can't take it out anymore.
Yeah, that's always the awkward thing. Even if you delete your TC, if that was an option, like it wouldn't matter because it remains rubble, right? So if you rebuild, it's just still got a Yorishiro effect. It is one of the rough ones. Most players do just lean towards it because it's just great for escalation. I don't mind the idea with the farmhouses, by the way, from Numidan. Like, food is actually, like, surprisingly underrated for your Yorishiro drops, especially when you're playing 1 TC v 1 TC.
There we go. Barbican of the Sun now coming in from Demu. He is putting that one next to the shoreline there, so he's going to secure himself a great amount of food income. Numidan's still adding in more and more of these mounted samurai, but right now, like Demu, he's got a very, very solid army composition here as well. He's got archers, he's got crossbows.
He's rushing Bannerman. Like, he just gathered the stone up forcibly, so Numidan's trying to get access to the auras. The problem is the timing isn't there, so Dumu, this type of push, could do a lot of damage. All on the other side of the map, it's just going to be against the horsemen. The main clash on the north side is what really matters here. The gold, well, it has just ran out. And Dimu just saw that. It means Numidan only has a single gold option to try and compete.
Also means there's now outposts already protecting that side, so this one is going to be much easier for him to engage onto. Looks like, yeah, Demu was able to get to that relic in the middle in time, but I think the horseman's still going to be able to pick off that one monk at the bottom side, so it might be a 3-2 relic split for Numidan, but at the moment Demu is just flooding so many units. This one's going to be a tough one. Now for Numidan, we don't have the Yumi Bannerman in yet at this point in time.
Nope. He still hasn't locked it up. Mad Samurai are going to try to spread out, but they're getting spread thin. There's still a decent number of spearmen littered in. It just feels like the Yumi, they're getting target fired down maybe a little bit too much. Crossbows need to address the remaining health bars here, though the front line is thinning, and Numidan, despite what the numbers might suggest, looks like he's got just enough firepower to push Dumu out.
Just about, yeah. I mean, that perfectly spells it out here, right? But in theory, Demu has enough here left at the front in order to keep pushing. But he does decide to pull back as he now no longer has any torch power behind his army.
Yeah, now Numidan, he survives the execution, but the food is a little bit concerning, right? He still needs to make a farm transition happen or play out onto the ponds, and that's the big edge that Dumu has. You know, you talked about China's one weakness being their granary transition. Well, now with map control being on his side, he's able to avoid that weakness. He's got plenty of food to play out into these areas. Frisian's a bit of a weird one now because you used to get very stacked ponds, but now it's consistently just free fish. So in some ways a nerf. If you remember, we used to have like the 7 fish pond that could spawn. But it does mean you've got reliable consistency hopping pond to pond on what you should find.
And behind this, more and more crossbows now coming in for him. Looks like he did actually manage to get 3 relics in. I honestly thought that Numidan would get the 3rd relic in on his side, but now Demu with the relic advantage here. Can we quickly, once again, check Numidan's base, see if he did finally go for your assurance at TC, he did not. So yeah, he did actually go for it inside another farmhouse. I mean, that slowly but surely, Demu is going to pull further and further ahead in the villager department here now, as he is in Song Dynasty.
I'm wondering if Numenon's been playing a lot of Japanese on the ladder recently. There's been a new build that's been shifting around and making waves, and it is the Master Owner Bugatia strategy. A strategy that actually would be sound here up against the Chinese comp, right? Like Bugatia, Annihilate, Crossbow, Spears. It is a bit tricky on the food income, but like, you know, with the access now to the berries, onto the fish, it would be a viable one here compared to just spamming Yumi.
And Demon needs to be careful. He does have the line of sight advantage here with the Imperial Academy, or rather the Imperial Palace, and he does spot out the Mounted Samurai there. So we'll know exactly where the raiding force is.
Wait, but he just steered him to the farms. Is he going to at least get the info? That's important for Numenon to know.
No scout?
I don't think so, no. That was so close. Dimu stopped him a tile away, so no info gained. He's Nimu. May not know how all-in he should be trying to be. I mean, even if he knew, I'm not sure he actually has the quantity to go all-in.
Yeah, now the second granary cluster coming in for Demu as well, and he's already got a good amount of gold behind all of this, so Demu, if Numenor doesn't really do anything soon, Demu's going to eclipse him in the food income and might actually find himself Imperial Age. And once China gets to Imperial Age, you know, like the Great Wall Gatehouse, it makes it pretty much impossible to all-in them.
Yeah, especially with Masayumi. That's a quick way to lose an entire army. He's going to lean towards Sacred Sites. I mean, this is something I noticed Yumi are actually quite good at around this timing. Like, they blob up very fast and they force you out into the mid-ground. But at the end of the day, you are playing a Civ that can't actually get a really powerful, reliable defense structure on the Sacred Site because castles are locked behind Imperial for Japanese.
Yeah. And that's an issue here, but instead, just going to have to rely on more and more of these sprinkled outposts and placements. So kind of like a semi-castle, you could say, like a feudal age keep, almost. Except, yeah, sprinkled does kind of... They do hurt. They do hurt at the end of the day. No, he does have a pretty decent army now at this point in the game, but we talked about earlier, KPA, the crossbows, they don't trade too badly up against the Yumi archers. Like, in a one-on-one fight, the crossbows are perfectly fine. It's only when you have the significant army size advantage with the Yumi archers that the crossbows don't trade cost effectively anymore. But that's just not the case at the moment.
No, it just feels like this Mountain Samurai are just like... What is their value point in these fights, right? Like, crossbow and spears is the majority of Dumu's army, is the answer, right? If you were to take the cost of these Mounted Samurai and convert it into Bugatia, which he's now trying to do, finally, right? It's coming in now. If this had been Bugatia instead, we'd be staring at about 50 ladies with glaives.
Yeah. Would make quite the difference now as well, though Demu does also have a good amount of archers there in his army composition at the moment. So at least a semblance of a counter present. More palace guards coming in as well behind this.
Is Nimmer going to rush Imp? No.
He's floating resources, but then why get the Katana Bannerman? There we go. More navigation now in queue.
Yeah, but he needs more production. He's actually got a lot of resources floating here. Like, I could kind of understand the idea behind rushing Imp if he had both Sacred Sites, but he still actually hasn't captured the southern one. It's only now happening.
Capturing coming in now. Wall here from Demu does prevent the raid from coming in. Crossbows are going to be able to force those knights back, and then Rewall is going to make sure that no immediate follow-up can happen there. Capture up on the Sacred Side also is going to get denied. That knight somehow is trapped between empty space and two other knights.
I believe he's trapped between a samurai and religion is the concept there. Yeah. He's like, I must make a choice. The way of the samurai. Or God. Oh, I don't know. Is the samurai Keanu Reeves? Because if it is, I'm back in Keanu. So, Dimu, we talked about the impeachable farms. That's going to be on the way. He's really not that far off of just pumping out a Great Wall Gatehouse here.
We do see a Yumi mass about to approach there on the farming side, but the crossbows, once again, they're going to be able to trade out just fine with the current army mass.
Yeah, also, how are you breaking through this wall?
You can shoot over it. But I think immediately, like, these Yumi archers, they don't trade so well.
Okay, that was a classic, you know, the whole shoot for the officers, they'll retreat. It's like, oh no, the captain's dead. Full surrender.
Devon now behind this, massing up more and more resources. Numedan, he's prepping a good count of Onabugeisha. Devon needs to be careful here. He does not want to get caught outside of his base. Right now, it's all about just being able to go for that age up now for him. And he just needs a little bit of stone then as well in order to get the initial walls that you need for your Great Wall Gatehouse. But once that's done, there we go. Just the stone just bought.
Yep. And also, Dumu has seen the Bugeisha. He knows about them. It's not a secret gotcha moment now is the problem. Yeah, Barbican definitely saw it.
This Great Wall Gatehouse as well, it's going to protect the farm, so these on the Bugeisha, at least when they're clumped up, aren't going to be able to achieve too much here now in this situation.
No, because the Nester Bees on that wall is, what, 2.5 times the base damage of standard Nester Bees. I think it's 16 per rocket. It's ridiculous how much damage this thing pumps out. And it has fancy animations now.
Yeah. Here come the ladies. Demu is going to see this in time. At the same time, Numedan also attacking on another side.
He panics. He's like, maybe I should have done this a bit faster. It's going to be fine, though. Numedan will back away. Meanwhile, the poke on the north side is going to draw a lot of ire, a lot of attention. But the issue is, like, Numedan's idea of hitting two sides is cool. But now that Great Wall Gatehouse, like, look at his entire army. Minus the 20 mad samurai, the rest just die the moment they come anywhere near that implant mark.
Yeah, and here we go. Upgrades now coming as well. Elite on the crossbows, elite on the spearman, but Numedan not too far behind his own age up. And the clash could be coming in soon now. Fairly decent army size on both sides. Debu wants to wait for the upgrades, but I don't think he can. Numedan's kind of forcing the issue here. Needs to potentially supervise. Supervision is coming in.
Yep, he's got supervision on the north side there, so the crossbow's getting priority, as are the spears. We don't care about archers as much. He's going to dive towards the farms. Now, the north side doesn't get protected by the Great Wall Gatehouse, but behind this, Numedan, he is finding his way up into Imperial. He's gathering additional stone, and he does have that Sacred Site timer ticking, so the posturing isn't looking too bad. It is going to be tricky to find the timing to get elite on Bugeisha because he did not Eurashura drop a Rax. Mad Samurai are just going to poke a little bit on the economy, but he will be forced out.
Now with the elite upgrades coming in, Demu also switching into some hand cannons as well. They're going to do a great job up against the Honor Bugeisha. It's going to take a while to come in though. Yeah, this big mass of crossbows here. It's like crossbows, never underestimate crossbows as well. Like we talked about, right? Like the Yumi archers, they're not going to trade too well up against them. The only thing here that's questionable, like that is going to be a concern, is going to be this big mass of Honor Bugeisha. Once they are getting upgraded to Imperial Age, and especially once you start getting the university upgrades in, they start doing a tremendous amount of damage with their attack speed.
Bugeisha. Well, the other ridiculous thing is it's so hard to catch them out of position. 1.5 movement speed allows them to get out of jail free quite often. But the big focus right now for Dimu needs to be that decap. We're approaching 6 minutes. It's starting to get into the realm where you get a little bit concerned that you could get caught off guard with this. And it's a perfect time because Numedan has to wait for these upgrades to come in. It's not really a fight that he wants to take right now. Even more so with the fact that Dimu is rushing incendiary arrows.
Yeah, with 23 archers, they're going to do a great job up against the Honor Bugeisha. Not just the Honor Bugeisha, but just about any unit, especially as long as +3 Pierce Armor isn't researched yet. Debu, is he going to leave a unit behind? Needs to leave a unit behind for the decap there. It's just going to hang around there for the time being. And we didn't get the cast of the Crow in, most importantly, so
no.
It's not like Numedan has like any big advantage here. Or at least not a big defensive advantage inside of his base.
Yeah, I think with the way you've played this, like, Tanagash from Gunsmith kind of gets devalued, right? Like, Reboldiquins aren't going to be great because, like, you built Bugeisha. Your opponent doesn't really want to build spears, right? And then the hand cannon is pyrotechnics. Do I need to say more, right? Like, trying to beat China in the gun battle is a difficult challenge for the best of civs.
Ooh, and now at this point in time, all the university upgrades coming in as well here for Demu. Incendiaries on the crossbows, on the archers. Fight is getting taken, but Numedan, most of his army here, at least the front line, the mounted samurai, aren't upgraded at all. They're dying so quickly here now at this point in time. Yumi are pushing forward, but honestly, they're just not really
He's breaking through.
impactful here.
He's breaking through the Bugeisha. Yep, the archers, he leaves the archers behind. That's the thing that can actually trade out reasonably well against the Bugeisha, especially with being elited up. So they're all cleared. It's just crossbows left over. They are a little bit slow on the attack, and there should be a lot of overkill coming into the ladies here. It is going to be enough to shove him back, but Dumu has a strategy on the way. Astronomical Clock Tower is going to give him the kite possibility here. The lady line is thinning only slightly, though. Numidan has got 20 more. He's pumping out 10 a rotation. He will survive this push. Dumu needs to go back to the drawing board.
Every time on the retreat, though, every time he turns around, 3 units going down. And the Unabogation, they have to be so careful, though, as well. Like, if they overcommit there, if they just keep chasing, they're going to get whittled down. Numidan doesn't have a great bank here behind this. Demu, though, look at the mini-map. Looks like Numidan is actually setting up camp on the gold vein there on the side of Numidan, on the side of Demu. Yeah, he built an outpost there as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a nuisance. But he has obviously got the farm. So, like, this outpost, it stops the gold, but the fish, like, was never a concern. And also, at this point, you know, the gold starts to matter a little bit if Demu's plan was to go Palace Guard hand cannons. And he did prep hand cannons, by the way, because he did get the pyrotechnics. So, definitely a bit of a blocker towards what Demu perceives as a win condition.
The Palace Guards are going to do a great job now, though, up against the Onabogation. They have the bonus health. They got the elite army tactics already in for them. And now with the Yuan Dynasty, they also move they actually move quicker than the Onabogation now.
Yeah, this is the crazy thing. I've seen this strategy in the early days of Japan versus China. Like, Mass PG versus Mass Bugeisha, you're always able to mirror the moves. And we have to remember that, like, well, Bugeisha are great against unarmored units. Palace Guard might be a little bit lower in the armor, but they're still phenomenally tanky. So it is a solid read, and it's forcing Numidan's hand into a slower comp. He's switching Samurai.
Samurai are at least going to do a very good job up against the Palace Guards, as we are going to be seeing that Katana upgrade coming in for Numidan. Going to be doing +4 damage up against them. Now, the Palace Guards, they have 1 less armor. They also have +30 HP, so it's a little bit of a trade-off here overall, but the mobility, it is so good on them. 1.58 tiles per second. They almost move at the same speed as Knights do. So with that maneuverability, at Numidan not having the keep upgrade on his TC inside of his base can just thoroughly get raided here potentially.
More keeps as well. I love the way that Demu is just kind of hunkering down, right? Like, this is going to stop the Geisha raids entirely. We do finally have Oda Tactics on the way. So, you know, the Samurai should be favored against the Palace Guard, but like you're kind of hitting on, right? With this raiding potential, how do you ever get the fight against the Palace Guard?
Keep going up in the middle. That's going to be a great spot for Demu to push into the sacred site. Numidan, though, already, thanks to Tanegashima Gunsmith, has 2 bombards on their way in order to try and clear that. And right now, numbers-wise, doesn't look like Numidan has enough Samurai, I want to say, in order to take the fight there in the middle. Are these Samurai already elite? Did he already go through all the upgrades? It looks like he already went through all the upgrades in order to get to elite.
He got mass melee upgrades, and he's now just got the kick in the tactics. So these are as good as it's going to get. Right? If these Samurai cannot beat the enemy, then maybe it's time to just watch that Tom Cruise movie and accept the times are moving on.
We do at least still have those mass crossbows with incendiaros in, so could definitely be an option here. And now Palace Guards are going to start making their move around the map. Are going to start trying to decap one of these sacred sites now as well.
We've been here before for Numidan, but like he hasn't been able to set up his own castles. He has got bombards now coming in to clear Dumu's castles, though. Slowly but surely. And the ladies, they spring to action. There's a lot of Palace Guard, and it's even harder against China specifically because they have got the extra battle hardened, right? So these guys are quite ridiculously tanky. I wonder if Numidan's goal now is just to get mass hand cannoneers. We said it's kind of rough against pyrotechnics, but you do at least get the Yumi buff, so you hit harder while having less range.
Numidan trying to finish off the wall, but these are only palisade walls, so yeah, Demu, he's just got to break through. And outmaneuvering his opponent's army at this point in time. He's going to find the 8k gold vein. He's going to find the villagers there. That's a lot of villagers from Numidan that are now under a siege.
Now the raise, I mean, it just floods in. He's also out here on the fishing. There's quite a few villages, actually, between the gold and the fish on the east side. There's a lot of other time being achieved there. Numu also has to react north side. Demu. I mean, we're kind of just getting to that stage of the game that he's renowned for, right? He loves playing this macro into the late game. And this is starting to deliver. Like, game 1 was fast, right? But we're getting to that deep state of play we've been expecting out of these two. And I'm wondering, like, you can't even answer a Revoltiquence here as Japanese, right? Because the Palace Guard will just walk.
Yeah, Palace Guard will just go somewhere else. And you gotta, like, As long as there's not a spot that they need to be fighting in, which now they don't, because Demu, he did get the decap and he actually captured up the Sacred Side as well, and now he's inside the food economy. Food economy idled out from Numedan without him having anything left in the bank as well. Oh, he's gonna find villagers again on the gold.
Come on. You just can't run away. They're quicker. There's no escaping this. Gets glaive down. Numedan, like, what's happened in the last 1 minute? They were mirrored on economy, and now there is a 40 worker gap.
Numedan feels like he needed some stone walls here instead of the emplacements on the sacred sides. Now that he's finding himself without any walls, the palace guards can just flood through. They can just create openings here and there. The food economy, once it's getting idle, there's just not enough units from him. Not enough of a bank for him to reinvest. We're seeing some of these hand cannons now getting called in from the Tanegashima gunsmith. But honestly, the palace guards, they just don't care. They're just gonna run past.
I mean, this is the thing. He's basically just giving him a taste of his own medicine. You know that the Numedan was looking for this timing with Big Geisha himself, but I think Big Geisha, it's an interesting concept against China because you can actually max out quicker than this Palace Guard strategy. But once you are in the late game, you just feel like you're building an inferior version of what China has.
The ideal late game composition for Japan, it just has to be accompanied by the mounted samurai. Just such a strong cavalry unit there.
Yeah.
They're able to catch up to the palace guards and take them down. The Honor and Geisha, honestly, they're more like kind of a beat shield and a nice DPS unit up against the counters to the mounted samurai. Mostly like the hand cannoneers, the crossbows, the spearmen.
They're an overwhelm unit.
They just like flooding, having them in there, but the bread and butter, like the real DPS there, comes from those mounted samurai.
Yeah, when I think of Ono Begeisha and how they win games, I think of that World War Z scene where they're like bulking to flood over the walls. Yeah. That's how you win. But when you're stuck in a more kind of equal, prestigious back and forth fight, they look cool, but sometimes, you know, just being a bit more bog standard, a bit more normie is better. Oh, who am I kidding? There's nothing normal about this movement speed.
Yeah, Numedan this time, he's still trying. He's remassing into a load of hand cannoneers. The issue is, hand cannoneers, very slow. So you need to be, like, everywhere with them, but for that, they're too expensive.
No, he's up to 25 HC. It's not too bad. Like, the hand cannon count, though, the problem is, like, you don't have a movement speed advantage, right? Like, I guess if you're camping in the corner, you can guard, but then Dimu's just going to play onto these sacred sites hard.
Yeah,
we've solved it.
Capturing both of them up now.
Rocket launchers. That's how we beat Palace Guard. Because you know what is quicker than a Palace Guard in Imperial Age? Missiles.
Demu actually killed the two houses in the corner here from Numedan where the Yoroshiros were in. So now there's just two Shinto priests standing there, holding the Yoroshiros. Not sure where to go with it.
Like, can you give me a purpose in life, sir? Like, maybe rebuild these houses? Oh, I mean, 2TC, if you can get another Shogun... No, let's be real. Like, Shogun is so expensive.
And there's just no way of getting that stone, right? Like, there's a large stone vein at the bottom of the map, but we're already seeing it time and time again. Just the movement speed, the maneuverability from these palace guards, from this Yuan dynasty. It's just too great. And insane thing about it as well, that this is not just a military mobility buff, but it's also an economic boost for Demu, as it's affecting all of his villagers on the farms and on the woodline as well.
I mean, if Numedan could make... What do you think? Like, if he could set some stone walls up on this east side, right? Like, if he can linearize the fight, that's the idea with the samurai here. Meanwhile, Demu, like, he has gone on Nest of Bees. I guess you don't want to go over the top on knob count, right? Because, like, if you go 8, 9 Nest of Bees here, then I still don't think you kill the samurai quite quick enough in late game.
Mars moving forward, gonna find some shots onto those Nest of Bees, but they're really, really tanky, as we do already have the university upgrade on. I'm not sure if these are clock towers or not, but looks like Numedan is gonna be able to clean up most of the crossbows now at this point in time.
Whoa.
But crossbows aren't really the bread and butter now at this point in time anymore. We do have the hand cannons with all the bonus range now in.
Okay, but this is a decent defense so far from Numedan. He's got his hand cannon still in reserve. The challenge is, of course, reaching a target. But the idea with the bombards, he can now start to brute force his way towards those sacred sites. The timer's still got some way to go. The samurai also going to move out to find the build force. Now, it is Chinese builders, so like in theory, he should get this up.
I think it's going to go up.
Yeah, but it's still going to be losses. It's still going to be harassment. It is going to be a blocker to the gold, though. So, like, Numidan, he's done a great job of pushing his opponent back. But the really important detail now becomes around gold as this game goes on. Because what he's trying to leverage is expensive.
At least he is still getting, like, a lot of these hand cannons in, quote-unquote, for free with the Tanigashima Gunsmith. It's not really too sustainable. These tickets are going to run out. Demu now, he wants to probably stop this keep from going down, but looks like he doesn't feel like he has enough. Brand, though, he should definitely have enough. 35 hand cannoneers on his side there. And these are the ones with all the bonus range as well. Yeah, he is now spreading in far. He's spreading wide in order to get just as much as a line formation fight going here as possible up against his opponent.
And of course, Demi just wants to turn this into a bit of a meat grinder now. He's still got some time left on the sacred side before that becomes a realistic win condition. The fight does remain quite linear. Numidan, it's just always a challenge if you have to retreat, right? You always have to stand your ground here because of just how good the chase power is of Dimu and the hand cannoneer count as well. Now, it is Dimu just thrusting a lot of Palace Guard into their death, but the idea is that they're the cannon fodder. The thing that Numidan needs to solve is this backline of gunners from Dimu.
And not just that, I mean, Palace Guards, they're also actually cheaper by 5 gold compared to these Samurai. And with the additional amount of health means that they are able to survive additional shots from these hand cannoneers from the backline, which is probably the most important point here in the end. Just being able to survive more, having that front line that's able to soak up more of these shots, mean that the hand cannoneers, like, you can't really ever engage onto them anyways. They have more movement speed with the Yuan Dynasty and more range as well.
Yes, there's no upside. I mean, like, if Numidan had a lot of gold, maybe we could be talking like Mangonels, but 400 gold income a minute, like, he's barely holding on as it is. There's no easy switch available to him. And as we approach the 40-minute mark, looking at the comps, I think Dimu just has a reasonably easy time running down the clock now.
Infrastructure is getting burned down now, though, by these bombards. And look at that, Numidan, he's actually pop capped, about to be pop capped, 160 max pop now. He doesn't have the housing anymore in order to start pumping out these units. More houses are getting pulled up rapidly here. Japanese architecturing going on right now behind all of this. And Demu up to 41 hand cannoneers behind this as Numa tries to switch into Horseman.
I mean, 40 is the golden number. Yeah, I mean, the Horseman idea is cool, right? But, like, at this stage, PG also going to be tanky enough to stand their ground. And you're going to be forced to trickle troops in. I mean, it's 4 bombards now. Also just great at sniping out the hand cannoneers. Flash is going to come in. Nesta B's also scattering its shots across that back line of HCs. Numidan, I think this is the break point. He's down to 16 hand cannoneers and falling. Dimu is consistently holding at 40. And Numidan just doesn't have the melee to keep pushing, surely.
He is trying. He still has solid food income. There isn't currently any raids going on into the food line from Numidan. But yeah, the gold, it's just running thin. 2 relics cannot sustain the units that Numidan needs to pump out here now at the moment.
Well, they're delivering the late game that people came to be entertained by, that's for sure. And we might get it one more time because Dimu is back on the board and we will see a deciding game.
Oh, man. What a game. And that means that we are going to be going over to a decider game, number 3 now in this one. Honestly, KP, I think so far we've been spared these, like, really, really long ones. And they've been reasonably action-packed as well, I want to say.
Oh, yeah. I expect nothing less from these two. And I love that Dimu was able to step up to get us back towards game 3, right? Because that game 1 must have felt a little bit demoralizing, right? Numidan just played it so well. I've seen this from him time and time again with the Byzantines. It just leaves you questioning your, like, execution with how good he is at this play into Rus. But Dimu reminded us that if these games go late, it's an area I feel like he's got more experience than most players in Age of Empires 4. I mean, if I looked at the game average length, I feel like if you go and look at match history in pub games, Dimu has more late game appearances than anyone else I can think of.
Yeah. And it is going to be the prophesized matchup here. Enlightened Horizon, we are going to be seeing the Ottomans going up against the Knights Templar here from Demu. Honestly, KP, I think this is a matchup where I personally see Ottomans very, very much favored just because of the army composition and when it comes to like the speed at which these two civilizations play. I think Demu, he might actually like... I think there's only an argument to be made that Knights Templar... I think they got a timing in Feudal Age. After that, it probably only gets worse and worse there. I think Mass Archer Feudal Age with Spearmen probably needs to be the play.
I think the idea as well is like if Ottomans can keep pressuring you before you reach critical mass of archers, the imams are a very interesting detail in this matchup, right? So like that's something we've seen is it's going to be a big question mark. Does Numidan have the level of execution of Ottomans that early game? Because I think that's what I've been noticing most with Ottomans in general at the moment. Like we saw B early today. If you execute these healer boy timings early and strong, Ottomans look like they're bordering an S tier civ. It's pretty incredible. But let's find out. Deciding game. We hop into Enlightened Horizon for some Dark Age shenanigans. It's going to be Dumu in the purple Knights Templar and Numidan in response as the green Ottomans.
All right, Dark Age barracks coming out from both players. Wait, what's going on? Okay, Numidan, he retreated with the villager. For a second, I was like, okay, maybe that's a little bit too early, but is going to be still able to capture up that caravan point there.
Did he because he didn't build the house out there, right? He only built the racks, which is why he was just Michael Jacksoning for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting because like if you do the racks into house, you buy enough time for the first spin to come out. So it's like you basically have no downtime except for the walking with the villager. And Dumu does walk the villager home, by the way, which is interesting because Knights Templar can use those loose trees near the merchant camp to just chop and gather resources.
Yeah, but it looks like at the moment he just wants to have him on food instead. But I agree, in theory, like it's probably more efficient to rotate a villager from your own wood line inside of your base onto sheep instead of moving that one all the way back. Especially since you then also have the ability to potentially like just pull a villager, get a little shiv out going as well, which can help you against these early like engagements between the spearmen and the just against the spearmen.
That's true, and like because you think the Ottomans should be ever so slightly ahead, right? Because of the discounted racks, it gives them a slight edge, and you know for that reason, sometimes you maybe expect to have the merchant camp captured a slight bit quicker. Curious to see how far Doom wants to go. One thing, I don't know if you noticed this as well. Enlightened Horizon, when it first came out, we quickly saw this Wolf Den meta. The Wolf Den rarely seems to matter anymore.
It eventually is going to matter just because players don't want to necessarily mine the gold. Eventually, they're going to get it passively from the caravan camp. But if you want to have the speed to age up, then you are going to go for the Wolf. But it looks like Numidan is actually also actively gathering gold here at this point in the game.
I think the logic is like if you measure it out to walk out to the Wolf Den, the player in the same time could walk over to the merchant camp and then take that away from you, right? Which would also cut your reinforcements. So it feels like because certain players started doing that, everyone got more paranoid about the Wolf timing. And when we do see it, it's usually because you've won a big fight, right?
In theory, with Ideal Micro, you can actually take these wolf dens with only 2 units. You have one just distracting the wolves that spawn in, and the other one continues torching it down. But 2 units can still make the difference here between winning or losing a fight.
Agreed. Especially against high-level micro, right? If you're equal on that exchange, I mean, just 1 extra HP bar goes a mile. Especially when we consider some of the clashes we saw earlier today, like CSO Vortex. We had those ridiculous fights where both sides, almost all spears were exhausted down to less than 10 HP.
Looks like Demu is now going to go for the door for the wolf den. Or no, I think he's hesitating.
He's like, wait a second. If I walk up there, are you going to attack my racks? No, I'd never do that. Be honest with me, maybe. It's just always the paranoia, right? Because like you're either sending the scout with them or you leave the scout here. Then the reality is your opponent's scout can see if you've left the area. It's this weird tug of war that Enlightened Horizon has become.
Yeah, it's also just both players looking at the amount of spearmen that their opponents went into. At the moment, looks like, Demu, him not actively gathering gold, but it looks like he just pulled villagers onto gold. Numidan, the first one now to click to the age up.
And we're at Madressa on the way. Nice for surging into that feudal timing. And, you know, we do often see Sipahi versus Chevalier in this matchup. It's impressive how the premium light cav can somewhat keep up with the heavy cav.
Yeah, Sapahi, they're just a different breed, right? Like they do well against just about everything in the game. Sometimes we even see them taking decent trades up against spearmen.
Yep.
Just because of how effectively they're able to engage without body blocking onto each other, thanks to their bonus range.
Yeah, like technically, if you micro it perfectly, there's a world in which you can actually just attack without being attacked in return, right? But the cool thing here, spear into Sapahi Chevalier. Well, the Sapahi can attack from behind the spears. The Chevalier have to go forward, right? So there's more vulnerability down the line for Dimmu. Time being, though, he's going to keep aggroing. Just kind of a stare down here. We're about to get the Imam point, by the way.
Yeah, are very close to it. And Demu, he's already got a couple of spear which are very low. Sabo Numidan side, he's definitely going to be able to make the most out of the healing. Means that in these trades, looks like Numidan is going to be able to pull ahead then. Scout, though, going down. That's actually pretty big.
He did just get the Vizier point, and the Imam's on the way. So tech out completes. Dimmu, he's going to keep posturing, but the moment he sees those healer boys, I imagine he'll look to run all the way home.
Yeah, boys moving forward, and yeah, Demu, he's going to have to go for something different now. Question is what exactly that's going to be. We still have both of these wolf dens available to play onto. Pilgrims is going to be the choice here for Demu first. I'm not sure if he even already has an archery range. He's definitely going to need it a little bit, but he's playing onto both wolf dens, actually.
Interesting. He said you can actually do it with a few troopers, and also look at the read. Numidan. It's quite smart actually from Dimmu, because if Numidan now goes straight after the merchant camp, you're going to have archers to contest. Now, whether it's going to be quick enough on the timing is the question mark here because of the Imam heal.
Yeah, we do have more archers coming in, but the trickling might just be enough here. Double archer range as well, so these are going to be coming in very quickly. And Knights Templar and their wood income is just absolutely insane. Looks like Numidan is actually going to try... Demu is actually going to pull back his units in order to defend this area. So honestly, now that he sees that Numidan is respecting the play, more of a reason for him to go for these wolf dens now.
Numidan, it's going to be an opening archers, so didn't feel confident about just going straight up into Spahi.
We're seeing military schools coming in for Numidan behind all of this.
And there you go. Okay, so it's going to be the 1-1-1. How many melee schools? Has he got the first one up already? I don't think so, right?
Should have at least one since he did spend the starting
Oh yeah,
stone.
it's south side of the stone.
Yeah, there we go. One has been put up so far.
This does slow you down at the beginning, though, right? And this is where, like, Dumu's exploiting the map. We talked about him just going for the wolf dens. He actually came back from that. But he does still at least have the pilgrims now smuggling through.
Yeah, and getting the caravan in here, the caravan point, is also pretty big for him. Just getting that little bit of additional map control. And look at the army surge behind this. 11 spear, 12 archers already. In theory, like right now, he can just run onto that that military school and burn it down. There's nothing that Numidan could do about that.
I think the
He will
one
also
thing...
idle out the archer range.
There we go. I was about to say, the one thing that Doom is missing is the blacksmith time. Is he's hauling a lot of gold. He did get the wood in the end, so Steel Arrow's on the way. A little bit slower than Numidan's timing, mind you. But a lot of active gathering, right? I wouldn't be surprised if he's considering adding 1 or 2 Chevalier just to kind of absorb in these fights.
He's being hesitant right now. I don't think he can really believe just how few archers Numidan has out at the moment. Because if he knew, like right now, this would be the moment to just go for a checkmate play there. Yeah, checkmate immediately.
Okay, so also, if we check Numidan's food, has he exhausted all the sheep already? Because that's the big thing about this map. You go that Imam play, it gets you a big edge, but that means you don't have the extra sheep play. Okay, so he's still got some to work with. Yeah, he's at 10.
Yeah, and
his
the
food income was
address all the time.
Yeah, but judging by his food income, it means he doesn't want to go Sapahi at all. Then
he remacroed a lot into spamming out archers. Demu continues pumping out the archers behind this.
And Numidan, he stopped gathering gold because this idle time. He doesn't have undermesh on the way.
Yeah, does have a matter though. So attack speed definitely will be on his side there. Now he needs to be very careful about trying to keep his imams alive. Sapai is trying to scout for any of these pilgrims that are making their way out. Numidan, he is actually... He is not... Okay, it looked for a second like Spy was going to let the Pilgrim go through. Fortitude's coming in as
He
well.
is anyway.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
He gets him. He gets the
Oh,
gold.
so close.
And Dimu's starting to macro up a bit. Do you just see his win condition as just like suffocating him in the base and play for the fast, like semi-fast castle timing?
Might be. Like right now, Demu, he's just been posturing for quite a while here and keeping Numedan inside of his base. The archer count is just absolutely massive, and now we're seeing the switch up into the cavalry, double stables coming in. And this is the point in time where Demu can finally start spending all of the gold that he has. And now he could also, in theory, like, just very quickly, like, he's not only escorting the Pilgrim, surely at some point in time we're going to see a play onto his Wolflands, because that's still, like, 300 gold sitting out there in the middle of the map.
And, like, it's interesting as well with the stables, because he's not building Chevalier, so there we go. The first one's come in. I wondered if he was just going to just punt for it, because obviously Castle comes in really quickly for KT.
And with the archers, you would definitely have a unit that just increases their value like tenfold almost with the veterancy upgrades on them. Suddenly able to not just beat out like pretty much any unit that's an H behind, whether it be armored or unarmored. With the just mass advantage that Knights Templar gets you on the archers. It's a very nice unit to go into. Looks like we do have a second military school behind us that came in for Numedan. 4 villagers ahead, mind you, that is mostly just because of Knights Templar pausing villager creation time in order to get the Pilgrim started, as well as aging up.
Yeah,
and I think the one worker kill was just a Pilgrim.
Yes.
That actually counted.
And it's like it died after it gave money anyway, so kind of didn't happen. And this is the interesting thing, like that one Pilgrim kind of mitigates the loss of villages on tech up, right? That's the interesting dynamic, and that's why Numedan is playing with urgency to try and start denying this. He's going to be marching forward. Archer advantage slightly for Dimu, but we have to remember there is that meta effect. The extra ranged armor is a game changer here. But the Chevalier seems to be something that Numedan hasn't seen yet. He's getting his first whiff of it now.
Does have enough spearmen, is making more spearmen behind this now, though I'm not sure. I think one of them is actually just from the military school. Don't think he switched that over to the spy. One, and now that he sees what Demu has, he's going to have to fall back. Did get the caravan point, but not going to be able to hold that one for long.
It looks like Numedan may just actually skip into age 3 now. Can he actually break in while this is happening? I feel like Numedan's army is obviously smaller, but bulky enough that it should be difficult to achieve.
To get him with the TC just being able to fire there might definitely be the case. Can we check the Vizier points that Numedan has? If he went for the crossbow one.
If only.
Oh, he didn't.
We never see it, sadly. It's a really cool tech. So extensive fortifications is the one we're talking about. It gives you +2 against heavy units. So... Wait, did he? Oh, formation shuffling. He might lose the second one. The second one was the back of the formation. Luckily, he did get up the high ground just quick enough there. And he's aging up. But Dimu, he senses something's not right. Why is Numedan just shied away like this? And look at the location he's building the Memon Imperial Armory. If Dimu does that natural rotation around the back, he'll catch it.
Definitely will. It's starting to break in now. Archers inching forward. And with one Imam less, that's a lot less healing coming in now for him. And as soon as the age up finishes, like that's going to be Demu's go signal. He's still pumping out more and more of these Chevalier, and 14 of them, meaning they're all getting plus 14 HP behind this.
Yep. He's being respectful. But the moment that he hears that age up, all bets are off. Demu's chillness will disappear quickly. The archers are at least getting healed, so not quite one-hitting all the time here for Demu, but the age up now complete. Demu, he's not far off of Castle himself. Temptation's setting in. He will not commit to the dive.
It looks like he's just going to use the Chevalier, you know, to find some raids. They'll still have that caravan point. I mean, these like points of interest, they are quite valuable when it comes to the income overall. And with the next Pilgrim that's going to connect to the Sacred Site is going to have enough resources for the age up. I'm always worried, though, in this situation. Just giving Ottomans a little bit too much time. Yeah. It feels so risky. Veterancy coming in on the archers as well.
I mean, Demu, he has at least got a lot of breathing room as he's looking to age up, but the concern is he needs to wait 45, then he needs to wait another minute to get veterancy. Numedan He's showing a lot of respect. Like, he's a little bit hesitant. He's like, okay, is he just baiting me into a false sense of security here so I can walk out? He's not. Dimu is going to be Angevin Empire coming in. So that's going to give him that chunky front line. Have you been noticing this? We've been seeing a move more and more towards the Spearmen and more away from the Genoese now.
I think this is a matchup-specific one as well, because the Spearmen are quite tanky up against the Sipahi there as well.
Yeah.
And there's something that you like kind of have to go for, I want to say. They also have a lot more HP. So they're a good bit more tanky against the Janissaries as well. I think just overall a very good, solid meat shield unit, and they're not too expensive to mass as well. And most importantly, like, once you get a fortress up with the Ancient Empire, they're so difficult to take down. 30% more HP. It's like having Court Architects already in Castle Age.
And then you go into Imperial Age and get Court Architects, and yeah, all of a sudden everyone hates playing against you. It's interesting. I've seen it just take over entirely on water maps for obvious reasons, right? Like things like Kawasan comes to mind. Like the flood point is absurd. But yeah, even on land here, like in this matchup, I agree. Not just the spy, but also like Janissaries are low base, fast attack speed, right? So mitigating like what, about 25% of the damage, close to, pretty powerful on a more tanky spear.
Ramadan, the first one here to pick up one of these relics. Demu has immediately starts pumping out some of these heavy spearmen now. So it looks like this is going to be the prime army composition that he will want to go for. Veterancy upgrades also soon coming in. Chevalier already completed for him. But the first Mangonel will arrive soon as well.
Yeah, I do like this from Dimu, though, because it keeps your opponent off of Janissaries, and that's kind of important considering you've been spamming Chevalier. Pretty good against even the crossbows incoming. It ticks a lot of boxes, and we have to remember this is like one of Knights Templar's best units to be able to justify because of how good the wood gathering rate is.
More heavy spearmen coming in now. Demu, he does currently have a significant army lead. Nimudan now also switching into Massipahi with his military schools, but they are going to take quite a while to come out.
Yeah. And he's stockpiling as well. Nimudan's doing the classic thing that Ottoman players do once they've reached age 3. It's like, oh, why not just one more number? I mean, it's not that expensive, right?
I think the next fight that he takes has to be inside of a choke point, inside of his base, just for the maximum value of the Mangonel. I think it's very dangerous for him to try and take this fight out in the open in front of his base.
Dimu is looking for outside the base. He spreads wide. Starts to charge in. Janissary count is up to 12 already. Mango shot's going to come out. The archers are not actually target firing onto that back line yet. They're just trying to clear the spears. The Chevalier are starting to leak in. There's also heavy spearmen in the composition, which makes it a little bit more difficult for Numenor to get the clear targets. So all cav is gone, but the heavy spears are still here, and they take a lot longer to kill. Meanwhile, archers are the counterplay against the Janny Archer formation. Dimu's going to keep sticking to the fight. Now, there is still the Mango plus the meta effect, so I think Dimu might have to slow down and come again. A lot of exhaustion on each side.
He's committing, and he killed 10 villagers behind us, 12 villagers behind us as well, and the meta.
Wait, what's happening on? Oh, so the spearmen, they're going in. They're sneaking around the backside. As you said, the worker count's adding up. And, I mean, this is the thing about Mangoes, isn't it? They're so underwhelming now. This used to be the play that made an Ottoman player impossible to dive midway through Castle. And it just looked irrelevant in this fight.
Nimudan, he didn't want to pull the Janissaries up against the archers. Very much an understandable play, but now he just doesn't have the army mass anymore in order to keep 40 archers out of his economy. And Demu, he knows he's flooding in, has enough archers here to take down even these couple of Sipahi at this point in time.
Oh, yes.
Crossbows coming in, but crossbows aren't really countering out against the archers. Needs them against the heavy spearmen, but it's just not enough mass here.
Oh, my God. The timing as well, Crackety. Like, look at the mini-map and what just happened. Dimu had to run all the way out the base when this was happening. This was when his economy was weak. I think it's the only reason we're not seeing Numenor roll over and just play dead is Dimu doesn't have a constant wave following this up. There's a gap, a pause. But even with that pause, as you highlight the Janissaries, the limited archers, like, this is an impossible fight for Numenor to win right now. I mean, the Sipahi are basically getting one hit by archers upon spawn.
Behind this, I mean, Nimudan, he's trying his best to stack up on the Sipahi count, but it's just so difficult for him to get a decent enough army size going. Demu, he's just kind of chilling outside of his space right now because he knows like there's nowhere else for Numenor to go. Resource-wise, he's getting starved out completely.
If he pushes him in a weird formation, Numenon's going to get seen. I think he's gathering berries just to the south side here. So if Dimu gets a whiff of that...
He lost villagers there earlier as well.
I mean, I was surprised, considering he killed somebody on that, Dimu didn't go back over, but he's fixated on this. He just keeps pressing in. He has got his gathering back fully online. And the Sipahi... they're starting to take 2 hits to die. I guess that's the positive. The negative is we've got heavy spears again. These guys are so tanky.
Yeah, the crossbows need to do the job there, but whenever you're like at the front with the crossbows, they're just getting focused down by the archers, and Devin just continues flooding in now. I think now he's had enough. I think now he wants to go for the remaining infantry there, but Sipahi is still coming out in droves.
Yep, they come from 3 different locations. Yeah, I think Dimu, he needed to wait for extra heavy spearmen. He's still kind of strangle holding Numenor, right? We have to keep in mind, like, a lot of this is just passive production keeping him alive because there's limited things the villagers can go for at this stage. The berries are almost gone on that west side. The deer is still inaccessible. So, like, Numenor definitely has an issue when it comes to the idea of massing food-heavy units like Sipahi.
It's time to push out, though. Finally, also is getting +2 Pierce armor upgrade in, but now it's not enough more heavy spearmen on their way.
It's tricky because it almost feels like he has to choose between just getting Sipahi or getting the crossbows, right? And the heavy spears keeps forcing you back to crossbows, which the archers have an advantage against.
Just saw the villagers on the berries, or at least had some archers go in that direction. Numenor just got another mangonel in. Wonder if that's going to be enough, though. Looks like the villagers actually evacuate all the way to the top berries there as well.
Did he really get away with that? Or is Dimu following?
No, it's gold.
Okay, wait, but Dimu thinks he was coming for food. Like, Dimu's been very logical about where he's checking for things.
I mean, that's the... gold is the only thing that Numenor already has now with the villagers at the top side.
I mean, the game sense is on point. You can see that Jimmy just keeps checking for things because, like, at this point, right, at 22 minutes, no way should someone have their entire economy still in the corner. So he's getting suspicious. He is looking, but yet to find him.
And is securing relics and sacred sites. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just needs trebuchets at this point in time, honestly, because Numenor, he's not letting up. He's not giving in. You
know what's, like, it's interesting. This map, when you get to the mid-game, it kind of feels like a game of battleships, right? Because you know someone's going to have to come out and sneak for these resources. And this wide flank and the closeness of the main base, we see these type of sneak outs quite frequently. And Dimu, like, doesn't feel as if he can actually afford to send a decent chunk of troops looking, right? And we have to remember, this isn't a game where he wanted to go cavalry. Like, that's the benefits of Ottoman. So he doesn't even have an efficient checker in terms of a cavalry unit, but he does have efficiency in terms of pilgrimages. The first keep is on the way, and we know how this works. The first one is always hard, but the snowball is real from there on.
It is every single fortress. Basically, it's 130 gold per minute for every fortress that you get. And yeah, so they're just gonna pay off. Well, a little bit slowly, but it's continuous, and it just provides you so much presence on the map as well.
It's also the follow-up of things like the treasure towers, right? Like when you've got your hands on mass relics, of which he is definitely going to have 4 relics soon for Dimu. I wonder, does he even just build the monastery out on the first keep so he can maximize it? Yeah, he does. There you go. Powerful play. So reminder, the treasure towers is going to buff the amount of gold you get by 20% from the sacred sites nearby, from the pilgrims, if they're in range of it as well, and then also any relics that are garrisoned in range of the fortress. So it's risky doing this play, but when you have this much map control, the payoff well outweighs the risk.
And now we're getting, I mean, we're up to 28 heavy spearmen. Numenor managed to get a good amount of his own crossbows out, though. And look at that, Demu actually walling in. Demu walling in Numenor here inside the space. Honestly, at this point in time, just get trebuchets and fire over the cliff.
No. You got to get fancy with it. You got to build a fortress there, and then you got to put your archers on top of the wall, Krakeny.
Build the fortress, go Imperial Age, get the trebuchet on the fortress.
Yep. And then also with the archers, you get the bowstrings. So then you've got the extra range from the fortress, the extra range from the wall, the extra range from the bowstrings. Your opponent just can't hit you. I mean, you mean Imperial. He's going to be going Imperial, by the way. And, like, this is a funny matchup, actually. This is one of the matchups where Venetians is really good.
It is. Just getting all of those, like, very, very quick-moving condottieri, like, they are so strong, especially since they get buffed. Now they also have a good amount of armor, so archers aren't really going to do too much against them anymore. And also their resistance against gunpowder has been significantly improved.
I think it's either 30, 35%. It's a lot, and they have decent armor. They don't have like a heavy tag. The other interesting thing with Condottiero is this. Oh, they do? Okay,
they do.
Okay, I thought they got changed.
Crossbows do damage.
So, but the interesting thing is Janissaries, right? Because like Janissaries are lower base damage anyway, and you already have natural armor.
Yeah.
They are more class canny, so you melt them. And my favorite one is that Condottiero gets triple damage against Great Bombards. Because they get the siege tag and the gunpowder tag.
Yeah.
It's a crazy unit.
It's pretty massive.
You know what's the funny thing is like when I don't know if you felt this as well. I feel like most people just thought the Condottiero was a meme. I'll admit I thought as well when Knights Templar first came out. It looked like by far the most underwhelming unit choice.
They are very similar to their AoE2 counterpart. I think in AoE4, with the more in-depth counter system that we have with bonus damages and whatnot, just being a lot more present on units, it's and just the percentage potential as well. The implementation in AoE4 just feels so much better. It's also so
like,
unique because it's like the only unit in the game that only costs gold.
Yes, that's another unique thing,
Like
especially with like the mass fortress build. It is what makes that so ridiculous. And come on,
Okay.
Kingdom
Wait,
of Poland
the cavalry
against
point?
Ottomans?
Yeah, the one civilization where you might not want to make cavalry up against.
Do we just report this
And
as BM?
oh my god, Numenon's going imp as well. Okay, are we somehow doing this, KP?
I'm getting a bad feeling right now in my tummy.
This could still get scary for Demu.
Yeah, like this is the one route I could envision in which this could backfire. Like, Schlachter cavalry are strong, and I get the desire, but do you ever want to build cavalry against Sipahi and Janissary?
It's just such an accursed army composition. Luckily for Demu, that army composition just isn't really in yet. But yeah, you can tell by the upgrades. Like, that is the army composition that Numenon wants to go into.
It's the one that Demu wants as well.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy. This is gonna be so weird and crazy. And these fights, they gotta go one of two ways here.
My jaw hit the floor. I can't believe what we're seeing here.
If Demu
What's
loses
happening?
a fight, he's actually dead. Like, if Demu legitimately loses a fight, he dies.
I mean, he has,
Remassing on Ottomans is crazy.
and he has like no way of sniping the Great Bombards either. I mean, you could argue heavy spears, but that blobs and runs into giant cannonballs. At that point, you're just playing 10-pin heavy spear.
Upgrades are coming. I mean, look at Demu's golden come though.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true.
Fortress after fortress after fortress now popping up on the map as well.
I feel like he's just styling here, right? Like, you know what would be funny if I just went cavalry against the civ that should counter it? I've got so much gold. And like that's the crazy thing. We hyped up Condottiero because it makes even more sense when you've got this type of gold income.
It does. It really does. Numenon behind this. I wonder, does he have all of his military schools at this point in time? Because he has been off wood for the last 6-7 minutes, I want to say. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's missing the 5th one.
An expensive missing thing. What did he go on the vizier points actually in total?
He did get the vizier point for the bonus military school, and then yeah,
Oh,
Janissary Company
yeah.
and Great
So he went
Bombard,
Great Bombard. Interesting. I feel like, yeah, like, have you noticed that Siege Cruise just kind of seems to be less popular now?
Yeah, 100%. Just because you don't have Springles, right? Like, with the old Springled meta, where you need Springled against Springles, having the better Springles is so much more important than in the current meta.
I don't miss that meta. I guess
I don't either.
it kind of reminds me of like why I think we weren't seeing Laws of Lancaster as much in late game as well with the Abbey King builds. It's like it's a weird thing to micromanage in late game, isn't it? Like, oh, I have to garrison each new siege weapon.
Remember old Roost Springles?
Oh god, no, don't, no, we're not.
Old Rue Springles.
You mean 2021? Yep.
Yeah.
Do you remember
13
Mongol
tiles, not the
Springles?
12 tiles. Yeah, but those weren't as bad. Like before the nerf, like Rue Sprinkles were so much more impressive. 13 tiles range.
And then the Mongols took the baton from them with the improved shutter triggers.
Yeah.
Oh god. Why did you take me back there? I have flashbacks. The Springles killing
70
buildings.
wood outposts.
Oh god, and don't forget Springles killing buildings and walls.
+1 range on arrow slits.
Sorry, they're bringing someone out of me. I'm going green right now.
Chopping inside of wood lines and dropping outposts in the wood line.
Don't forget your hunting cabin in that tree line as well.
Oh man, that was fun. I want to see that again. I want to get those quirky games again. Like that's the one thing that I actually miss.
Do you remember
when chop through wood lines?
Do you remember like, okay, we fixed this problem, and then Wood Wall's one gimmick disappeared, and that map made no sense.
Yeah.
You're like, what was I built for? You were built for wood chopping tree line cheeses. Oh no!
Use another meta. Dude, what is happening? Like now we're at a point where we got 37 Janissaries, 25 elite Sipahi. This is the army mass. That like we're getting to the point of the unkillable army. Ottomans, dude.
I like if Nimodon gets on a winning interview, we're gonna have him sing "Annie, Are You Okay?" But he'll call it "Janny, Are You Okay?" Because they'll be the reason he won this game. Like, what is happening? Oh, these two are wild.
Man, I feel for Demu. Like if this actually like gets through. I can't believe that Demu gave him the time for all of this. I can't believe it, but now it might just spite him.
He's coming in for the crush.
He can kill all the eco.
No, wait. I've got the strategy. Dumu runs out the east side of the base. He built a stone wall. Run, Dumu! He's going for the workers.
Way to escape.
Yeah, he's also finding a lot of worker kills. Look at the count right now. Dumu's like, that's fine. That's just more military for me. But the problem is the military need to catch up.
No Pierce Armor 3 on the Sipahi.
Checkpoint. Villagers, they're actually getting blocked by his own troops. The Schlachter, they are going to get massacred. They find a lot of kills, and the burn comes in. He gets rid of the observatory with the heavy spearman.
No more bonus creation speed.
Not just that, look at the timer. We're down to 3.5 minutes. Numedon, he still has to answer many things here. And Dumu's barely lost any military. Well, I'll get the Great Bombard on the north side, but he's lost track of it. He's not even decapping. And Dumu, with about 30 archers, can just run out the other side if he chooses. He's going to A-click stand his ground. He's massing more Schlachter here. He's committing fully into heavy cav against mass Janissary.
He's taking down the production building. All of these very, very important production buildings now taken down. Numedon might still be able to clear up this army. At least the one on the bottom side.
Archer beats Sipahi?
If you don't have Pierce Armor, if you don't have the... If you're missing upgrades, and apparently so.
Great Bombard's gone. Sipahi are going to get rid of the mangoes, but I don't think that detail is important here, man. Someone has to stand on that sacred site. We are 3 minutes away from a victory for Dumu. This is by far the most absurd game of the day.
Now, without any Great Bombards, he's no longer going to be able to take down these fortresses. I mean, we talked about, right? Like the fortress has been up against the Great Bombard for what felt like 5 minutes, just because it has like 30% bonus HP, and now there's going to be another fortress coming up as well.
And another.
Fortress.
I hope you are a mutant with 6 digits on each hand, because you're going to need it to keep count of this. Dumu is just spamming up the castles. It's ridiculous the way this just inflates the gold income to enable Schlachter into its counter.
Oh, man. Demu, he's the guy. He's the guy that drank enough salt water to overpower the salt.
At this point, Demu just looks to unravel all our expectations of games. Like, okay, we always said about like early games and the whole advantage and understanding your opponents, and pause that for because this castle's not going up. He is going to go for the decap. The army's on the way. Please kill that one villager. Please kill that one.
Okay.
Okay, but look at the backstab. Dumu's coming in. It's going to be the Schlachter.
They should get
forces into him. They should. He didn't wait for reinforcements. He's missing the heavy spear. So decap successful. This game, not over yet, but I don't even want to look at this base anymore. What is that?
Yeah, it's one of the games of all time, isn't it?
And especially even more so, like moving on at this rate could easily be 0 economy. Just look at where they all are. If you just go south of this, it's the full villager line, but instead we're going to focus on the Schlachter fight because they're beating the Janissaries to death. Demu takes him out in the most absurd of fashions.
Oh man, what a crazy game. Honestly, I think this is like one of those situations where Demu is like, okay, I'm winning easily. I'm gonna move back.
Let me just
move back. I'm gonna give
wind
my
this.
opponent a chance.
Honorable Demu. He lets him have his late game. He builds into the cavalry arc of Knights Templar against what's meant to be the perfect anti-cav civ. And then he comes through to destroy him, reverse sweeping for a 2-1 victory. And, you know, Crackety, like, we talked about how winning early on is disadvantageous in the group stages and things like that, right? Like, you reveal strategies you shouldn't. You give information to your opponents. Like, if you're watching this as an upcoming opponent for Demu, what do you really take away from that game?
Lose early in order to make Demu give me another chance.
Yeah. Just, you have to pull the puppy dog eyes. I mean, crazy
Please,
as well.
good sir. Can I get
like,
Imperial Age, please?
Just get in. Like, the goal is in the game
the
against...
chat logs for that last game? Because I feel like there might have been a conversation like that. Hey, man, can you please go back? Give me 5, please.
Let's make this interesting for the broadcast. I mean, like, he's like, come on, we already... I think people enjoyed the game 2 more. Let's aim for that, Demu, because game 1 was a little bit fast. I mean, it's crazy, actually, the way that this series began to how it ended, right? Like, if someone came in and watched E3, and you told them, like, game 1, Numidon just demolished Demu, they wouldn't believe you, right? Like, this was ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh man, what a crazy one. And we still have more to come, because next up we got a Scandinavian battle on our hands.
Ooh.
We're going to be watching Kiljardi up against Baltian. So we got the Finn up against the Swede up next.
Excited for that one. We're going to head to a short break, folks, to let the lads get prepped. And when we return, we have got what should be an insanely tight series up next on your screen. We were not going to let him go away this evening without talking about that last set. Welcome back. I'm joined by the wonderful Dimu. I'm going to actually not even start in game one. We're going to start by talking about game number 3. Run me through what was running through your brain in that one, because for us, sitting here, we were losing our mind in the casting booth.
So I actually think there's 3 civs that most people play on Enlightened. So Japan, really good. Ottoman, super good. And Knights Templar is actually really good. But they kind of go in a little triangle of what beats what. So like Ottoman does very good against Japan. Japan does pretty good against Knights Templar. And then Knights Templar does good against Otto. So when I saw his draft and I knew what he was going to pick, and he first picked Otto as well, I was like, oh yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be good. But when the game was going, honestly, he played like from being so aggressive in game 1 and sort of aggressive in game 2. I was definitely taken aback by how much he was sitting, and I like that was the game where I was like, okay, I'll let you come into me because I'll be prepared this time, and then it never happened, and it was one of those where it's like, am I proper dumb right now? Like, should I do something? But honestly, Knights Templar late game is so good. Like even if they have things like Janissaries, Great Bombards, and what have you, just the fact that your eco is so out of control on that map, and you make it so hard for them to attack you. Like one fortress up on the site or whatever, one fortress like blocking your main, and it's just it's a dream scenario.
It was interesting because the one that kind of surprised us was the Poland choice, right? Because we were saying like before you prepped it, we're like, yeah, Venetians, this is like actually a pretty good matchup for them. But you chose to build cavalry into the like ultimate anti-cav civ.
So the main problem with the 2 other wings is they suck. So like, Schlachter are amazing. They got 10 or 11 ranged armor. So even if Jannies are doing what, like 40 damage, it's still something. And it just means that their front line does nothing. Because what is the end game comp for them? They want to go Sipahi, they want to go Janissary, they want to go Great Bombards. And Schlachter, they kind of like, even though they do die against Janissaries, if you have everything else mixed in, like I think the one thing that really hurt him a lot that game was when I first pushed out with the homies, those bloody the heavy spears. I think that caught him totally off guard, and I realized very quickly on that it felt like upgrade wise I was just ahead, and kept having more archers. And right now, Age of Empires is definitely Age of Archers, like in a lot of ways. So as soon as he was having a smaller army than what I thought, and also like skipping Janissaries, and sort of made sense because I had a lot of spears early on, but yeah, weird arse game. And also getting his imams early on was really good. But yeah, the eco of that civ on an archer map, and it is very much an archer map. It's really tough.
How have you been prepping for this, by the way? How's the prep been going? Because obviously, you put a lot of hours in streaming. Like, have you found ample time to scrim, to prep for those deep runs this time?
Nope. But I'll be super honest. I've been going through a lot of shit recently, like a lot of shit in the real life. So I'm just happy to be doing even qualifying, to be honest, because before I felt that I'm like around the top 10-ish. Right now I feel like maybe about like top 40. Like I feel very rough. I even my MMR as well on ladder. Like I from like a day-to-day basis, I go up and down like 400 or so. And today was one of those where I lost 400. But yeah, I feel that Numidan stepped up a bit for sure. Because I saw he took a map off Louis, and that was a long one. Like I was sat there and I'm like, I'll tune into a little bit of Numidan and Louis, like see how it goes. And freaking hour and 10 minutes later, I'm like, God damn it, Numu. God damn it, Louis. But no, in general, I feel like the meta, I'm looking forward to when deer pushing stops, because I think one thing that's always been my strength is knowing how to be greedy but walking the fine line, whereas deer pushing kind of removes that idea. It just means that everybody's equally as greedy and you're very safe doing it, and it's not quite my forte. So the fact that I managed to get a win here, I'm quite happy, and also very much looking forward to this patch.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, it might flip. Did you get Louis MT potentially next round? Or is it Marine Lord /B?
Oh, do I get one of those?
I think I'd have to double check. Sometimes it flips, right? And you're at the bottom of the bracket. So I think it's either Marine Lord B or Louis MT Wham. I mean, what I was going to hit on is like Numadon versus you into potentially Dimu versus Louis MT. Like, you might just actually be on course to have like the potentially the longest series back to back of the entire tournament.
I mean, honestly, I think if I go up against any one of those names you mentioned, I'm probably going to get absolutely bent over. But yeah, I'm going to try my absolute best. Again, like I really love these tournaments, like very much so. But with the patch notes coming out, and I've known about the patch for a little bit, so a lot of my practice has been without all this deer malarkey, and I do really, I'm just looking forward to the experience at this point, because
excited to rediscover by the sound.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. Because you go up against Mongol, it's like bloody hell, it's going to be this, right? And there's some stuff that you can't stop; you have to let it happen. But overall, I'm happy that this series against Numadan didn't go forever, because he's one of those guys that he makes these impossibly long games happen. And yeah, whoever's next, I don't think they can take me too lightly, even though I'm talking all this mad shit about myself. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to whatever comes.
Hey, mate, that sounds like I'm excited to see what you can do next. And also, we were talking about how, like, early rounds, you give things over to your opponent that you don't want to. I think that last game, like, they just shot the notepad halfway through. It's like, this guy's crazy. So you've got that going for you. And I'm excited to see how it goes next. Congrats on the win, Dimu. And I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Have a good day. And remember, subscribe to EGC. Peace, motherfuckers.
Cheers, Dimmy. Also, guys, make sure you subscribe to him if you want to force him to play like Silvertree, Mongols on Enlightened Horizon. Apparently, that's a thing right now for him. He's really just going through experimental mode. But you know what? It's time to hop into our next set. It is a battle of the Scandinavians. Actually, you're not meant to say that due to Finnish people apparently not being Scandinavian. So we'll just say Battle of the North. It's going to be Kiljadi versus Baltun in a best of 3. Game number 1. And it's going to be Kiljadi with the Rus going up against Baltun on the HRE.
And look at this opening here. Baltun starting us off immediately with the team gamer instinct coming in. And he's moving out with the Stone Villagers and Kiljadi. He immediately sees this play as well. So this is a very interesting one. This is something that was used like all the time with Order of the Dragon. I'm not sure why we don't see it as... Wait. Huh?
I'm confused. I'm checking the bracket, and I'm pretty sure Cat isn't in this tournament.
Cat's on the ladder.
Ah, makes sense. So apparently, there was a certain person from the north who was feeling missing from this battle. But I believe before you got distracted by Pussycam, you were planning to deeply dive into the dynamics of HRE and Rus.
Yeah, because this play, like with the early move onto the deer, this was one of the earlier iterations that we saw in the Pro Scout meta, just coming out. Order of the Dragon just moving out onto the deer early, because if you just take him early, your opponent can't take him, right? Because by the time they get Pro Scout in, the deer are already depleted.
Yeah, it's something... HRE does it too, but it depends on the map, right? Like, I think we used to see this... Like, do you remember Golden Pit, that terrible... that was a very popular play there because the deer spawned so close. And Krakody, it's going to be coming back. Like, next season, we've got Altai.
Oh my god, thank god. Thank god. I hope they're going to do something with the markets beforehand, I'll say. Other than that, I'm very happy to see Altai again, especially in the current Siege meta. I want to really, like, see the iterations and just how Siege and Trebuchet Wars
you want to see
in a map like
how
Altai.
you beat Nesta Bees, like where like you're like, oh man, he's got me, but I'll build more Nesta Bees, and then my Nesta Bees will beat his Nesta Bees.
No, legitimately, I think Altai has like very fun dynamics when it comes to pushes in the middle of the map and just in the current Siege dynamic without like the whole Springle, Culverin shenanigans going on, right? Like I'm very much looking forward to that. And I'll say, I wouldn't mind seeing the market get moved more into the middle, or even just moved on Altai completely. I really like, however, like the lane format on Altai. I think it is like we do I do believe in KPMM that is like this one map with like the woodline lane sort of. I don't think that goes far enough. I really prefer the way Altai does it.
Oh, you mean Sacred Grove?
Yeah, Sacred Grove, exactly. And I really do prefer the way Altai does it. And if it just weren't for the markets, I think a lot of players would see Altai in a much better light as well. And honestly, like Altai is such a great map in my opinion.
All right, I'm gonna message Recon and see if he wants to come back and play the game again, and we'll readdress your opinions on Altai in like a few weeks.
As long as it's not on Hideout.
Oh god, no, we're not continue down this rabbit hole.
The wall game was on Hideout.
Oh, Hideout. So much potential, but then Roos exists, as they do in this game. We do have Pro Scouts on the way, by the way. Gigliardi is apparently the type of person who walks around the buffet area at 10 in the morning, basically taking scraps off of people's plates. We were both there in Norway, and we can confirm that is exactly the type of person Gigliardi is.
He does make use of the catering, so to say.
Doesn't let it go to waste. Back in his days, all right, you couldn't afford to because, you know, there were like giant bombers overhead, and you never knew when you were going to get like your next like meal ticket things to exchange at the local supermarket.
Getting a little puppet show there at the bottom side as well. Hello, cow. Cat's a little bit confused. He's never seen that type of cow in real life as well.
It's like, usually the cow around here is bigger.
Deer heist going on in progress.
Wait a second. Shiv's out. This is so ridiculous to watch. I tell you, like, shout out to Balzoon for just giving us a different approach in the Pro Scouts meta. Because, like, we've been seeing H3 today already go Pro Scouts themselves. Is going to get the grab and then, weirdly enough, releases him. But Gigliardi apparently doesn't like Charity. What is going on?
Boltun's being kind. Boltun's being kind. He's like, yeah, my attack animation is long. I'm not even going to bother.
But like, he could have killed him, man.
He could have. But he's a generous guy.
He could have killed him twice. He's like, yes.
Look at the timing, though.
Okay, the Regnant's coming in. I mean, it's impressive, right? Like, it's why we did see that, like, deer pole on maps like Altai. Like, this is pre-7 minutes. This is a classic HRE build.
And we already have the prelates coming in. And to be fair, like Baltian, he's got a prelate relatively close to one of the relics already inside of his base. And currently, there's not even a single production building in from Kiljadi. So in theory, like, 3 relics could immediately go over to Baltian without Kiljadi having any means of stopping that.
It's interesting, actually. Like, when you think about it, like, we haven't seen many people take this approach, I feel like, in comp games with HRE. But it makes sense. Roos used to be the counter to HRE, if you remember, back in the 2TC meta, because they'd run out and wall the relics. Because, like, Roos didn't want to do anything else. They didn't want to build military, right? Well, they still don't want to build military, but no one's walling these bad boys in.
Those were the days, man. Moving out onto the map to wall in relics.
Were those really the days?
I guess relics got nerfed. Yeah, I mean, I guess relics got nerfed, right? Like, they went from 100 to 80 gold.
It was more the TC meta,
relics.
right?
Yeah, as well. Players had more villagers to throw around.
Yeah, like the TC meta, once that, like, because it was Season 8, I think we were still doing that. And then Season 9 Pro Scouts came, and TC meta didn't work anymore. And ever since
everything changed.
Everything changed. And at first, we thought it was for the better. Now I'm not so sure.
Everybody likes it, but at one point it starts becoming rather mundane. So I'm happy that we're getting at least a couple of changes, especially when it comes to deer luring.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly hope they move Pro Scout to Castle Age.
Ooh.
Or just, I don't know,
you want to
get rid of it or something.
That's a little bit bold. Like, what next? TCs to Castle Age?
Honestly, like, if you move the deer over, like, the Pro Scouting over to Castle Age, it just rewards moving out onto the map a lot more in the earlier stages, right? Like, moving out for the food income.
Which I think makes sense. Like, if you're gonna, if you think about the investment, like, someone always highlight in the early days, like, Pro Scouts, it feels almost impossible for it to not pay off. Like, you have to do something really wrong to not at least break even on Pro Scouts.
I mean, you can just make it a lot cheaper when it's in Castle Age as well.
Yeah.
That doesn't need to be this big expense. But now we do have Castle Age coming in for Kiljadi, and of course, in typical Rus fashion, we are going to be seeing those cavalry archers coming in. But honestly, Baltimore behind this 4 relics, HRE,
mm-hmm.
you happy, you're cruising. At this point in time, you're a happy campaign. And we do already have 4 villagers out and about, just chopping, well, not really chopping, but like hammering away at that stone outcropping. And chances are the follow-up is just going to be 1 sprinkled emplacement. 2 sprinkled emplacement. And so on.
3 sprinkled. No, whoa. Calm down. That's too many. Let's not rush it. Yeah, and then obviously the hunker down mode begins. Horse archers hate that because of the sprinkled emplacements. It doesn't quite one hit you with the relics. I think it's like you have about 20 health left. But a few arrows follow up and you're suddenly dead. I mean, right now, Baltoon is pretty much playing this as if he actually signed up to a team tournament.
What a coincidence. The team gamer plays like he's playing in team games. Yeah, I mean, this play, it's paying off for him, right? Like, he can, in theory, if he wants to, go for a Swabia, but knowing Baltoon, I think he's just going to mass knights and, knowing cav archers, eventually lose them.
You know what I want? I just want to see Baltoon and CSO match up in this tournament, you know? Like,
ooh, yeah.
That's the like you thought that the cavalry spam between Vortex and CSO was like peak. Wait until you see this Swede go up against the Chinese boy.
What are they gonna do when Baltoon can't blame Jiggly and CSO can't blame like Scarlet Devil or Louis MT for losing?
I mean, don't you do what all 1v1 players eventually have to do at some point in their career? You blame the
back?
spawn.
Oh yeah. Man, Vodafone, I can't play. Oh my god.
Yeah, you blame
Charge
lag.
connection's
That's the difference.
I can at the moment.
Well, the Knights are going to chase in the meantime. We do have a Horseman switch coming in from Baltoon, so pretty good timing overall here. I mean, Kiliardi, he could find his way into Knights soon, actually. Like, once you're around 20 Horse Archers, it's not a bad idea. But definitely hurts that you don't have much gold passively to work with.
Baltoon behind this is transitioning into Horseman. Behind this also Devoutness coming in. How many sprinkled emplacements do we have so far? We got 1 outpost there. The second one coming in now as well. Definitely floating a lot of the stone, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be coming in time, putting the relics inside of that, and Horse Archers, they're going to get 2-shot, honestly. Well, like, with the relic inside the sprinkled emplacement, doing all the bonus damage there. I do believe that with the Warrior's Fortitude, they should be able to survive.
You get
2 shots.
110 health, was it? 85 plus 25, yeah, so 110. No, you died to 2 shots, because I think is it 72 damage? No, I'm thinking cannon emplacement's base.
It's 40 plus 10, so
yeah,
you
50.
go up to 50, and then
you will
like
always survive then, yeah.
Yeah, and then you have like the armor, like the blacksmith upgrades as well, because the blacksmith upgrade does work on sprinkled emplacement outposts, yeah.
But even then, mathematically, you're just shy, yeah, so you will survive it.
Yeah.
But a tiny bit of arrow fire
if there
will
are
finish you off.
villagers inside, if
you're
there's a
screwed.
villager inside, it's gonna still work out.
So Baltoon, I mean, this stage is probably worth buying some food. This guy's flying 1,000 gold consistently right now. He's going to be riding into the enemy base, though. And Kiliardi, it's nap time, apparently, if the old man. He finally reacts, but the Knights are looking to cut him off. It's Kiliardi, he does not trust Seek Shelter, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, Seek Shelter has betrayed all of us at some point in time, right? So rather walk the villagers the extra mile and be safe and make sure that they actually do survive here. Looks like we do have raids coming in on both sides, though. So 2 villagers on the side of Baltoon gonna be going down here now as well. But Baltoon definitely took the better trade here at the end of the day, being ahead in villagers, even though he invested into 2 prelates from the TC.
And he's bringing the Knights home now. Horseman could come out to try and mirror this. So like, there is a threatening point for Kiliardi. Meanwhile, he's switching to Horseman crossbow himself. But for Baltoon, we're entering the farming phase, right? Like, this is the classic layer it up, put all the relics inside the emplacements, and then just chill.
Put the relics in the bag.
And nobody gets hurt. Well, except all the horse archers that come in range. They're going to die.
Yeah, these guys are not going to have a fun time. And Baltoon, he's even standing inside of the stealth forest. It means that he immediately gets a point-blank connection on them.
And you need to be careful where you kite here, because obviously you have more horsemen coming out from the base now. It's a good maneuver there. But really exactly what Baltoon needed, considering like the number of horse archers here can kite him quite effectively. He is going to look to body block from the other side, so will just be a nuisance. And it means Kiliardi, he gets stabbed into so easily there. It's a great defense. Balt behind this, just going to continue to bulk up.
Yeah, Vulture's going to have to run. Reinforcements going to meet him in the middle here. Osman, I don't think he wants to reveal them quite yet.
Yeah, they'll just
He's
give each
gonna
other a
lose out
stare.
on a couple of Cav archers.
Now, one tricky thing is the Archon is a little bit on the forward, so like in theory, if you are sleeping at the wheel, the Radiant's easy. But oh my god, Baltin's gone 2 TC. Why? Like,
Oh man.
this Civ. Because, you know, I've got all the relics, I've got all the farms. Why shouldn't I have all the TCs, Crackety? Okay? Like, you know, when I was a 5-year-old kid, mommy and daddy said I could have everything. I took it literally to heart. And that's why I play HRE.
I want to say you might have just as well gone for the Swabia at this point in time.
Right?
But honestly, I think the Swabia would have played into Kiljadi's hands here.
True.
Because Kiljadi, he looks like he wants to go for the eventual all-in. I feel like he just waits for the timing for Voltune to be greedy and go for that age up and then just flood him. Because I talked about earlier, I think that honestly at this point in time, you can punish HRE Imperial Age when still being like an age behind. It is no longer like that point where, oh, they're just going to get Springles with more range. They're going to get Culverins with more range. You're going to lose your not Bombards, your Trebuchets. That's just no longer the case. At this point in time, you can easily siege with Trebuchets into an HRE Imperial Age base. And typically, when HRE go Imperial Age, they don't have a lot of infrastructure. They don't have a lot of production buildings. So sniping those down with Trebuchet just means that they can't make army.
How about this instead? You're about to meet the most consistent player to build rams against HRE. He just got siege engineering.
Interesting. I mean, right now, Voltune, he's got an army plan. He's got an army composition plan. It's cavalry. End of sentence.
So cavalry like carries you through, right? And he's gonna have
That's gonna be the
such an
question here, right?
abuse.
Another stable. Yeah, he's committing. He's got to see the spearmen coming in now, though. The crossbows as well.
Nice little raid. Slows down the timing. Gilead has locked in Sacred Sites.
Also gone for his own second TC.
So since something was up here, he should also start to play out maybe onto boars, considering he probably feels like he has decent enough map control. Especially with wooden fortresses. I mean, the wooden fortresses, it just feels like you'd be able to buy enough time before these guys could burn through.
Yeah. Boy's Fortitude now also going to be coming in and Bolton behind this. I mean, he's still producing horsemen, but honestly, he could just pause for half a minute and go Imperial Age. At this point in time, you're still only at 54 villagers. You would still get a ton of good value from the Palace of Swabia. When you're at like 70 villagers, it starts not making that much sense anymore. That's when I'm like, okay, maybe go for an Elspeth instead, especially since you're already on 2TC. But at this point in time, like if you were to age up right now, I would still prefer the Swabia.
No, give them guns. Give them guns. You don't want to see Black Riders?
I mean, you can make Black Riders even without the Elspeth. You just gotta make normal keeps.
It is really slow though.
It is.
And the Rams.
Kiljadi, he wants to go for the all-in.
I mean, it's a Kiljadi game. If I didn't see him build Rams, it wouldn't feel right. I'd say someone else is playing on his account. Like he's really exceeded what we used to say about Give You Anxiety, right? Like, Give You Anxiety was the Ram guy. Admittedly, like, you know, Roos, like Kiljadi rather will like typically wait until Castle sometimes instead. But he always looks for this all-in time with the Rams.
I think Boltune, he might anticipate something like this because he is remassing a lot of military. We're getting Landsknecht in now as well. Crossbows, more knights, more horsemen, 7 prelates here in order to heal up his military force. I mean, he did have those OP outposts, right? He saw this coming from a mile away. Villagers being garrisoned. Might not want to garrison in the front, but they do get a front row seat. Never mind, they do evacuate that front row seat as the outpost goes down rather quickly.
No, he repairs. Hasn't used it, so he's just going to bail on that relic. Doesn't care for it. The farms are now getting torched down. This is expensive, and Kiljadi, heavily favored on numbers right now, 46 to 84. Is going to shuffle through to the additional relic in place, not even relic in place, sorry, outpost. And now the Knight Mass, he comes in. He's got the Inspired Warriors tech. So he's going to look to bludgeon his way through this front line. And he carves through it like daddy with a Christmas turkey.
Like a hot knife through butter, able to obliterate the front line here with the big ball of knights that he had in there. There weren't even. I'm not sure if the Landsknecht did this because there were like 2, 3, 4 Landsknecht in there.
No, they're
But the
cheerleaders.
frontline got absolutely eviscerated.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's the power of the Knights, really. A 15% buffer actually matters a lot on high base damage. I just love that Baltoon managed to just play into his signature cavalry beliefs here. Brute forces through. Giuliani has to retreat. He's got no front line right now, so it's going to continue to stagger away. And we have to remember that the crossbows from the HRE can catch up to you on this exit.
Yeah, Remas coming in behind this for Kiljadi. Hasn't really done his own farm transition yet at this point in time. Needs to be so careful because behind this
key drop
is even more horsemen. It's gonna be in time.
It doesn't look like it's going to be in time. He needs to snipe those Landsknecht right now because we know where they'll be heading otherwise. Horsemen are weirdly enough actually attacking into the spearmen. Those are spearmen as odd as they look. The crossbows, they're going to have to retreat. Okay, so Kiljadi stops the hemorrhaging.
Yellow Pants getting taken down. 3 Sacred Sites still ticking behind this. Baltoon is going to want to utilize this timing now in order to maybe decap some of them. And behind this, I mean, Kiljadi's not far behind in the economy, right? Like Baltoon, he's been idled out. He did manage to re-secure that 4th relic. Now we are also seeing a farming transition. Looks like this game might still go on for a little bit longer. This all-in play here from Kiljadi not working out in the end.
No, Baltoon, he's still maintaining a slight worker lead here, but also the efficiency of HRE as the farms come back in. I mean, Imperial is very easy for them to hop, skip, and jump into. On top of that, Baltoon's going to keep it up by raiding. Jumps on top of Kiljadi's villagers, gets behind them. So he's going to get a little bit weird when they try to retreat, as we can see. Nice raid that has now extended his lead up to a 10-worker lead for the HRE.
Yeah, and overall, thanks to all of the farms being inspired as well from the HRE, Baltoon now almost doubling Kiljadi's food income at this point in time.
Also looking to lock in Sacred Sites himself. Will be slowed down. This probably does get sniped, but just extra gold for the taking. I mean, you'd think that 4 Relic Regnates would be enough gold, but won't say no to more. Especially with crossbows massing like this.
Yeah, Baltoon's done a great job so far in this game, just resisting the urge of going Imperial Age. He had a great economy. And I think now at this point in the time, I think he deserves a good old imping.
He really does. And I feel like, you know, he deserves a castle worthy of a Swedish king, don't you think?
There is a large gold vein in the middle that could be a great spot.
Yep, we could use that to crown him. We could use that to actually smith his hat. Oh, but okay, we'll make you a tiara instead. Black Riders. Black Ride. Nah, okay, I'm being too ambitious. Wait, he didn't like the tiara comment. He's going for the crown. AK Gold Vein about to be secured by the Elsbach. He realized just how defensive Kiljadi's become. Oh. What just... Are you here? What was that?
I'm here at least. Yeah, there we go. Let's see what happened there.
Well, I heard you in Rap God mode for a few seconds, but now we're back
Vodafone
to...
strikes again.
The best part is it just sounded like an old cassette player. It's fast forwarding.
That would have been enough to disconnect me from a game.
Let's talk about inviting you to a show match. Let's wait until you get a better internet provider.
Just 6 more months. We'll get there.
6 more months?
Yeah.
Good lord. And that'll be Crackety out of the casting booth back into the player booth.
Copium. Outspot now in the front though. Yeah, Kiljadi, he cannot engage that, but we do see the trebuchets coming in. The trebuchets against Elsbach. It's kind of sad.
I mean, it's sad unless you're the H3 player. Then it's almost comical. Like, you know when something's so sad you have to laugh? Otherwise it's really, really sad. I want to watch it when it comes out. I want everyone to feel the despair of a 33% damage reduction on a very tanky keep.
Very tanky keep indeed. Kiljadi at the moment, Mass Spearman, about to be getting elite Spearman in here for Baltoon. He still has 4 of these Landsknecht in. It's going to be so important to manage to snipe those, because in this big old mass of blue units, it can be very easy to overlook them. And if they connect onto your spearman front line, they're going to absolutely eviscerate them. Now the keep is coming in now as well, securing not just the large gold vein, but also the sacred side here on the top side.
More than that, check the influence range. I think the Elsbach is close enough to affect that.
It has a really large range.
Ooh, not quite.
Might need one house.
Yeah, just like build, I don't know, stables or siege workshop. Actually, a siege workshop's not a bad idea. Seems we're getting kind of trench warfare-y.
I mean, how long is it going to take for the Elsbach to go down?
Maybe a little bit of time.
Oh, we're getting the Black Riders.
It's happening.
Now.
Belted. Interesting into crossbows, but they are only castle crossbows. Not for long, though. Imperial Age now on the way for Kiliadi. The horsemen are wrapping around the back towards the secondary TC. Villagers see that coming a mile off, so they will back away. And the Black Riders have been revealed. Dun, 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 dun. He didn't activate Caracol.
Yeah, for the moment, the horsemen are just going to be running around, looking for potential avenues of doing damage. Nothing here in the back, though. Just going to have to do a little loop-de-loop around.
Where's the carousel?
Take them down.
Yeah, they have the... I mean, they're tanky, but they also do have the range tag, right? So it hurts a little bit. It's just you are...
A little bit.
Just a teensy bit. Oh, my dear God. They brought back up. Horsemen in. I mean, Kiliadi is buying a lot of time. Like this play was never meant to be like, oh my God, I'm going to beat him with the game. It was just he wanted space for his high armory.
High armory he gets now. Gold could be an issue for him, though. We do have one large gold vein in the very corner of the map. At the moment, 3 sacred sites, 4 relics with the HRE. It's a ton of passive gold income for him.
And we have to remember the Black Rider becomes a viable strategy when you go Elsbach because of the inflation point. The problem normally is you only get 5 slots per keep. That's terrible. But the Elsbach gives you 8 by default, and every other castle is a sequential 8. So already room for 16 of what is just a better hand cannoneer.
Yeah, I mean, not just a better hand cannoneer, so much more mobile and so tanky. It is pretty much impossible to take down with horsemen as well, because they can just run away. Yeah, the ability makes them so good at kiting as well.
Oh yeah, it makes them become a temporary Magadite. And like, have you seen people just like 360 with them? It's really weird. Yeah. You can actually just you can run away while still shooting, which is meant to be the thing it's not able to do.
Cannot fire backwards. Well, let me just do a quick whoop.
It's the the Family Guy gif with the sheriffs just shooting behind them. It's pretty much these guys. I mean, they actually hit everything.
Yeah, they really do. Do also, is this a little bit of a conga line of houses to extend the emergency repair network all the way to the Elsbach?
Remember those dirty days where you could blueprint? Oh, not dishonorable Baltin. He pays the wood price. Oh, now he's gonna break through the wood wall. If these Black Riders reach those farms, say goodnight to your economy.
There's not that many farms in yet, though.
I don't know if that's good or bad right now. And the horsemen, a few of them are going to peel off to go hunting. They will be chased. This just looks like an absolute bludgeoning. I mean, it's crazy. He's just throwing the horsemen into spears, but because of the crossbows and the Black Riders, it's working out quite nicely. He's clearing that front line just quick enough. He's going to have a few horsemen left over, which means the crossbows aren't going to be trading efficiently. And this is going to keep up. On top of that, the horsemen, they get in on the trebuchets. So the Elsbach's not going to go down. The Black Riders are now able to charge him with the carousel. A little bit ambitious against Expos here.
They have so much HP, though, KP. They're actually able to survive a volley while having the heavy armor tag.
And they've got biology on the way. Hold me.
This is such a brutal unit in the game.
They almost have 300 HP each in the next 40 seconds.
There we go. He's just running through.
Yeah. I mean, Carousel was used quite early, so now he doesn't use it for the villages, which is unfortunate because that would have been one hell of a drive-by, all right? That's full Uzis in a low rider right there waiting to happen.
Finds the villagers over there. Not quite. It's going to go further inward, but does find more targets over here as well. I mean, aren't like just 2 of them enough to one-shot a
isn't this like... This is like you've been offended as the Mafia and you have to riddle the body with bullets so they're unidentifiable. Good
There's
God.
Full execution commando for every single one of these villagers.
I mean, I did say it's like a lowrider full of Uzis, so like it kind of tracks, right? Oh my God. Oh yeah, it's Horseman. The counter, right? The counter, right? Are they the counter? No, that's a lie.
Flies, but...
Well, flies die with more dignity than these horsemen.
Yeah, at least it's a quick one for them.
And the horsemen do need to invite themselves in again. They're like vampires waiting at the threshold.
Let's see if maybe the trebuchet counters them.
Oh no, you're gonna come in front of us and kill me? Let me just run and shoot.
And it's just more and more of them coming in as well. Baltian at this point. And now the keep went up, so now he's got a total cap of 24 Black Riders that he can make.
I'm pretty sure they added Black Riders to the game to attract Call of Duty players because they're running gunners. Smart. Like if I was a Call of Duty player, I'd be looking at it like, whoa. Can I
This is
slide?
me.
Yeah, look at me. Oh my God. And now the horseman. It's 45 horsemen again. Help.
This time with biology as well.
You know what the comical part is? Like, people are going to look at this game and they're going to post Reddit threads and go, proof that Black Riders are OP. Are they? Or was this just Baltoon beating Kiliadi's timing and then HRE economying?
Yeah, I mean, it's just accumulation at the end of it, right? Like, so many things here working well for Baltoon, having 4 of these relics, locking in the sacred sites now as well. Kiljani did a great play there early on, I want to say, with the aggression. Maybe if he had a keep to fall back onto and then just played the push a little bit slower. I think Rams typically just don't deliver that continuous presence.
Yeah, I mean, oh wait, no, we're an idiot. Like, of course, it was the hand cannons on horseback. Think of the thumbnails, Crackety. Black Riders win S-tier tournament game. I mean, they're actually making up a substantial part of the army now. But the writing's on the wall. The Sacred Site timer is ticking down. Kiliadi has not got any way of holding on. And Baltoon, talk about doing it the team game away. Only Cav. That's all. That's all he really needed this entire game.
Oh, man. And now the Black Riders, there's a backline remaining, but they're just not as tanky, and GG comes in. Baltoon able to win game number 1 here up against Kiljani with the HRE, and I mean, honestly, that was such an entertaining game. That was
Really
such
was.
an entertaining game.
I love those type of games because when you see a unit that is just not being used right now, right? Like, that's why I always want to see new crap out of the game. I'm with Dumu in his interview ways. Like, I just want new stuff, right? I'm the same. Because it's also, yes, you can talk about we haven't figured out min-maxed everything you do this unit. I don't care. Sometimes you just want to showcase something, you know? And it was actually very refreshing to, after all these HRE games at the highest level, to see Black Riders, you know, eventually find their relevance. Like we said, they didn't get the winning moment. I'd say that came earlier than the Black Riders' arrival. But they gave the decisive coup de grace.
I want to also, just the opening here as well from HRE, very akin to Order of the Dragon, moving out to the early. You usually don't see it as much just because you have a prelate, right? Like, you ideally want to inspire 9 units instead of just the starting 6 there. But it really did pay off because he denied so many deer there from Kiljani, while also luring in 4 from his starting pack. So in total, like, denying 9 deer there from your opponent without actually going pro scout yourself, that is just so much value coming in there. And it allowed Baltoon to not have to go for pro scout himself and instead just go for a so much quicker castle age time, locking in all of those relics on the map.
It really was a blast from the past, right? Like, pre-7-minute HRE fast castles. It sounds weird to say you don't see it that frequently these days. We're seeing a lot more feudal presence. Well, if you go pro scouts, you know, a mixture of a little bit of feudal, but even if you're trying to rush castle, it delays you by an extra 2 minutes. So really, actually, big praise to Baltoon for just giving us kind of a classic taster with some nice twists. I mean, I definitely, like, I'm with you. I have to praise that resistance to the greed that usually kills an HRE player with the fast imp. And just fantastic execution leading into game number 2, which could be a 2-0, because I believe that's Baltoon with the Lancaster pick. Whereas that would mean Kiliadi's gone French on a map where Okay, no, it's opposite. Okay, now I am really like, what? This is just comfort from Baltoon then. Like a French pick on a map that has 8 stone emplacements, no relics until you unlock them, and like I guess you could gather stone for 2 TC French. Do you want to?
What about Fast Castle French into Fast Keep for the discount on your units?
Ooh. Or Fast Imp with multi TC, and then they're all like castles anyway. Nah, that's too far. This isn't Altai.
I'm not sure about multi-TC. Could also be an option here for sure, but it's going to be an interesting one either way. Just because French, it's a new spice. It's not something that we're used to seeing on Excavation, so definitely going to be interested to see what exactly Baltoon's game plan here is going to be. We don't have Mongols coming in here, which is interesting, since Baltoon did actually draft Mongols, so yeah. I'm not sure about that one.
Was it a protection pick for his Byzantine pick, maybe?
I think maybe it's just because House of Lancaster is really strong on this map as well, and their timing is just also very much countering out Mongols typically on this map. We've kind of seen it with Vortex up against CSO as well, right? Like by the time that CSO kind of like was leaning towards an Imperial Age play, he's just like, had so many units inside of his base that even if he didn't go for it, I'm not sure if he could have held such a push, and it just plays so well into the hands of the House of Lancaster. That could have also been a reason behind just picking the French here instead. Just maybe try and hit your opponent with something that he might not be familiar with on that map.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Baltoon believes in like the all-in timing, like a few knights plus mass archers, because like if you think about the way that Lancaster plays the early game, greed and a few spears is pretty much the way you describe it, right? So like that does set you up to get counterplayed by archers. We saw for a while like the quick solution on a map like Gorge was like when you go for this greedy mass manners build, there is a timing where you can ram rush them. And then on top of that, if Kilyadi is trusting the excavation sites to get him his stone, that puts him outside of his base where knights could just, scatter around, decap, and butcher the villagers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a difficult part there as well. Then again, like, do you have enough spears in that situation? That's where like knights and archers are just such a really strong army composition here. But I'm wondering, like, in theory, House of Lancaster, if you don't go too greedy, you should definitely be able to have like enough there, I want to say. And I mean, you don't even have to like go too greedy. You could also just go for like 6 manors into a fast castle age, and if you go up with the white tower, sure, you're not going to get the color of S's, but you're still going to be very safe in your base with a white tower and very strong scaling thanks to your manors. And with the security that you get with those manors and with the white tower, you should be able to pump out enough knights to take on the French knight count.
I kind of now just want to see Arbitrary versus the Mass Earl's Guard because of the Pavis drop.
You think it's gonna make a difference, right? But in theory, that's still a fight where the Earl's Guards are gonna want to kite back and forth, and then you're just gonna wait for the dagger throw to get off cooldown again.
Look, I need to believe, because I remember Baltoon a few weeks ago when we had really big issues with the sync shot. He is like, KB, join game quick, and he wanted us to test something. And we we're testing whether like sync shot can be Pavis dropped. And he thought, at first he thought he was Gigabrain, and then he realized it didn't work. He's like, never mind. So in my brain, I'm just picturing Baltoon with all these arbitrary experiments. But look at that. I mean, Kilyadi leading 4-2 on series. Interesting to think when like we look at the history of these two, actually, right? Like, would you have paid Kilyadi to have the lead? Because Baltoon, I want to say he like steps in and out of 1v1 environments at the comp level. Whereas Kilyadi's been trending up further, more into it over time.
I mean, I was there at King of the North as well, but yeah, King of Dry Arabia. What do we have? The Red Bull. Like, these are some tournaments that are very, very far back in the past as well, right?
Yeah. And then most recent, like with the EGC Masters Winter, a 3-0 for Baltoon. Kind of crazy, actually. Like, I'm trying to think like what happened back then. Kiliadi, he wasn't on. I don't think he was on hiatus. I think he was playing a decent amount at the time.
I'm not sure. But yeah, 3-0, definitely a great victory there for Baltian. But still, overall, like, victory is on the side of Kiljadi there.
Mm-hmm. Very close when you look at the game count, though, despite that. Like 55%. Yeah. So tight between the two. Means it could be tight all the way through the set. Let's find out. We're going to hop into game number 2. It is, of course, Excavation, a map that is absolutely stacked with relics that you have to dig up first. So get your shovels out and let's head into the coal mines. It's going to be Kiliadi in the south, in the orange, on House of Lancaster. Baltoon to the north, in the blue, as the French.
Here we go, opening us up immediately with some Dark Age Spearman. Question's going to be, is he going to move all the way over to Baltian's base? Because on this map, the gold is actually relatively far away from your base. So Dark Age Spearman can find value there, but no, it looks like he's just going to be immediately trying to capture up some of these points of interest on the map.
Yeah, and these points of interest, very valuable if you have any sort of stone design in your build. Takes a while to capture, but once you garrison a village inside, it's going to generate 60 stone a minute, which is about double what you get if you sent a villager out to gather normally.
Scout is going to spot this out as well. Additional spearmen. Yeah, he's just going to capture up all of these points of interest very early on. Baltoon opening us up here with an early wheelbarrow as well, so isn't going to respect, I want to say, the Dark Age Spearman presence. Actually, Kiljali, though, he's moving past the points of interest. This Dark Age wheelbarrow play now might hurt Baltoon.
Do you think like Baltoon's not respecting it, or in a different way is he kind of respecting it, right? It's like this gives him the means to run away if the spears come in. Also, I guess against one spearman, it gives you the capacity to jump on top of him instead of just getting annoyingly kited.
Are there more spearmen going
There's
in
a second one coming.
Yeah, there's another one.
There is a gap, though. Like, if you look at the line towards the enemy base...
There is a fairly one, yeah. I don't know, like, if Kiljadi just went for this a little bit early, like, with the first spearman,
yeah,
this would have, like, really hurt Baltoon. But, yeah, now, like, it's still going to be a while for him. Yeah, he's going to have to pull additional villagers here. This idle time cost.
With Wheelbarrow, he definitely has the capacity here. So this will be enough for attack up. Probably not for a knight, but that's not a bad thing, right? Like, you're up against spears, so ideally you probably want to try to open up with 1 or 2 archers to clear them. I mean, what's he going to do to counter that? Build hobblars? Could you imagine?
Get enough for the age up, and I mean, this isn't JD, so losing the mining camp here doesn't, like, it's not that bad. It's not the end of the day. School of Cavalry now also coming in. Decent timing here for him. Kiljadi, honestly, like, still very, very, very far away from his own age up. I say that, though, at the same time, like, we know just how quickly House of Lancaster gather up their food. He's at 400 food per minute, so in theory, like, just a little bit and he'll be there.
Yeah, if there's something I know about the Lancastrians, is if you give them a doner kebab, they will wolf it down very fast. So it's actually, like, it's a relevant perk for them. It fits. 20% quicker gathering rate on sheep. So it really feels to me as if Baltoon's entire plan is to ignore the gimmick of the map, right? The whole concept of these point of interest. He's just going to basically play like standard French by the looks of it.
Appears to be so, yeah. Just standard French at the moment. No move out onto the points of interest. Means so that Kiljadi is going to have to kind of worry there as well. And if it's a standard French play, he isn't just going to be able to freely boom onto manors. He's going to have to really worry about, like, keeping the villagers inside the points of interest safe as well.
Yeah, I mean, he does already have Lancaster Castle coming in, and he has got the back stone gen at least. I think he has now moved out for the fort as well because he's got 75 stone, which is exceeding what he should be at. Yeah, there we go. So this is a good timing. He'll probably have to pull off this one, I'd say, in about a minute's time when the night count starts to surge. But that should at least give him enough for triple mana, which is a decent lead. That should be good enough to offset the gradual French TC scaling.
Yeah, archer range now coming in as well. Spearmen haven't been able to get too much value. Baltoon also did a great job of denying the deer shop as well with this one scout. Killing a bunch of the deer out there.
Just look at the map. In terms of exposure points, if he does get shut down on the Forgotten Runes, like, it doesn't make sense to try and go max manas, right? Because, like, you're choosing gold. So it does feel like this might just be a 3 mana fast castle build we're looking at. I wonder, though, like, does he play knights?
No knights yet, yeah. It's just the mass archers. He did just move out back onto the gold, so was delayed there. Does have a good amount of... Yeah, 7 villagers on gold. Might also be pro scouts, since he did reinvest into scouts as well.
Definitely feels like it. I mean, he lamed the deer as well, so he stopped the deer shove-in that Lancaster organically gets to do. It'll be interesting to see how that impacts them next patch. It's weird, because, like, Lancaster didn't often rush onto the food themselves. It was just the fact they were denying some of the pro scout value while booming themselves. I guess, oh, that's actually interesting. Well, it is an efficient way of decapping the Forgotten Runes, because it basically caps quicker or slower based on the number of entities on the site. I'd have to double check with Order of the Dragon, though, because I don't know if they applied a double value point to OOTD. They should have. One interesting thing about Forgotten Runes, by the way, there is like one civ that it feels a lot less efficient on, and that is Order of the Dragon, because it's a thick 60 stone gen. You don't get more for having better villages than there.
All right, I hope I wasn't battle rapping. I should be back again.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're back. There you go.
This time, no battle rap.
I'm disappointed. I was just saying, like, it's interesting that this point of interest, there's one civ that actually, like, it's, I don't want to say negative, but, like, you are underwhelmingly worse than, like, other civs at using them, and that's Order of the Dragon.
That's fair. That's fair. Just because, like, you sacrificing a villager always also is just...
It's just like you have a better base gathering rate anyway, right? And it's built into you. Whereas, like, you go, well, H-Series got a better gathering rate. It's like, yeah, but, like, they're anchored to a location. There's a variable involved there. So, yeah. And especially also when you think that you're doing that so early in the game on a civ that will have less workers. But we have got the archers now starting to arrive. Knights are getting added in. And Gileadi, what? He's going greed.
Yeah, we're getting... I wouldn't say, like, 6 manors, I wouldn't consider, like, giga greed at this point in time.
Yeah.
If it was, like, another manor after this, then, yeah, 100%. Like, that would be a little bit too greedy here. But going for the 6 manor play, I think, is as greedy as Pro Scout, so kind of just mirroring that at this point in time.
I guess it makes sense because he'll have enough time on the back Forgotten Runes to generate the final amount. He's already got 2 more manas being built up. The other thing is this actually, I think this compared to 3 manas, if you play 3 manas, it's going to be like an Earlsguard rush, right? But 6, there's potential for muster the nobles into King's College.
Yeah, and then the Call of Essos, definitely like the main play, I want to say. When you're playing up against French, you're going to force them into adding in some spearmen, which Boltune himself says is an illegal unit to make. So I'm very interested to see if he's going to, you know, incriminate himself here.
It's like, I admit it, guys. You have to build them all. Nah, it's like, I think like the only time I see French build spears is back in the good old days of a French mirror.
He's going to find a villager here. Where did that guy move out to?
Greedy boy. Gileadi. I mean, wait, no! No! Okay, no, we shouldn't judge him. This is a result of getting old. Your reaction speed goes down. He had 6 minutes to pull the villager out of the back Forgotten Runes. He never did. So he didn't reset the stone gen. So he's actually shy of what he needs for the 6 mana. If you look, you can see on the minimap, there's now a relic behind his base.
Hog.
Old age, guys. It comes for all of us.
Oh, Killjani, it's so sad. He didn't get it. Yeah, he didn't get enough.
Yeah.
So there we go. Now it's coming in.
Luckily, he sneaks out when the French knights aren't looking. Wait, no.
Oh, he needs 5-4. No wheelbarrow. It's not enough.
Please, sir. Please. No. The knights aren't looking, actually, because like this is the thing. He's pro scouting, so he's actually not scouting.
Snow scouting.
Nice intercept. Wait a second. So we got the 7 Demi-Lancers. This is a really annoying point in this matchup, right? Because like now you feel like you need to trickle archers for the all-in, but if you do so, the Demi-Lancers are going to keep in and outing like you're a fast food joint.
And Demi-Lance is going to be interesting here. Clash comes in, Spearman direct follow up.
So many spears already. Hey, holy blob. Demis. I mean,
like, do you focus on the Spearman or do you focus on the Demi-Lances? Typically still the Spearman, just because like Demi-Lances, they don't actually do that much damage here. This is some very aggressive movement from Kiljadi. I'm just wondering, like, can he back this up in these engagements? Are the Demi-Lances going to be strong enough here? Is he actually going to be able to get some good picks off on some of the Knights and the Archers?
Yeah, I think he's happy with that. He got a lot of space in. What? I am intrigued. It's very rare we see people play Yeoman in Feudal now because of how expensive they got. Like, it just feels a lot better to leave this play into a castle. But Kiljadi, I mean, he's not really a player to choose the greed over the aggro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned because it felt like his next play was going to be the age up into Castle Age. He does have 600 gold in the bank for it, right? Now decides against it. Chivalry coming in for Bolton behind this, so the Knights that did survive that last clash and still have a good amount of fight left in them, and there's certainly a bunch of them with very low health, so we'll be able to get a lot more value out of these boys now.
Yeah, I mean, surely a long feudal now does just benefit Baltoon more. It's interesting, though, because he's actually starting to macro up a bit. So maybe a bit paranoid, because he hasn't seen the Yeoman play yet, right? So his assumption, his suspicion, is that Kiljadi is going to age up like most Lancaster players would. He's going to get very big, like our minimap has.
Another raid coming in. Kiljadi pulling back in time. Has reinforcements here to help out as well. Two Knights actually going down. That's pretty big. So Chivalry not going to be able to heal those guys up.
And idle time on the gold. It's slowing things down, so you can see Baltoon's clear objective here. All right, here we go. Pavis drops against Sync Shot. Baltoon wants to test it again. And at some point, we will definitely realize that this map is too damn big and fine to fit in the overlay. And now it's too small. I think there's pills for that, but there we go. We've got it to the right size. How do you feel about this timing?
I mean, Baltoon's going to get a very nice Castle Age in here behind this. Kiljadi, though, did get a good mass in and still going to be able to follow up in the timing, but he did pull the villages away from gold, and now he's actually missing gold for the age up, so it's kind of rough for him now.
I like this as well, Guildhall. I like that Baltoon's just not going all in against this. He needs his own scale point. Red Pals can be pretty potent, and you know, maybe now it's time to go out to those Forgotten Ruins. We did mention this. You talked about it in the pregame. How does French use stone? Castles do sound pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, getting a keep-in on your production, and look at that, Baltoon, he's already got it all prepped up, all in the correct formation for it. Once he gets a keep-in on that, all of his units are going to be significantly discounted. KP, we talked about before as well. In the later stages of the game, French become a menace, an absolute menace, when you get up to like this army composition of Arbaletria and Mass Horsemen. The bonus HP on the horseman and just them being so cheap, 90 resources per horseman for just an absurd amount of meat shield is absolutely insane.
And not just that, like it feels even better because we talked about the Collar of S's play having potential. Kiljadi didn't feel safe with how long this feudal went. It's White Tower. So that eliminates a lot of volatile options in the Lancaster arsenal. Things like the Hobbler with the ridiculous 45 charge damage, the +6 damage from the Collar of S's. Even in the deep late game, something that would have been fantastic for him is if this turns into Mass Spear Yeoman versus Mass Knights, you're now going to miss out on that military tactics, the 20% bonus damage.
Yeah. More barracks coming in. Looks like Kiljadi's actually going to go for an Earl's Guard play now. At least that's what the additional barracks kind of make me believe here now.
You don't think just more spears?
Could also be.
He's upgrading it. Yeah, we're just going Spear Yeoman, the classic. Man, Kiljadi's just that guy he's just that guy listening to like 80s vintage music still, you know? Everyone's like trying to innovate Lancaster. It's like, why are you guys doing this? You know, just sometimes you just got to unwind in front of the fire with a good old yeoman, spearman vintage from 1976 Chateau de Blanc.
He did also get Billman in between, I believe. So these Spearmen are gonna debuff the units as well. So -1 armor. Means that the Yeomen are also gonna do much better up against the Knights after they clash. Looks like Kiljani wanted to go out for some deer there. We do see the mill blueprint already placed, but Voltian, he's gonna take the deer before he even gets there.
Against pro scouts, not until they give deer the ability to repopulate, my friend. That's all gonna be gone. Wait, does the White Tower not see him as well? I think the White Tower is just on the edge of actually being able to see those scouts running back. That's so unfortunate. Oh wait, no, they've made it a little bit obvious.
At least one of them goes down, but Voltian, he didn't attack anything, so there was no notification. But looks like Kiljani actually still noticed it. He's sending some units around that way.
Baltin, he's starting to hold some reserves here. A little bit early to think about Imperial. Usually I think like 19-20 minutes makes a lot of sense here. And we are going to be seeing additional mana. So Kiljani is getting ready for the final 3.
I think Voltian's just missing the gold in order to continuously pump knights. He is starting to stack up some stones, so we'll probably also just want to keep resource and reserve for as soon as he gets that keep up. He's going to be able to get even more units out at a discount. And once again, raid coming in. Kiljani is going to notice in time. Does he have reinforcements there to prevent any villagers going down? Not in time. First villager most likely going to go down. No, is able to keep up alive.
Kiljani simulating old people in real life right now. Has still not got wheelbarrow. It's only now coming in. Does dodge the one raid that would have hurt him so much. So we'll at least have the ease of moving away next time. Baltin, I guess like at this stage, you know, on a normal map, Crackety, you know what you'd do on a normal map? You'd pick up all the relics, right? You'd play the map.
KP?
The
There's
crazy
one, and he
part.
would have to go all the way out to Kiljani's part of the map in order to get it out there.
I swear you just called him Kale Jardy and now just got like if he ever announces he's a vegan, that's his name. We're changing it for
Kale
him.
Jardy.
Kale Jardy. And then like you know what that's the perfect one. We need him to be a vegan, and then Baltoon needs to be like, you know, one of those eats a steak dinner every night, and then it can be like Saltoon versus Kale Jardy.
I mean, we already call Boltoon Boltuna.
That's true. Yeah. And yeah, it's perfect as well. Mm-hmm. I think we're getting ready for Imperial here from Baltin, though. It's becoming too tempting. And the crazy thing is he gathered all that stone to Russia Keep. Just imagine if he'd garrisoned even just 2 of these Forgotten Ruins, right? He would have had that play and then also had the gold gen.
Now, Baltian, we do see the army composition. More knights, artillery coming in now as well. Heavy discount on these units. He's going to be able to get a really large army going. And behind us, he's already just surrounding Kiljani's base, harassing him on all fronts. And Kiljani, he's going to have to, once again, hunker down in his base. Did have some units out here at least to defend the villagers, so he's going to use those instead of the more important economy. Almost up to 9 manors now. We're also getting the last levying there, the Shire levy coming in. So a lot more yeomen will be out on the field a little bit. Armyval, you know, Baltian has a good lead there.
I like how you remember, he did actually queue up Chivalry about 10 minutes ago and cancelled it. It's finally coming back in now. So he's going to have that consistent poke into regen. He added in a few arbitrary, which is interesting. And he is leaning into it. So we've got Gambeson's tech on the way, which is... It's interesting. This matchup is quite peculiar when you get arbitrary versus Spear Yeoman, because you've got Padderjack, which is like a worse Gambeson's. But yeah, you get only 2 unit types.
Actually, not Shire Levy coming in. That synchronized shot is
the sync shot, yeah.
First one here.
I thought I just missed him already spawn out. I mean, he's up to 24. Wouldn't have surprised me. So he's still got the Shire Levy play in his back pocket, which is brilliant at just remaxing after a wipe in Castle Age.
He is moving out right now, though, and that's so dangerous because Baltian, he's just always keeping him inside of his base with this military presence at the bottom side there as well. A couple of walls, though, means that Kiljani at least is going to have a little bit of a clear indicator there. Once Baltian does go for the play there.
Such a weird place to be gathering. The way those tree lines have spawned has created one of the most secretive berry batches I think we've ever seen in competitive Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, I think the wall could have been placed a little bit differently there.
more like
also close it off.
Yeah, just like maybe retract it more, like just embed it more so you can't even see it when he walks by.
Just put it where the units are now. Just close that off.
No, you want them to think that this is the right way to go. And then
He's
you
actually potentially getting the surround in. Oh, more
Nice.
villages going down at the same time.
Nicely done. Yeah, I mean, it's well played by Baltoon. He's just playing wide against a comp that is slow. Like, yes, Kiliadi went for Yeoman, but spears, crossbows, like, this doesn't have much maneuverability. And Kiliadi, we know he prefers to be an offensive player over a defensive player, and you can tell that by the small count of walls up against French at this point. Sink shot.
Ooh, that's a great sink shot, though, coming in. Look at all of these units suddenly losing their health.
As I think Baltoon is busy opening a can of tuna right now. He's ready, pulling the guild hall. We've got 2 TC. We've got a red pass ready to be dropped.
Where is it gonna be? Where is it gonna be? There's a lot of golds out on the map.
Straight in the
Lots of
center.
opportunities right in the center. I mean, it's 2 gold veins.
Yeah,
on
it's
the
an
other
8K.
sacred side, so you're kind of getting like 4 gold veins.
It's an 8K
he's
in
just-
a weird way, right? And
Burning down, burning down the banner here a little bit. It's gonna have to get repaired.
do you ever find it weird when you have to watch Kiliadi play like this? Like, we're so used to seeing him be the ram rush all-in gamer, but this entire game, bar the first 4 minutes, has been him having to sit on his hands in his base.
Yeah, it's awkward, right? Like just having the slower army here, it makes it so difficult to move out. And once again, just these small little raids coming in, and they just force your hand. You gotta react to them. If you don't react to them, you're gonna lose valuable economy. He is gonna move forward now. He's actually gonna
look
see
at the timing.
Red Palace coming in, but yeah, it's gonna be in time.
Yeah, it'll be just quick enough. Even a sing shot wouldn't be able to clear that. So Red Palace is going to go up. Kiliadi is going to actually hang around for a moment, which is bold. But we'll quickly now back away. I really need... honestly, I want them to just add custom noise effects on the local client. If I want to have pew-pew, I should be able to have it.
Yeah,
If
not
I would
just that, but I think also like UI elements, right?
Oh,
like
God,
having
yes.
your own custom UI, like see-through UI, minimal UI, these kind of like things. We're missing out. We're truly missing out at the moment. Next
Don't get me
patch, Copium.
started on the overlay. Oh, God. Like, when you want to have team games, it's just like, ugh. Please? Is this a tournament? No? Okay, I'm not watching it. So Kiliani now going wide. And by the way, Baltoon did start to play into Forgotten Ruins. One of them, right? So he's thinking relics, but he's not thinking mass relics, surprisingly enough. Oh, wait. Oh, no, he just accidentally captured it. Okay, Baltoon is truly just trying to ignore the whole point of this map.
What even is excavation?
Yeah, like,
Excavation
what
the
is
friends we
digging?
made along the way.
What is digging? I'm Swedish. We have snow. There's no point. It'll just come back. There'll be more. I swear, like, Avali's going to watch this game and go, okay, time to double the amount of excavation points. 16 relic map. He'll still ignore it. Knights are coming in, though. And it's going to once again force Kiliadi back to be defensive, which is giving the breathing space that Baltoon needs. I don't think Kiliadi even senses that it's 2 TC yet.
I mean, it only came up very recently, right? So at this point in time, like with the Imperial Age at the same time, it's gonna make it difficult. Oh,
hold
is
on.
he gonna...
This
Wait,
is
we're
the
getting
orc
siege
in.
engineering?
Yeah, this is Kiliadi. He heard us. He's like, what? You want to see what I do? Well, it's time to make the moves. He's got siege engineering coming in against an Imperial Age French player who has elited his archers, by the way.
He has elite archers. We're also getting some bombard emplacements in. And these are Red Palace emplacements as well. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to like put on the goggles right now and just go for the dive. It is very, very dangerous.
Awkward fight here as well for Baltoon, right? Because Yeoman technically can, or should be able to at least stay out of range. Gets the line formation going. But, like, in theory, I get what Baltoon's doing. He sees the army's cut. He's like, great, I'm outnumbered. I actually need a fight like this. But it's giving a lot of breathing room for Kiliadi's dive. He's a bit reluctant. He still hasn't committed to rams yet. But there we go.
They're getting queued up. 3 rams in the back of the base.
And he does it.
They're invisible.
Oh, come on. He was so close to not being seen.
What actually provides the vision there?
Has
Is
he
there a
got
scout there?
He's got a mill on the east side.
Yeah, like
So-
that's a lot of vision, right? Like,
No, if you go up, there's a mill there. So it's created like a very weird vision pocket. So Rams in.
that's a large vision pocket right there.
Triple ram usually good at taking out a TC, but not a primary. And sing shot. Yeah, he's got textiles, right?
Was almost good. But then, yeah.
Isn't that the... No, that's not even textile. It tells you every... Remember how people like sing shot OP? I think we're okay now. I think it's okay. The fact I had to ask if there's textiles says everything.
He's going to go for the guild hall.
There's infinite resources.
Looking at the resource from Multian, actually, like he is not getting a lot of food in at the moment.
Please tell me he's not out repairing him on that siege in on the stone.
I think he might be.
That's a lot of idle time for the army then. Okay, no, he does burn through. Okay, but the army's now split on an awkward side of the base. Maybe hard to dive. Baltoon, close to 50 archers. Now, he's patient because look what's coming in. Incendiary is just about 30 seconds out. At which point, he should be able to just kind of brute force into this.
He's very patiently biding his time here behind this. He needs to be careful, though. Like, these archers, they can still get taken down by the Yeoman, even while an age behind. And Kiljadi's actually inching closer towards his own age up here behind this. He got another keep up, though. Looks like the TC might be going down, but this fight needs to be taken.
Yeah, Knights are going to charge in straight away. Archers are left to deal with Ram. That is an A-click oopsie. But the archers are... maybe going to clear the backside. It looks a little bit thin, but the second wave's coming in. So there we go. He's going to mop him up. And Kiljadi, he's started to save up for Imperial Age, but look at the military count. A moment ago, it was about 120 to 60. All of a sudden, Baltoon is shrinking the gap. He should be able to hold.
They managed to at least take down the second TC. Keep inside the base, though, means that this is going to be a rough one for Kiljadi to push in further. And yeah, I think at this point in time, he needs to go for the Age of Baltoon, though. Yeah, he's got big food issues.
116 food. It was all that out of time.
Per minute.
He had like what 20 farms on the backside that he just couldn't touch, but he has now got access to them again. There is still deer and berry to the north side he could risk. He's just going to immediately rebuild the town center, and we've got additional stables on the way. So probably, I guess it has to still be knights. Like you definitely can't afford horseman spam right now. You can't afford anything right now.
I mean, he's at almost 2,500 wood per minute. A farm transition, like a really big farm transition, is going to be very quick for him. And he's already got all the food upgrades in. Like, the second those farmers get working, that's going to be an explosion in food like Boltier. He's just like 2-3 minutes away from 2,500 food per minute.
This should be the Wingguard coming in. Especially considering just how good the spear spam is going to be against... As if it maybe wants to get back to Knights. Yeah. I mean, he's going to want to get to Knights, right? But the problem is, until we fix these farms, it's never going to happen.
Without the color of Essos, it's just... And without the King's College in general, like, going for the Hobblers just doesn't feel that good. Maybe it's still going to be useful enough, you know? Like, never...
just yeoman.
I'm not believing.
I'm not going to let you dig your own hole there. Like, just yeoman. You've already got more range. You're about to elite up them. Baltoon can actually get like a gap closer here because in theory he should be able to afford silk bowstrings.
Yeah.
Before you have Incendiary. Raid comes in again on those farms. Got him! Skill shot! Now this makes sense. Kiljadi would want to play House of Lancaster. He's a Dota player after all. It's all about those skill shots.
Yeah, very, very prolific Dota player. I remember Demu always just complaining whenever you had to team up with Kiljadi.
Oh god, don't get me started. Like, Kiljadi, he likes to farm too much. I saw that. I think at the time I looked at it and Demu looked at me, and I'm pretty sure I made the noise that a horse does when it's disappointed. I think I distinctly recall him playing Invoker and throwing a tornado at nothing.
That scout eventually is going to get a villager kill.
It's the long con. Okay, here we go. Done it. I've killed him.
There we go.
Melee tech level 2, baby.
Broken. Can somebody nerf these scouts?
You know, technically, if we done an only scouts tournament, that would make Japan OP.
Broken. Yeah, man. Or, like, Ming
actually,
Dynasty,
Malians, right?
China as well.
I mean, let's be real. Malians will beat everyone, but
yeah,
maybe we give them bans.
Which civilization gets the best scouts?
Isn't it? Wait, no. I know this. I know the answer to this. It's Byzantines.
Byzantines.
Yeah.
I mean, you burn a lot quicker.
No, Triumph.
Oh yeah, but with Hippodrome, yeah.
We've solved it. Huzzah.
But also get the Saint's Blessing with the Abbey for
Oh.
Rus. And then Boyer's Fortitude.
Yeah, we need to add warrior monks to neutral trade posts. Wait, but actually, no, but it's only scouts. You're not allowed to build warrior monks.
Looks like getting in some siege now from both players.
This is a bit
Siege
rough,
boost in from
actually.
Kiljadi.
Yeah, the
Yeah, the
Kiljadi
archers
is
are catching up.
And on top of that, he's decided he wants to get siege, i.e. Robotiquins against mass archers. This
He's
is
also getting the padded armor in though, so with padded armor and like Messy Omen, like he's gonna be great against the army composition from Baltune. Until now, when Baltune suddenly starts messing up knights as well.
but I don't know, man. Like, I'm kind of looking at this, and it just feels like Baltoon spamming archers still kills everything. As long as you avoid. That's an Invoker Tornado into a tree line right there. So, he's going to keep poking. Like, it is very weird. I don't think Baltoon has been given a real reason to stop building archers. Oh, God.
Not really. At the moment, just more archers. Biology coming in now as well behind this. Incendiary arrows is still going to be a way out from Kiljadi.
And, yep, looks like bow beats cannon. One Robotiquin down, second one.
He's got a lot of the
he's not
archers
going to
for
get
it, though.
It's okay. He's got more where they came from. This map has a lot of wood.
I mean, this was all about the Culverin at the end
Oh,
of
and
the day.
okay,
though.
no, that's where they went. I was like, look at the count, look at the map. So you raise the backside. Look at the economy difference. 120 to
It's-
67.
Quite a big difference now. Culverin also starting to take some shot up against the keep there. Yeah, Kiljadi very far behind in the economy. Does he have Scootage in at this point in time? He should.
Is it scootage or scuttage?
Does it have one or two T's? One, so it's Scootage.
Are you sure?
I mean, that's
That doesn't sound
the
British
way
enough.
the pronunciation works in German, at least. I'm not 100% sure, but Scootage with one T makes the most sense. Like, when there's, like, double letters, it's fast. If it's just one, it's slow.
I think you're just trying to be overly fancy.
All right.
Father,
I look at the army
pass the
count here,
scootage.
The Scootage. My lord.
Scootage. All right. So we've got the trickle of space to try and deny the archers, but this game is getting weird, right? Like the thing is, we know Kiljadi, he likes to, he's an anime watcher, I can secretly tell, right? He's never give up, never surrender. And he's playing the ultimate never give up, never surrender civ. So like many people will come in and look at that economy difference and go, well, that's GG.
So there's a chance.
So you're saying I still have a 45% chance to win this series. Adios, boys. Let's keep going.
More keeps coming up behind this. Scootage now coming in. So at least a little bit of gold trickle now for Kiljadi. But yeah, economy-wise, Baltian now sitting at close to 2,000 food per minute. Kiljadi down to around 600. Has added in his own second TC, but at the moment, Baltian just out-ecos him pretty much 2-1. Gives Kiljadi the opportunity to make more military, though. That's the win con.
Uh-huh. And with that time, he chooses to build Demi Lancers. Without
that'll do
King's
it.
College, it's a bit sad. I guess it's just meat, right? Like, it's either this or build more spears against mass archers.
Which he's also doing. Grant, there are a lot of knights in the queue at the moment as well from Baltium, which is the eventual army composition that he will want to go for.
Yeah, it kind of feels like we're just reaching that stage where Baltoon, I mean, he was in an insanely uncomfortable position for several minutes. Kiljadi wasn't able to really find a decisive blow. And now we get to that pure best late game unit ideas you talked about with French, right? Like, if he floods 40 knights, how does Kiljadi defend that? I mean, in theory, it's the Robotiquins, but 50 archers.
Especially with the bowstrings, these archers are going to be able to shoot down those culverins from a lot of range away.
It's being shooting down. The White Tower down to half HP already. Cannon's just so good.
In. Where are the culverins yet? It looks like they're trying to take down the keep.
Yeah, they're vibing on the east side.
Right-hand
He has.
side.
Okay, he's got access to more stone. You'd think that 1,500 would be enough. But Kiljadi wants more. castle fit for a Finnish king is all he'll accept.
White Tower slowly but surely is going to go down. Republicans also moving forward. I mean, they got to be careful here. Don't want to get too close to the keep, especially since it does still have that red palace emplacement. Fortune now pushing in deep.
Oh, yeah, it's on fire. He can't keep it up. I guarantee at first, Baltoon went to charge in, saw the knights, went, oh no, and then he looked a bit closer and saw that they're demi-lancers and laughed. They're going to get wiped. White Tower's going to go down. The successful breach is underway, but Kilyadi's army is looking to react, and he has a lead here, folks. 130 military to 65. Silk Bowstrings is now only actually coming in. Baltoon didn't have it all this time.
Yeah, I mean, behind the Spaltoon's also building up a larger and larger bank now. Double Cover now is finally starting to do some serious damage to the keep. At this point in time, Baltoon also pivots around to that side. And if Kiljali doesn't find that, he's going to potentially lose the Valdicans again.
I think he sees it. Yeah, he's poking in. It keeps him honest. Does cost him a few trips to do so. I mean, the interesting thing here is like the Culverins will have a nice timing to deal with the red pass at this pacing, right? Like it's going to force Baltoon's hand eventually. Baltz? He's actually
take down the keep, but no more gold mines remaining there.
He's like, I've done it. Yes, it's mine. What do you mean?
Where'd it go?
What do you mean you spent all of the money defending this?
This was mine.
Yes, you get a rock. Because you rock.
Rock of infinite sadness.
Kilyadi, I mean, the military lead is actually shrinking quite quickly.
It's just all these spearmen getting picked off left, right, front, and center.
Yeah, and that's where, of course, the retinues come in handy.
He doesn't have +3 pierce damage yet.
Wait, what? He's also lacking on the melee defense. I mean, his knights are going to hit you hard regardless, but still. It's handy to have at this stage. You'd think he would, but apparently the gold just a little bit too lacking. He is starting to siege through these manors as well, by the way. That's 2 down. More to be targeted. I mean, the cannon's just vibing.
Yeah. Manor after manor, after which will be production buildings. And Kiljali, he's already inside of a space. He's on the same level as his main TC. There's not much going back further.
No, look at Kilyadi. He's raiding. Like, he sent the group on the wide, but that leaves him actually outnumbered in his own base here.
It's crazy. Valdicans moving forward now, but
that's a one-hit snipe.
Getting picked up hard. Very quickly. That's one-shot.
What were Baldiquins? They're gone. And the Yeoman left us just stand there and trade out. I mean, the Knights are going to brute force through. This is not looking good. Kilyadi still hasn't found a target. In fact, his army, I don't think it's moving right down the north side. It's just staring at trees. What are they doing? Oh my god.
Take down the keep.
This village is on the other side of that tree line. He doesn't know. Oh god. Maybe not many, but like something. You want to be able to do things. There's so many castles that are slowing down Kilyadi from achieving his objectives here. Archer count is still holding strong. The Yeomen have been mostly wiped. The Spearman count barely exists. Baltoon still has 21 knights, and he's charging the north side now. He's addressing the second wave.
Once again, Republican just getting absolutely destroyed by the archers here. And the leftovers from Kiljali. I mean, they're getting wiped now, and that's so much expensive siege going down. You can't reinforce the army now.
No, I mean, you can try to start wing guarding it up again, but you're starting from scratch, and like, just look at the military gap here. Look at what Baltoon could really do. He could just queue up a cajillion horsemen if he just wanted that Zerg factor to overwhelm, right? Trust the archers to clear the spears and then just flood through. He's sitting at 6,500 food. We need to check that guild hall because there could just be an immediate 40 knight pump coming if it's been going long enough. Yeah, look at that. Almost 3,000 gold just sitting there for the taking.
Yeah, and Kiljali behind this, he's just lost 6 manors. Brent, he has enough resource in theory to rebuild them, but he needs the wood for the yeomen. They're so wood expensive.
Yeah, I mean, what does he need the stone for? It's the more interesting detail, right? No castles, no additional manors. He just seems to have 1,500 stones sitting there. I mean, he could actually try to do what Baltoon's doing, where you stonewall the flanks. It would make a lot of sense against the French knights.
This is such a dooming economy bank now from Baltune. If you could see your opponent's economy at this point in time, I'm sure Kojani, he would throw in the towel right now. He doesn't know yet that there's a ton of gold inside the Guildhall as well. Probably about 3,500 now at this point in time.
I'd offer him up a trade.
Climb.
I'd be like, yo, Baltune, I'll give you 1,500 stone if you give me 1,500 wood. Let's do a deal. Let's make this game go
Trade
deeper.
offer.
I just want you to process the fact that we're 40 minutes into this game and only 1 of 8 relics has been picked up.
A map with 8 relics and nobody wants to go for them.
At this stage, you know, just you would think Kiliani had gone for them with 1,500 stone just sitting there. Yeah, that was not the sink shot he was looking for.
Not
Oh,
quite.
God.
Baltune, he's just waiting.
He's vibing.
He's just waiting for... Yeah. I mean, at one point, he can just trade out all of the archers and replenish all of them with knights only.
Well, keep in mind, this is also a map that has trade posts. And I'm pretty sure if you look at the north side corner, that's what he's now doing. Yeah, traders just start spawning. So Baltune has infinite economy. You talked about the hyper late game French, and how dirty it is with knights. Oh my God, that's filthy. Charges in, finds the workers, trades out the spears. Now, finally, Robotiqua's going to actually not just die straight away. They take 2 hits.
Save a wife one. Swipe the 2.
Come on. He gets the culverin as well. At least leave him the spoke wheel. Give him something. Knights are still raiding in. And Baltune, like, is it time to go shopping for the Guildhall? Like, that thing must be sitting at 4,500 at least now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just accruing more and more behind us. 4.3k. Oh, man. The trade spam now as well. So many markets.
Okay, so Kiliani just spent 500 stone on something. Is it stone walls on the east side? Because that sounds expensive. Like, that doesn't look like 500 stone worth of walls. Okay, maybe it is. But hear me out.
There is some stone walls coming in.
I know I said I wanted him to build stone walls, but there might be something else in this game that he could use stone on.
Something manners, and we do have another fight coming in here. A lot of spearmen. Kojani still has the army advantage when it comes to the mass, but army value, KP 10k to 14k.
It's ridiculous.
And the quality as well behind it. Baltune, he's just banking with the Guildhall at the moment, waiting for an opportune moment to redeem the golden ticket here. Knights are going to run into the spearmen relatively quickly to realize that maybe that's not the best trade for them to take.
No, and this is the power of Wingard, actually. Like, the amount of spears he's just getting at a discount is allowing him to just keep, like, remaxing into them as he throws the trash in. And, you know, apparently mana's unmaketh the man in this situation. 2 out of 9 manas. His economy is just so much weaker than it should be. So, like, this villager difference really does matter. And the military difference is starting to grow a bit. The spears are thinning. There's still a handful of knights here. The yeomen are wasting a long time trying to get a single kill. 2 of them sneak around the back. That forces the full army to retreat. A military lead is now building for Baltune. He's still not pulled that Guildhall. If he does, you will immediately see 50 knights just get queued up.
You know, Kojani, he's not winning in the army count, but he is starting to win in score on the right-hand side. And I'm wondering, though, the second the Guildhall gets pulled, that would flip around very quickly. But I don't think we might even get to that point, because now...
He's broken.
The last time, there's just... no remass coming in. The production buildings, they're not working anymore.
No, for a moment, I thought when you were saying he's not winning the game, he's winning in our heart. I was about to say, are you kidding me? A House of Landcross pick doing this. It never seems to end, but the end does start to feel nigh. Triple Sacred Site is now locked in. And Kiliani, I mean, he'll hold on a little bit longer. But at this point, you know, it's like watching 2 people box for 3 hours straight without breaks. Then, like, there's just kind of a whiffed punch coming out at this stage.
Guildhall at almost 6,000 gold remaining. Baltune, he's just utilizing the little trickle of resource that he's getting gold-wise to make the knights. And at one point in time, it could be a huge count of them coming in. He's just playing at this point in time. He's just playing with his food.
It is important to remember it is getting late in Europe.
Both sides.
For both sides, yep. So we got a Swede and we got a Finn. So it's like, what, 11:30 p.m. for one, 12:30
don't even have
for the other.
sunlight today.
I mean, he's a gamer. He probably just like exists in the basement, right? I think he's at the stage in life where he definitely needs like the little vitamin pills in the bottle. Oh, but we continue the push.
Whoa, more Republicans. We hear them active in the back.
Oh, goody. Is that like a 9-gun salute, 10-gun salute? I look forward to seeing how they compete with these archers. Alright, hear me out. I know what we need to do to make Republicans win this. We just need to add a little mod to the game that lets them go on walls.
Oh, man.
And then you do like a wall crawl across the enemy base.
And you have like the range upgrade from the archers also affect the Republicans as well, yeah?
Yep. We'll call it silk organ guns.
Oh, he redeemed it!
Yo! Wait, where did it all go?
Where did it all go? Immediately,
Wait.
the university upgrades. Mass
So
cannons, and he just deleted 30 villagers as well.
He's like, okay, I've had my fun. I think it's kind of like when you know what I'm talking about. When you're like in a trance in the late game, and you just don't really look at the economy. You're just going through the motions, cycling, attacking, and then there just comes a moment where you're like, this has been going on for quite a while, and you look down at the resources, go, yeah, I don't need this many workers anymore.
Oh, man.
How many traders did he build in the end? I don't think it was many.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too many active.
No, just 10.
Yeah.
So, Kilyadi, he's ready to make that valiant stand. It's probably a last stand here. 56 spearmen into 58 archers. And let's not forget the castle assist to make it even nicer. The knights are holding back. First wave of spearmen's been cleared. The Culverin's not going to have enough time to stand here and actually take out that castle. The knights are still doing shenanigans on the backside. There's a lot of idle time being forced onto that farm area. And that is going to affect Kilyadi's ability to remax spears in a way that should finally, decisively end this game. Oh my god.
Kiljadi, he is a fighter, but in the end, Boltune manages to win the set 2-0 with the French up against the House of Lancaster on Excavation here. This was an interesting game towards the end, I want to say.
Yes, the classic diplomatic word we use as casters when we don't want to see. It was a very intriguing game, I'll give you that. I mean, Baltin, he approaches a map that is meant to be about the stone. He chooses a sieve that doesn't have any clear, obvious use for the stone in a rush. Does not use the stone for the entire game. We had almost a 50-minute game in which one relic was grabbable, and that was only grabbable because Kilyadi accidentally ungarrisoned the villager too soon, leading to that huff and puff over trying to rush out for the stone. Absurd. But that does, funnily enough, I think, bring us to a close the show, Crackety. I don't know how long we've been live. That last game made it feel a lot longer than I think it was.
I do believe we still have something left to do.
Oh, we have?
Think, yeah. I mean, the Swede, he just won the set, right? Like, time to give him the stage.
I figured he'd want to go to sleep, but you know what? We have got Baltin on the line for an interview, so let's hop in with Mr. Tuna. Baltin,
hello,
mate. Congrats on the win. Did it feel like a bit of a Pyrrhic victory with how long that game was?
Yeah, that was a game. Yeah, I don't know. I can't kill the Civ. He only needs wood, and he can make infinite units. So, yeah.
I did find it interesting though, because Excavation has a very obvious gimmick to it, the Forgotten Ruins, but you basically picked a Civ that completely ignored it.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit to Core, and he told me to play with my comfort, and I did that. But also, before, I had the thought that I didn't like Mongol into Lancaster, so I'd rather try something I could use else.
That's fair.
So.
We saw it early today in Vortex CSO, and it did look quite rough for Mongols.
Yeah.
But, talk to me about how things have been going, right? Like, because, you're a bit more of an enigma. You're not obviously streaming, showing your games. You always have those secret Chinese accounts. How's the prep been looking for this tournament?
I haven't played at all.
Really?
I played 40 ranked games, and then maybe I played 50 custom games maybe 2 months back. That's all. So I've just played team games.
course. I think I said that when I looked at your draft. And then also game 1, by the way, thank you for using Black Riders. Has that been a recurring unit to appear in your team games?
Not necessarily. I don't play it very much, but I've used it one time in a 1v1 before, and I like them a lot, actually. So, yeah.
How are you feeling about the tournament overall, right? Like, obviously, we already had to come down an echelon. There was that rough opening like series. What's your expectations? What's your desirable goal in terms of how you finish with this tournament?
I'd be happy top 12. I'm already happy, like, winning a match, so with no practice. So, yeah.
Impressive. How are you feeling about the current meta? Because we had Dumi on earlier, and he's like in experiment mode where he's like, I hate pro scouts. I want to try different things. Like, are you at that stage now where you're just kind of maybe waiting for the big meta change and then back on the grind?
It could be, yeah. I don't like it too much right now. I hate spear pushing. I hate pro scouts kind of also. So yeah.
I'm kind of not surprised.
I was
just gonna say.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No. Go.
As soon as the spear pushing is gone, I think it'll help a lot, and you can actually start opening other things than pro scouts or spear pushing. So I think that'll help a lot. I might actually get more interested in the game after.
I was about to say though, a guy who mains French probably would hate like spear pushing. They're already setting up for your raids.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at like, what's your upcoming matchup actually? God, I had it in my mind as we got into the start, and then it's been a long day. I think if it flips, you might. It's either Anatand or Poppy Paw or Beastie or Vortex. How are you feeling about your odds against those guys?
Probably not great, but we'll see how it goes. I didn't expect to beat Kildredi, so yeah.
All right, well, you're already exceeding expectations with a 2-0 at that. Well, mate, I'm going to let you get some sleep because it's getting late there, and I imagine it's been a long day, but looking forward to seeing more of you. I believe you've got one series tomorrow? Yeah, one series. Yeah, just one. So a little bit of a lighter day, but you go get yourself some rest, and I'm sure we'll see more of you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
I mean, he might sleep, right? There's always a chance he just opens up team games for the next 3 hours.
He's fake sleeping. I'm sure he's like immediately going to play CS. I think Zess also said it in Twitch chat earlier.
Production's saying it as well. Apparently, they've already got a Counter-Strike party planned. God damn, these DGen gamers. Like, you know, if we had Kiliani win that series, he would immediately be like, oh, yes, sleep time. But, you know, Baltin's just too youthful. You see it in the complexion. But now I think that does bring us to a close. An interesting day, Krakeny. I think, like, we had the expectations that the Dumu Numadan one was going to be here for hours. It had long games, but it kind of had wild games. And then we finish off with a House of Lancaster game. I don't know what it is about House of Lancaster games, but I swear each time one finishes, I've looked at my hair and there's like 3 extra grey strands in there. Every time.
House of Lancaster, I mean, the meta itself with House of Lancaster, it's not the most active one, I want to say, but honestly, I'm very excited for what the future holds, right? Like, we're getting a lot of these interesting changes coming in with the season. They're not the most impactful balance changes we ever had, but they do kind of hit where the meta is sitting comfortably at the moment, just with the deer luring changes and whatnot. I'm very excited overall for what's to come, and honestly, tomorrow, there's some even more exciting sets to look forward to. I didn't expect to see Marine Lord versus B coming in so early.
It's crazy as well. I mean, you know, in a best of 3 on top of that, right? It's not even BO5 territory. And we always say, like, BO3 is where anything can happen. And I think B has really shown himself to this player, like, in the early phases that can catch you off guard against the top guard. Then you've got like Anatan versus Puppy Paw, BC versus Vortex, Louis MT versus Wham. I'll warn everyone now, there should be a wall warning on that final set I just mentioned there, because those two, I refer to them as like probably the most efficient and prolific rulers in AoE 4. So an interesting mishmash of games coming in. Reminder, folks, the stream will start same time as today, so 4 p.m. if you're in the UK like me. Switch it over to your local areas because we call it Greenwich Mean Time for a reason, and I'm not converting it for other people. But that's Game Press to close. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good evening. Have a good night. Join us tomorrow when EGC Masters Summers continues.
Tune in. See you then.